Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The hearty cry of hi-yo silver has echoed through the years from the wild and untamed west of yesterday. It has acted as a symbol of courage to the oppressed, a challenge to the lawless. Let us return to the west of old and thrill to another of the Lone Ranger stories, featuring the most picturesque and colorful character ever to ride the plains and prairies. As our drama begins, we see the masked rider of justice urging his great horse Silver down the trail leading to the town of Osage. Listen to those flying silver-shod hoofs. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. Only a short distance left to cover. Don was waiting for us at the end of the trail. Hurry, old Silver!
Many stories had reached the people of Osage about the Bygone brothers, two of the worst outlaws in the West. But little did they suspect that the notorious killers were seated in one corner of the room in the cafe, where a number of men lined the long bar talking about them. Let us move to that corner table and meet Dan and Paul Bygone as they discuss their plans for the evening.
It'll be a cinch to get away with the cash in the Osage Bank, Paul. There ain't but one man there, and he's too slow to beat anyone at the draw.
I'm with you, Dan. Only I still say there ain't no use taking chances.
He'll hanker to shoot the banker, eh?
Why not?
Well, he ain't never hurt us none.
He ain't never had the chance to hurt us. Let him get a look at our faces, and we're done for.
Maybe.
The reason we're still free is because we never let ourselves be seen.
You're the boss, Paul, and what you say goes.
I say we're fools to take chances on being recognized.
All right. Shoot the banker, then.
If ever we do get caught, we'll swing anyhow. What's one more murder added to all we got behind us?
What about this hiding place you mentioned?
It's a humdinger.
How far?
2 hours ride.
Good. How's the ground between here and there?
No grass or nothing to show a trail.
Then we can get to the hiding place without being followed.
Easy.
How long can we stay there?
As long as we want. We'll stay there till we feel it's safe to move on somewhere else.
Good.
Now toss off that drink and let's get started. We've got some banking business it needs tending to.
Missouri, it rankles me to be so flat broke.
Don't rankle you no more than it does me, Sleepy. Here's the two of us stove in old critters that ain't worth a dime to no man.
Oh, when I think of all the cash we uns had a while back, and now...
Hey there, you two old mavericks.
Meaning us, bartender?
Meaning you, Missouri. You and Sleepy step up here and let me have your order. What'll it be, Sleepy?
Oh, I reckon I ain't drinking no more.
Come on.
We both ain't drinking, bartender.
Oh, I savvy. Busted, eh?
Flat broke.
Well, you were warned when you heard that silver mine that your luck mightn't hold out forever.
I ain't complaining. We had plenty of fun while our claim was good.
Now it's petered out and we're broke.
You ain't complaining, but you ain't drinking either. Now, come on, gents. It's on the house. Well, maybe you'd sooner have some chug.
Doggone, some grub would taste right good.
Then step right back into the kitchen and tell the chink to fix you up.
Now, look here. We ain't accepting no charity.
Who says it's charity, Missouri? Why, you blamed old fool, you could be giving the whole town of Osage. And it wouldn't be charity. Not after all you two of you done for folks around here.
Oh, we ain't done so much.
Not unless you call giving away every dime you got from your silver mine something. Why, Dad rather the two of you made things easier for every poor family in the county. Now get yourself back to the kitchen and fill up.
After the sourdough we've been living on, some real food might spoil us.
Go on, eat.
Now, wait a minute, barkeep. Does that invite include a friend of ours?
Eh?
This Injun looks hard up and down on his luck.
Come on, Injun. You look like you could pack away some hot grub.
Me not hungry.
Oh, he ain't.
Me got plenty food.
Reckon he means it, Missouri. Come on, let's put on the feed bag. I'm gosh awful hungry.
Yeah, darned old fools. That's what they are.
Who them?
Missouri and Sleepy. That's what they're called. They just can't bear to see anyone in hard luck.
Oh,
They thought you was up agin it and was willing to share a meal with you. They've been the same with every pilgrim and stray hound dog they ever seen.
them good feller.
It's a darn shame the silver mine run out. They deserve to have things easy, more than any man I ever knowed about.
Where? They're mine.
Off north at somewheres. By thunder, them two will eat free of charge as long as I got grub and a place to cook it. It's their pride that makes it so hard to do things for them.
Come on, boys. It's the bank. It's being robbed.
Hey, who robbed it? When did it happen?
What was the shooting? Anybody hurt? Let's go. I bet it's the Brugans.
How many of them was there?
2 men done it. They shot the banker.
Where'd they go? Anybody see him?
Anybody else hurt besides the banker?
Wait there, boys. Let me through.
Sheriff,
Old man Liffner's been shot down.
Anybody see it? Who done it? Did they get away with money?
They cleaned out the bank. I seen the 2 of them riding away like all kid out.
Which way'd they head?
Over yonder, that way.
Missouri, the bank's been robbed. Our old pal's been shot down.
Doggone it. Why in blazes has they got to be outlaws like them Brugans?
What was that you said, Missouri?
I said it's the Brugans, Sheriff.
How'd you know?
It's their style of job.
Missouri's right. The Brugans done it. Nobody else be honor enough to drill a man just out of pure cussedness.
There wasn't no reason to shoot the banker. He couldn't have hurt him.
To get men and horses. Call in the deputies. We gotta start a posse. We're gonna run them Brugans down if it's the last thing we ever do.
You're sure it's the Brugan, Sheriff?
I'm willing to bet on it. If it ain't, we'll find out who it is.
I've been expecting them Brugans to show up here most any time now.
Remember, boys, there's plenty of reward money for those who get 'em. Come on now, get going.
Sheriff, we aimed right along with you.
Not you, Sleepy.
Who says we can't?
Missouri, you and Sleepy are old men.
No, Dad, rat it, that ain't no way to talk to able-bodied men like us.
Men that go out after the Brugans gotta be hard-riding, fast-shooting mavericks.
And you mean to say we can't ride after them ornery coyotes?
The banker's a friend of ours. We want to help in running these killers down.
I'm taking the men I feel are best suited for the job. You two have done enough for this community. Come on, boys. Let's get started.
Too old, Sleepy. By thunder, we weren't too old to help the sheriff's wife when she needed cash while the sheriff was out manhunting.
What matter?
Oh, it's the Injun.
Me name Tonto.
Dad, rat it, I wish you could be riding with them men, Injun.
There ain't nobody but an Injun or a bloodhound could follow the trail of them Brugans. They just don't leave a trail.
Broken feller, kill 'em man, huh?
Tain't only that, Injun. The man that was shot was our friend.
Yeah, and the sheriff won't let us go gunning for the rats that done it.
Maybe me helping you.
Oh, how can you help us, Injun? Say, maybe the 3 of us could go out trailing, eh?
No, you stay here.
Blast it, we don't want to stay here. We want to get them Brugans.
What's more, we can use that reward money. There's over $2,000 in rewards for the capture of them coyotes. And every man in town has a chance to get a crack at that reward but us.
Sleepy, no matter what the sheriff says, me and you are going manhunting.
Maybe Tonto help 'em. Here, white feller.
Hey, Injun,
Is that your horse?
Oh.
Gosh, old fish hooks. What a critter that is.
Tonto ride 'em plenty fast. You wait. Maybe me come back soon.
Hold on, Tonto. Ain't you taking us along with you?
Get him up, white feller.
For 2 weeks, the sheriff's men scoured the country without finding any trail of the two Brugans. Old Sleepy in Missouri also did some manhunting, wondering meanwhile where Tonto the Indian had gone. We find the tired old men in their humble shack, discouraged at their futile efforts to capture the desperate outlaws.
No, it ain't no use trying to think otherwise, Missouri. We just ain't good for nothing no more.
Can't even run down a couple outlaw killers like the Brugans. Dad rat it, Sleepy. We are getting old.
And hungry. Doggone it, Missouri. I'd give a lot for a good man-sized meal again.
We might sort of drift over to the cafe.
Yeah, and get a free handout. No, thanks. I'd sooner starve than take charity.
If we was 30 years or so younger, we might have a chance of running down them Brugans. But now...
Come on in.
I'm looking for two men known as Sleepy in Missouri.
Well, you got the right man, stranger. What's on your mind?
You own a silver mine, don't you?
Yeah, but all there is to it now is a big tunnel. It petered out.
What makes you think it petered out?
Count of it ain't no good no more, that's why. You're from the East, ain't you?
I know something about mine.
A mining expert, eh? Well, you don't know much about ours. He wouldn't take the trouble of calling on us.
Did you tell an Indian about your mine?
Injun?
Yeah, we did, stranger. Remember Missouri? That redskin called himself Tonto.
Yeah, that's so.
The Indian knows about your mine, and I heard him making certain plans concerning it.
What sort of plan?
I was led to believe that a new vein had been found in that tunnel of yours.
Yeah?
Doggone it. No fooling?
You reckon that Indian's gone there and found a new vein of silver?
It might be well for you two to hurry over there and investigate it.
By thunderation. If anyone's tried to jump our train,
As long
I'll...
as it remains abandoned, you can't expect people to stay away from there.
What's your interest in it, stranger? Are you from one of the big companies aiming to buy up our silver mine?
I wouldn't buy it unless it proved worthwhile.
Wouldn't do no harm to drift over that way, Sleepy.
Why not? We can starve there just as well as we can here.
Do you have any mining supplies left?
Yeah, some. We got digging tools, no matter blasting powder.
Then I'd advise you to investigate that mine as quickly as you can. It might be worth your while.
The next day, Sleepy and Missouri headed toward their old abandoned mine. As they trudged along the rocky trail, it was easy to see that Sleepy was still very skeptical over the prospect of finding silver ore.
I don't know about this, Missouri. Just don't seem to make sense.
What don't?
Taking time to go up here and look at that no-good mine of ours. We made sure there weren't no more veins there.
Maybe we didn't look careful enough.
It's getting toward dark now anyway. We can't go inside till morning.
Well, we can wait around outside. There's plenty of places to camp right around here.
I know.
We'd be blame fools to turn back now, Sleepy. There's a tunnel inside already.
Yeah. But I ain't counting on ever seeing silver in that old tunnel again. Take a look at it there. Don't it look downright ugly?
Time was when we thought it looked pretty fine.
Yeah. Say, Missouri, let's...
What the...
That sounded like a gunshot.
Thunderation, who'd be popping at us here?
Hi!
Oh, that hit the dirt right near us.
Where'd it come from?
Blame if I know. Hit the ground.
Dad, rat it. Get that in your stomach.
Right. Lay dead for a second.
Yeah. Edge over this way. We can get us some protection behind that rock.
Yeah. Ain't no use shooting back. We can't see nothing to shoot at.
I'll get back here.
That second shot come close. Too close for comfort.
Missouri, them shots come from the direction of the tunnel.
Reckon so. But the direction don't matter none if they hit you.
The pint is it proves one thing.
Yeah?
Someone aims to keep us from that silver mine, and if someone wants to keep us from it, then doggone it, that's a sure sign there's something worthwhile there.
Darned if there ain't.
Well, we might find something if we don't get shot first. Come on, let's take a chance.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our drama. You will recall the two old prospectors, Sleepy and Missouri, were on their way to an abandoned silver mine. When they were a short distance away from it, several shots were fired at them. Immediately they became certain the mine was worth investigating. The next morning, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, were looking over the grounds not far from the entrance of the mine. The masked man is the first to speak.
So, Sleepy and Missouri spent the night in hiding?
That's right.
You heard them say that they were determined to investigate the mine?
Them think you feller from east.
I know they do, Tonto. When I called on them, I went disguised as an Easterner.
That's plenty good.
They thought I was a mining expert, willing perhaps to buy their claim if they would prove that it was worthwhile.
You show old feller that?
I think they'll find it worth the trouble of investigating, Tonto. Remember, I'm counting on you.
Tonto got plenty hole drill in mine.
Have you filled the holes with powder?
That's right.
And the fuses are all ready to be lighted? We want to make sure that when the two old prospectors do what I'm going to suggest, an explosion does just what we want it to do. I'm going to see them, Tonto. And in about an hour, you'll be able to light the fuses and set off the charge.
Tonto, keep close watch.
Missouri and Sleepy might need some help.
Them get plenty help.
Here, Silver.
It's pretty early in the morning, but the sooner those two get started, the better. By night, I hope they'll find themselves rich men again.
Them good feller.
That's the reason I want to help them if it's possible.
Yep. I'll head for their camp now. Come on, Silver.
Ginger, sleeping outdoors makes me stiff as a pine board, Sleepy.
Me too. Get yourself up and move around a little, Missouri. Then you'll be all right.
You been up for long?
Yeah, just a couple of minutes. We got a lot of work to do today.
We sure enough have. We're going to get our mine back and see if there ain't some silver to be found in there.
Hey, ain't that a horse coming this way?
Sounds like. Maybe that's the critter that's holding possession of our mine.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh,
Hey, Mask.
Well, what the Sam Hill?
Stick up your hands, mister. We aim to talk to you.
Put your guns down, men. I'm here as a friend of yours.
But you're masked, Dad Rabbit. What's the big idea of that?
You men are heading for certain death if you think you can walk into that mine and take possession of it.
Oh, so you come from there to give us a warning, eh?
Well, we're a couple of old galoots. But by Ginger, what's ours is ours. And we're going to fight for it.
You won't have a chance fighting.
Who says we won't?
Just you and your pards over yonder try and stop us, mister.
I'm not with the men over yonder. I came to tell you one way you could outwit them.
Yeah? What's your interest in a couple of old critters like us, mister?
The men inside that tunnel will be hidden from you, but you'll make easy targets for them.
We'll take our chances.
You have some blasting powder here, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Fix some of it in a bundle and attach a piece of fuse.
Yeah?
Then get as close to the mouth of the tunnel as you can. Light the fuse and throw the bundle into the tunnel.
What's that for?
The blast might fill the mouth and seal the men inside it. The only way they could escape would be by the air shaft at the rear. If you were at the outside of that shaft, you could make them surrender to you.
No, that wouldn't work, mister.
Why?
That air shaft's just straight holes, like a chimbley. Goes straight up. Man couldn't climb out of that.
My pa's right, mister.
You can let a rope down and haul them out. That would be the best way to capture them and make them stand trial for stealing your silver.
Dad Reddit, you talk like there was silver in there.
Didn't you come here to get it?
But look here. Who in tarnation are you, anyhow?
I came here as a friend to help you get the men who have taken possession of your silver mine. Perhaps they're enemies of mine as well as yours.
I begin to savvy. They done you out of your share of some deal, eh?
You can think what you please.
You figured to get even with them by having us taken prisoners, ain't that it?
Perhaps it is. Take the plan or leave it, whichever you like. I've given it to you for what it's worth.
Why didn't you try that plan yourself? You're so dead set on seeing whoever's inside our tunnel captured.
You think I could take them to trial? They haven't taken possession of my mine.
By thunder, that's right, Missouri.
It's our property they've taken, ain't it? We're the ones that have to take them to the judge.
Furthermore, you have blasting powder. I don't have.
Yeah, that's so.
I'm for trying this stranger's idea, Sleepy. Maybe you are an outlaw, mister, with that mask on your face. But I like the style of your talk.
If you're for it, Pard, then I'm for it, too. We'll probably get our heads blowed off, but then that'll keep us from getting hungry again. Come on.
Missouri and his partner went about the task of attaching the fuse. The Lone Ranger slipped quietly away, permitting the two old prospectors to believe that he was an outlaw. When they had the powder and fuse ready, the men crept to a spot a few yards away from the tunnel entrance.
Got that fuse fixed right, Missouri?
Yeah, it's powerful short, but I reckon it'll do.
Which one of us better do the throw-in, Missouri?
No. We've got to do it from here, though, or we'll be seen.
Got a light?
Yeah?
Careful with it.
I know how to do this.
You better throw it, Missouri. We got to make her land in the side of the hill, just above the tunnel entrance.
Leave it to me. Here goes the match.
Now for it.
Hold her steady while I light that blasted fuse.
Yeah?
There. She's catching. Throw it, quick. There she goes. Fall flat down on the ground. I'm down. Now hold your ears. Did it hit right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it did. Look, the entrance is closed.
We got him trapped.
Hit it right square.
You done just swell, Missouri. We sure blocked the tunnel that time.
All right, Sleepy. We're heading for the air shaft atop the hill.
And when we get there, we'll sit and wait till them coyotes get good and tired of worrying about getting out.
Sleepy and Missouri scrambled up the side of the hill to the air shaft and waited there for quite some time. They didn't know that while they were watching the opening, Tonto was racing toward the town to bring the sheriff and his men. Finally, Sleepy said,
I reckon we can try and help them coyotes now, Missouri.
Yep. I'll try and talk to them. Hey, down there! We got you covered. And if you want to come out alive, you better surrender.
Wonder if they can hear you.
Hey, you! You can't get out there unless we haul you out with a rope. So you better surrender or we'll leave you to starve.
Gosh, I hope we ain't killed them with that blast.
Ah, they're down there all right. I heard them moving around a couple of times. You fellas coming up? Are you going to make us drop some blasting powder down this hole?
By ginger, Missouri, we catch them all right. Now we can take them in to stand trial, then come back and see what they've been stealing from our silver mine.
Hand me that rope, Sleepy.
Yeah.
I'll take my own time to get you thieving coyotes out of there. I'll drop down a rope and you tie your guns to it first. When we get your guns, here's a rope coming down. Tie your guns on it and be quick. Ain't no use taking chances with him, Sleepy, no.
All right. All right. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, come on, man. There we are. Untie the gun, Sleepy. She's a-coming. But remember, we'll drill you critters if you try any tricks on us. Grab a hold now and we'll haul you up.
Wait till I get a hold, Missouri.
There now. Oh, now. Don't let her slip now.
My pard's still down there.
Well, we'll get him out pronto. Now you stand by and don't try nothing.
You ain't gonna drill me?
Not if you behave. All we want is for you to take us back into the silver mine and tell us where the new vein's at.
Vein?
Hey, you hold the gun on him, Sleepy. Stand still there till we get your part out. Grab a hold, Dan. Come on out.
How many of you is there?
Just the two of us?
Yeah. Give us a hand in hauling your part out.
Yeah.
These fools take it easy. I thought we found silver in there, and all I want is a mine. Huh? They don't know us. Gosh. We're downright sorry we was in your mines, Gents, and we'll... Now, you blame old fool, stick 'em out.
That's it.
He's got another gun.
Oh, you didn't know us, huh?
It's about time you met the Bruggen brothers.
Holy mackerel, the Bruggen.
The Bruggans is right. We ain't letting you go back and tell the sheriff you found us.
It'd be a downright disgrace to be catched by a couple Stovian old fools like you two.
Let's drill 'em and toss 'em down in there.
Now look here, Bruggen, you ornery killing skunk. We ain't done nothing to you.
We didn't figure you was a Bruggen. We figured you was just a couple hombres that found silver in our mines.
Silver? All that holds good for is hiding. And I reckon it'll hide you two from now till doomsday.
I doubt that,
What?
Bruggen.
Why, the masked man.
Oh, drill 'em!
Look out!
Oh, my hand! If you force me to fire again, I'll do more than shoot your guns away.
Stranger, these are the Bruggans. There's a reward out for them.
I know that.
And you got 'em.
No, you two men got them. You see, Tonto managed to trail them to the tunnel, but he wanted you to make the capture, and he didn't want you killed while doing it. Keep them covered now. The sheriff and his posse are coming to help you.
But how'd the sheriff know?
I'll kill you for this, mister, if it takes
Your
some silver.
killing day's are over, Bruggen.
If you raise a hand against the masked man, then I won't wait for the sheriff to come. I'll deal with you right here and now.
I happened to find out how much good you did with the money from your silver mine. You helped a lot of people, and it's about time someone helped you.
You saved our lives. That's what you done, mister.
I told you there might be silver in your mine. There is, but not as you thought. The rewards that are standing for the capture of these two men will amount to quite a sum.
Here. Oh, hey, boys. This is Missouri, and they got the Brugans.
It ain't us, Sheriff. It's that masked man. He told us there was men here, and he told us how to trap them.
You was the boys holding the guns on them coyotes. Rope them in, and let's get them into town. At last, we got the Bruggen.
And the laugh's on you, Sheriff. You said old Sleepy in Missouri wasn't fit to travel with a posse.
Well, I'm doggone glad they didn't. The posse didn't get no place. But Missouri and Sleepy sure enough did. Get them critters herded and back to town now, boys. Make it fast.
But the reward. There's the man that's entitled to them, Sheriff.
Well, looks like he wasn't interested in no reward, Missouri.
Drat it, there's things I don't savvy about this, Sheriff.
Me too. I wonder if it ain't that masked man fired the shot that made us figure someone was inside that tunnel.
And the same with that there blasting powder. It landed a long ways from where it was supposed to land, and yet when it went off, the explosion was right above the tunnel where it do the most good. There's lots that needs explaining.
Yeah.
Sleepy, that mine warn't no good, and the masked man knowed it. All he wanted was for us to capture the two Bruggans so we'd get that reward money.
And thanks to him, we don't never have to worry about food and such again.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. This is the story of your police force in action.
Dragnet.
It was Tuesday, March 25th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. Detectives in Los Angeles work in pairs. My partner's Ben Romero. He's a sergeant, so am I. My name's Friday. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 13 minutes past 11 when I got to room 42. Homicide.
That's a hot shot. Somebody grab it.
I got it, Ed.
At 1245 East Doheny Street,
1, 2, 4,
2
5.
officers shot. At 1245 East Doheny Street,
Doheny Street.
2 officers.
Shot.
What have you got, Friday?
Read it.
2 officers shot. Where's Romero?
Right here, Skipper.
Okay, you've got one to roll on. Get going.
Both Ben and I knew where we were heading. We'd recognized the address. It was the Trapdoor Cafe, a joint in the south end of town that did business with a pretty rough crowd. 13 minutes later, we pulled up in front. 2 patrolmen had the crowd pretty well pushed back. There was a cruiser car in front of the cafe. The car door was open, and an officer was sprawled across the seat. He was conscious but weak, and one of his pant legs was pretty red.
Hello, Sarge.
Hi, how you doing?
I've done better.
Yeah, well, what happened?
Williams and I were cruising. We've been keeping an eye on this cafe lately. Tonight we decided to take a look. And just as we went in, 2 guys left in a hurry, the back door. We followed them out into the alley. It was dark out there, and I called to them. I said, hey, fellas, just a minute, I want to talk to you.
They stopped?
I'll say. One of them whirled. He had a gun in his left hand. He shot both of us.
Left hand, huh?
Williams went down and out. I went down, but I took a shot at them. No effect. And I started crawling out here to the car so I could call in.
You started crawling?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Emerson. Weren't there any people around by that time?
Oh, yeah, quite a few ran out after the shots.
You mean nobody would help you to the car?
That's right.
Did you get a good look at either of the gunmen?
Well, one of them was tall. I think he was a redhead. There was something funny about his nose. That's all I saw. It's too dark out there. Williams was closer. I think he got a good look.
Joe, the other officer, Williams. He's in pretty bad shape.
Is he breathing?
He's still alive, Emerson. I don't know how much time he's got.
Ambulance?
On the way.
Okay, let's round up all the men who are in the cafe. We're taking them in. We took all the men back to the city hall. There were 23 in the Trapdoor Cafe at the time of the shooting. We questioned all of them. One of them said there had been a redhead in the place, but he couldn't describe him. Ben and I left the interrogation room, and we went back to the squad room.
Friday, Romero. Got a minute?
Yeah, Ed. Come on, Ben.
Sit down.
Okay.
Did you get anything from those people you questioned?
Nothing we could use.
How's Williams?
It's pretty bad.
When do they operate?
As soon as he comes out of shock. Probably in the morning.
You boys will be there.
Yeah, we will.
When the surgeon digs that slug out, get it and mark it for evidence.
Yeah. Skipper, them 2 men shot without asking any questions. They must be hot.
Yeah. Same thing occurred to me.
When we get that slug, the ballistics can tell us whether that gun's been used on other jobs.
We got enough of their modus operandi to have the statistician give us a run-through on the IBM now.
One of them is left-handed, and he shoots quick.
Okay, be in surgery tomorrow morning at 9.
Neither Ben or I said much on the way home, but we were both thinking the same thing. I knew the chief was thinking it, too. Here were 2 men who'd shot a couple of police officers without asking any questions. Now, I suppose you've heard a lot of stories about what the force thinks of cop killers. Sure, we don't like to lose our friends and partners any better than anybody else would. Why not figure it this way? If these 2 guys would gun a couple of armed police officers, do you think they'd hesitate to shoot you, the unarmed citizen? The Next morning at 9 o'clock, Ben and I had scrubbed up and we were in surgery. Williams was on the table. The surgeon started in. A lot of minutes later, he got the slug. As for Williams, they took out 7 feet of his intestine and said he might pull through.
Joe, here's the report from ballistics. The slug they took out of Williams come from a .44 Smith & Wesson. The same gun was used in a liquor store killing about a month ago.
You call the statistician?
Yeah, She's running all the cards on previous shooting through the IBM machine. She ought to be through about now. Let's take a look.
Okay, come on. Hi, Helen.
Just a second.
Okay.
Well, that's it, boys. These cards will give you all the shootings pulled by 2 men on foot who shot quick, one of them left-handed.
Right.
They're all yours.
You sure can tell a lot from just a bunch of little holes in these cards, can't you?
I can't, but this IBM machine can.
It never ceases to amaze me.
Okay, shall we check the cards, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute, Ben. Here we are.
Huh?
Yeah. Here's that liquor store killing ballistics tied the Smith & Wesson in on.
Same gun that Emerson Williams was shot with?
Well, it checks out. The liquor store was in the same neighborhood as the Trapdoor Cafe.
Same gun, huh?
Got to be.
How long ago?
A month ago, yeah. Ben, take the DR number off this card and let's pull the crime report on that job. We pulled the crime report out of the files. It said that there was only one witness to that liquor store killing a month ago. That witness was a woman.
Miss Forbes, I'm sorry to disturb you like this, but we'd like to ask some questions about that liquor store killing you witness a little over a month ago.
Well, I told the police everything I knew about it then.
Yeah, we know, but maybe you wouldn't mind telling us again, huh?
Oh, no, I guess not. I've been trying to forget it, to tell the truth. It was pretty terrible, and I really didn't see so very much because I was awful scared.
I understand. But try to describe again just what happened, will you?
Well, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I was walking down the street toward home when I realized I was all out of cigarettes. Well, I was right in front of the liquor store then, so I went in. The clerk was behind the counter, and there were 2 men standing there arguing.
What's the idea of changing your mind? I thought we was going to get bourbon.
No, let's get the wine.
I want bourbon.
Costs too much. Wine's good enough.
The rest of them want bourbon, too. We better talk to them.
Well, okay. We'll be back when we make up our mind, mister.
2 men walked out of the store, and the clerk smiled at me and shrugged his shoulders. I bought a pack of cigarettes and turned to leave. But just then the 2 men came back in again, and each of them had a gun in his hand.
This is stick up, mister.
The clerk just sort of crumpled to the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes, but that's just how it happened. The men said this is a stick-up, and then they shot him right away.
Get over against the wall, lady, or you'll get the same.
One of them punched the no sale on the cash register. I was shaking so I almost caved in. He scooped the money out of the drawer and stuffed it into his pocket. And then the other one went over to where the liquor clerk was lying face down. He knelt down beside the clerk and he put his gun against the clerk's spine. Then they both ran out of the store. Oh, it was terrible. That clerk, he was lying there helpless and wounded, and they deliberately...
Yeah, Miss Forbes, I understand.
Oh, Miss Forbes, you said that both of the men had guns.
Yes. One of the guns was black, and the other was sort of fancy looking.
What do you mean, Miss Forbes?
Well, it was real shiny.
Nickel-plated?
I wouldn't know about that, but it was shiny.
There were 2 guns, huh?
Yes.
Well, now about the men themselves.
Well, I was so scared their faces just didn't register with me. The one who shot the clerk in the back was sort of stocky. That's about the best I can do.
You mentioned in the report that one of the men was left-handed.
Yes, I do remember that.
Uh-huh. Look, Miss Forbes, this is very important to us. One of the men was a redhead?
Redhead? Why, no, I didn't see any redhead.
Skipper, me and Joe's run right smack into a stone wall on this thing.
What's the complication?
Well, there's more than one, Ed. In the first place, we know that the .44 Smith & Wesson was used in both shootings, but the descriptions of the men involved don't check.
Police officer Emerson said he thought the man that shot him and Williams outside the Trapdoor Cafe was a tall, left-handed redhead. Said there's something funny about his nose.
You think Williams got a better look at him?
Well, probably did, but Williams isn't strong enough to talk yet.
And a girl that witnessed the liquor store killing a month ago said that one of those men was left-handed. But she said neither of them was a redhead.
And on top of all that, now we've got 2 guns to worry about. The girl mentioned 2 guns, so we checked the autopsy report on that liquor clerk. And Ed, the bullet that actually killed him came from a .32-20, not a .44 Smith & Wesson.
That fact didn't get any publicity at the time, did it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. We won't give it any publicity now either. With a lowdown, it's just the .44 Smith & Wesson we're after. Because if whoever owns the .32-20 finds out it's hot, we'll never get it. Anything else?
Well, we sent teletypes to all outlying stations in neighboring cities. Told them that if they get any red-headed suspects, no matter what charge they got them on, to hold them for questioning.
Yeah. Now, how about this .32-20, the actual murder weapon? Any leads on it?
We've got one, Ed. We've been checking the records, and we discovered that 4 hours after the liquor store killing, a taxi driver in the neighborhood was shot and robbed.
Slug was pretty well mashed, but there was enough to tell it was from a .32-20. So we're going over to question the taxi driver now.
Good. Well, I think you boys are on the right trail. So far, what we've got is mostly unrelated facts, but sooner or later, those facts have all got to tie in at some point along the line. Find that point.
Yeah, find the point. Find the tie-in. Well, Ben and I went over to see the taxi driver, a guy who was living on borrowed time.
Yeah, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning when it happened. I got a call to pick up a fare near 105th and Avalon, you know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I got there. Somebody came over, pulled open my cab door, and said, "This is a stick-up." Then blew it. You let me have it.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, just like that.
Same deal as others, Joe. Itchy trigger finger.
Yeah. Did you get any kind of a look at the fella?
Look, no, it's too dark.
Uh-huh.
Hey, according to the report, you got shot in the chest.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you're maybe wondering how come I'm still alive, huh? I'll tell you, pal, it's like something you'd see in a bad movie, you know? I'm carrying a few silver dollars with me, 9 of them to be exact. So I decided to stick them in my breast pocket. Well, mister, that just saved my life. The slug hit them silver dollars.
It's one for the book, huh?
Yeah, you said it.
Well, thanks very much. Say, incidentally, we had a little trouble finding you today. You weren't at the stand you operated out of last month.
Well, look, I'm not only not at my usual stand, I'm not driving a hack no more.
Oh?
Look, after what happened, are you kidding? No, I don't want to push my luck any further than it's been pushed. Yeah, I figure I had it, you know?
And about that time, Ben and I were beginning to figure we'd had it. We were getting nowhere fast. We had a few informants nosing around, but so far they hadn't come up with any leads. Well, Ben and I followed up all the teletypes that poured in. We just got back from Santa Ana, where we'd been questioning a red-headed suspect, and we'd flopped in the squad room when Chief Backstrand's door opened.
Friday. Romero. Got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper.
Any luck with the Santa Ana Redheads?
No, none at all.
I guess you haven't heard the latest.
We just now got back in town, Skipper.
Early this morning, another cab driver got shot.
What?
Yeah. Man came up to his taxi, opened the door, said, "This is a stick-up," and shot him. Bullet went through one leg and into the other, but the driver managed to start his cab and drove over to a cafe. He called in from there.
Boys recovered the slug?
Yeah. It came from the same .44 Smith & Wesson that was used in the other 2 jobs.
The cab driver get a look at the gunman?
Yeah, briefly.
Was it the redhead?
No.
Well, the stocky guy.
He wasn't redheaded and he wasn't stocky. That's all the driver knows.
Well, that's great.
Skipper, this is beginning to sound like a Gun of the Month club. You reckon somebody's renting them guns out?
Well, they're passing the guns around all right, but I think they're working together. The way they operate indicates that.
Yeah, the trigger-happy routine.
Killing is apparently more than a business to them. It's pleasure, too. That's why we've got to get to them fast. Come over here.
All right. Come on, Ben.
Here. Take a look at this map.
Uh-huh.
Here's the Trapdoor Cafe, and over here's the liquor store. And down here is where the first cab driver got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Right here's where the second one got it. All of the shootings have taken place within an area of 10 square blocks. Okay. Tonight we're going to throw a blockade around that whole area.
Good.
It'll go into effect at 10 p.m.
At 9:45 p.m., cars and officers started drifting into the area by 2s and 3s. And at 10, when Backstrand, Ben, and I arrived, the whole area was sewed up tighter than a tick.
Now, code 3. Pacific Ambulance
Davis?
1.
Catch.
Call to
All set?
Alhambra.
All set. We got a primary line and a secondary line.
If anyone tries to make a break, we'll pick them up in the secondary.
Okay. Friday and Romero here will cruise around the area with me. Go to work, men.
Every car in the area was shaken down. The same process was also followed on all persons on foot. The blockade went on all night. By the end of that time, we'd brought in 217 suspects. 26 of them were redheads.
What's your name?
Henry Wagner.
Where do you work?
Lumberyard.
Which one?
First star.
What time did you get through work last night?
About 6, I guess.
What'd you do then?
Had some dinner.
Where?
Harry's Grill.
Then what?
Shot a little pool. Look, I tell you, I ain't done nothing.
Now, let's go back to the day before yesterday. Did you work at...
And that's the way it went all day long. We shot question after question at them, working them gradually back to the days on which the shootings had taken place. When it was all over, we got 6 men wanted in other cities on various charges. We got quite an assortment of guns and knives. But as far as the shootings were concerned, we got nothing.
Well, I guess that's the last of them.
Oh, I was running out of questions there at the end.
You two boys better go on home and get some sleep.
Well, I was kind of figuring on checking back over the reports to see if we might have overlooked something.
I said go on home. You two boys have been at it for 32 hours straight. Look at you. You're both so groggy you can hardly stand up. You need sleep. It's 4 p.m. now. Don't come back until 10 p.m.
When I walked into the squad room at 10, Ben was already there. An informant had just phoned in a new lead. He told Ben he'd heard about a gang that had been hanging out down around the DeVere bungalow court in the south end of town. We knew that the DeVere was close to the Trapdoor Cafe, so we went over to talk to the manager.
Joe, I've been meaning to ask you. You checked on how Williams is getting along?
Yeah, I did. I called the hospital this afternoon. It's going to be all right.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, manager's office. Still got a light on.
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Friday, police. This is Sergeant Romero.
Yeah?
We'd like a little information.
Well, sure. Come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
Well, did you hear anything about a gang that hangs out down around here anywhere?
Gang? Well, no.
How about your tenants here? Any of them ever been in trouble, to your knowledge?
No. This ain't exactly the best neighborhood in town, but we try to keep things under control. Once in a while, one of them will get out of line, but when that happens, we heave them out of here.
You heaved anybody out lately?
Yeah, I did. Fellow and his wife a few weeks ago. They had a fight in one of the bungalows. She took a shot at him, but she missed. Party by the name of Stuba, Carl Stuba.
What did this Stuba look like?
Oh, sort of tall, skinny.
Was he a redhead?
No.
Now, we'd like to take a look at that bungalow that he lived in.
Sure. Help yourselves. Down the end there, number 5. Still vacant.
Well, I guess that does it. Stuba didn't leave a thing behind. Matter of fact, we don't have anything to prove that this Stuba's tied in at all. We're only working on a hunch.
Hey, Joe, look.
Where?
Up on the wall there, just by the window.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that plaster there, it's newer than the rest. You got a knife?
I sure have, boy, and I'm carving. That manager'd be awful unhappy with me if he was here.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, it might... Hey, Joe, here it is. A slug. They plastered right over it.
Okay, dig it out, and let's hope it matches. It matched. The slug from the wall came from the same .44 Smith & Wesson that had been used in the other shootings. So now we had a name to work on, Carl Stuba. But he'd done a good job of dropping out of sight. Well, the next day, Ben thought he had another lead.
I've just been talking to another informant, Joe. He says he heard that there's a fella down in that neighborhood been trying to sell a gun lately.
What kind of a gun?
Nickel-plated with steer horn handles.
Nickel-plated? Well, maybe that's our .44 Smith & Wesson.
Maybe.
Did the informant know who this man was?
Said the feller's name was Alonzo.
Yeah. Alonzo who?
Just Alonzo. That's all he knew.
So now we had 2 names, Stuba and Alonzo, but no men to go with them. So we went back to making the rounds of the substations, interviewing red-headed suspects. We took a few of them to Williams, who was home from the hospital by now, but He couldn't identify any of them as the man who shot him. Still, we kept checking. Finally, we got around to the 77th Street station. We questioned the suspects they were holding there, and we just started to leave when one of the officers called us.
Hey, Sarge,
Yeah.
we're holding somebody else you might want to look at.
Redhead?
No.
What's the charge?
Suspicion of burglary. Small job.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Ben?
What's special about him?
He lives in the same neighborhood where those shootings took place.
All right. Where you got him?
Down here.
You admit anything?
Nope. He's pretty surly. Here we are.
Thanks. Hi.
What do you want?
I'm Sergeant Friday. This is Sergeant Romero. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Look, I already told the other cops all I know. I didn't steal no radio from that jerk.
What's your name?
We've been through all that once.
Come on, what's your name?
Jackson. Alonzo Jackson.
Alonzo. I looked at Ben, and Ben looked at me. This could be the Alonzo who'd been trying to peddle that Smith & Wesson. Ben and I both knew here was one suspect we'd have to be real careful with.
Alonzo, according to the records, this burglary you're suspected of took place on the night of the 27th.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you guys it didn't have anything to do with it?
You got an alibi for that night?
Sure, I got an alibi. I was out with a couple of friends, I can tell you.
What's your friends' names, Alonzo?
One of them's Crandall, the other Stuber.
Stuba, the guy who used to live in the bungalow court. Well, we told Alonzo he'd have to produce his two friends to give him an alibi for the burglary charge, and he bit. He went with us, and he pointed out where Stuba was living now. No wonder we hadn't been able to find him. It was a little shack at the back of a lot behind two houses. We thought it was a chicken coop at first. We took Alonzo back to the station, then we picked up Stuba. He was surprised to see us and not very happy. We took him in. Next, Alonzo gave us Crandall's address.
Yeah?
Mr. Crandall in?
No.
Will he be back soon?
I don't know. Who are you?
Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero, police.
What do you want with him?
Oh, nothing important, lady. We just wanted him as a witness.
Oh. Well, I don't know just when he'll be back. Probably an hour or two.
Okay, thank you.
We went down the street away, and we staked out in the car. We sat there for about 5 hours, and then Ben nudged me in the ribs.
Hey, Joe.
Huh?
Joe, take a look. Coming along the sidewalk.
Yeah, and he's got red hair. Come on. Crandall.
Huh?
Your name Crandall?
Who are you?
Friday Romero, police.
Police. What do you want with me? I haven't done nothing.
Well, then you got nothing in the world to worry about. Come on.
We questioned Crandall for an hour, but he wouldn't give an inch. Denied everything. Then we put him in a car, and we drove over to Officer Williams' house. I left Ben in the living room with Crandall while I went in Williams' bedroom.
Hello, Sarge.
Hi, Williams. How you doing?
A little better, I think.
That's fine. Look, we've got another redhead outside.
Bring him in.
Okay. All right, Crandall, come on in here.
Who's in there? Why'd you bring me over here?
Come on in here. How about it, Williams?
That's the guy.
No, I'm
That's
not.
the guy that shot me.
Well, Crandall?
No.
Yeah.
It was an accident. I didn't mean to shoot him. It was an accident.
Once Crandall got started, he talked his head off. He also admitted being in on the liquor store killing, but insisted he was only the lookout. We took him back to the station and got his whole story down on a tape recorder. Yeah, he was left-handed. Then we went back to Alonzo, who didn't know we had Crandall's confession. We met the chief in the hall outside the room where they were holding Alonzo.
About ready to tie the knot?
Oh, hope so, Chief. But Alonzo hasn't given any yet, and we still haven't found those guns.
We've got one of them.
Which one?
The Smith & Wesson. Stuba popped about that one 10 minutes ago. Said he left it with his girl. A couple of the boys are on their way over to get it now.
That's good, Ed. That leaves just the 32-20.
You haven't mentioned the 32-20 to Alonzo, have you?
No. He still thinks we're after that Smith & Wesson, and that's the way we're going to play it right now.
Go ahead.
Look, how much longer are you guys going to hold me here? Didn't you check with those friends of mine?
Alonzo, we got a tip that you've been trying to sell a gun lately.
A gun?
Yeah, 44 Smith & Wesson.
Oh. No, it's not true.
That Smith & Wesson's been used in a couple of robbery jobs this month, and we think it's your gun.
That's a lie.
Any proof of that?
Why, yeah. Sure, I got proof of that. I used to have a gun, but it wasn't a Smith & Wesson. Look, if I tell you where it is, that ought to convince you, shouldn't it?
It'll help things.
Okay. I sold it to a neighbor of mine. He gave me $7. I'll give you his address.
You sure it's not a Smith & Wesson?
Sure, I'm sure. It's a 3220.
Yeah, it worked. We went to the neighbor's address, and he admitted having bought the 3220, but said he'd lent it to a friend who'd never returned it. The friend had hocked the gun to a barber. The barber gave him $15 and a haircut for it. We finally got it from the barber, and we came back to the station.
I'm all set, Joe. I'll be in the next room. Just give me the nod.
Okay. Hello, Alonzo.
Hey, you got the gun.
Yeah, we got the gun.
Well, now maybe you'll believe I'm on the level. Okay if I go now?
I guess we won't be able to hold you here much longer.
You can say that again, brother. You could have saved a lot of time if you'd have listened to what I've been trying to tell you all along.
I guess you're right, Alonzo.
Sure, I'm right. You know, you guys would be a lot better off you believe guys like me the first time we tell you something.
But on the liquor
Instead
store
of
job,
running...
I was only a lookout. I was outside.
Huh?
It was the other two who pulled that one. Stuba and Alonzo. Alonzo killed the clerk.
Hold it, Alonzo.
Dirty,
All right, Alonzo, that's enough. Now, come on, how about it?
What's the use? All right. That's like he said.
Okay, Ben, bring the recorder in here. Alonzo's ready to make a record now. By playing back Crandall's statement that we'd recorded earlier, we got a full confession from Alonzo. We took the three of them out and had them reenact the 4 shootings, and we photographed it on sound film. Crandall, the redhead, was the one who'd shot the 2 police officers, but he was only the lookout for the liquor store killing, which explains why the girl witness didn't see him in the store. Stuba and Alonzo were the ones who pulled that job, and Alonzo, the worst of the bunch, was the one who put the 3220 against the spine of the wounded clerk. The 3 of them took turns at shooting the cab drivers and robbing them. That accounted for the mixed-up descriptions, including all that left-handed business. 2 of the 3 suspects happened to be left-handed. Well, that was the crop. Crandall, Alonzo, Stuba. 4 shootings, 3 robberies, 4 attempted murders, 1 murder. The 3 men were tried and convicted. They're all in the state penitentiary. Crandall's there for life. Alonzo and Stuba, they'll be executed next week. File it, will you, Ben? Case closed.
Dragnet.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the second in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of C.B. Horrell, Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Radio Officer Delmer E. Cook of the Los Angeles Police Department, who, on the afternoon of December 6, 1948, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Around Dodge City, into the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
Clay Richards.
Clay Richards.
Age 31.
31.
Height 6 feet. Eyes brown. Hair red.
Eyes brown, hair red. Hey, how'd you like me to print his picture on these notices? I got a woodcut. Well, let me show you. Ernie!
Yep?
Fetch your marshal a copy of that front page. Interviewing Clay's wife yesterday, I noticed a tintype on the mantel, their wedding photograph. So, first thing you know, I snitched it.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah, I'll take it, Ernie.
Here.
And then I propped it up in front of me and carved me this woodcut. Ain't she prime? Ain't she just elegant?
Real elegant.
Good likeness, don't you think? Of course, he was 7 or 8 years younger with the tintype.
Yeah, it's a good
Cuts
likeness.
his hair short. And
Doesn't show what makes a law-abiding man like him try to rob a bank. Doesn't look like a man who murdered an old cashier and a Chinese cook who just happened to be
Sure sweated
there.
over it, though.
But it's a good likeness.
Yes, sir, it is. A picture like this sure dresses up the front page, don't it?
Yeah, it's a little masterpiece, Mr. Hightower, a notable contribution to the culture of Dodge City.
Well, thank you, Marshal. Does fetch the eye, don't it? I'm printing an extra 500 copies of the weekly, and I bet I sell 'em all. Too bad the cashier's shot went wild. If he'd managed to kill Clay or even wing him, why, I bet I could sell 1,000 extra copies.
We must be thankful for the blessings we do receive, Mr. Hightower.
Oh, I am, Marshal, I am. Why, just before it happened yesterday afternoon, I didn't know what I was going to fill my columns with, and then, like manna from heaven, 2 murders and a bank robbery.
Attempted bank robbery, Mr. Hightower. He turned and ran before he got his hands on so much as $1.
Yes.
Still, as you say, like manna.
Dylan,
I'm talking business. What is it, Chester?
Well, it can wait, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, print Clay's picture on those notices, Mr. Hightower. Oh, where were we?
Eyes brown, hair red.
Oh, yes. Also known as Red, Bricktop, and Sorrel. He didn't answer to no other nicknames, did he?
No, that's what they called him.
All right, then in big letters, $400 reward. Dead or alive. And at the bottom, apply Matt Dillon, Marshal, Dodge City. Print 200 copies. How soon can I send Chester over for him?
This afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Hightower. Chester.
Think those posters will do any good? Richards is probably over the line into Oklahoma or Colorado by now. That strawberry roan of his is the fastest in the county.
He has no money. He panicked and ran out of the bank before he got a penny. I think he'll try to get help from his wife or brother or a friend the first chance he has, maybe tonight. I say he's around here somewhere. I'm sorry I turned on you like that, Chester.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. Out all night with a posse, no sleep, man's bound to get touchy.
No, it's not that. It's the way... It's the way people use a thing like this. The men riding posse last night, they enjoyed it as though they were hunting fox or possum. Hightower back there, he acts like it was a birthday treat, specially gotten up for him. Everybody finds a way to use it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Oh, I got a kid, a little boy, locked up in the cell. He run away from home back in Cottonwood. Ed Slade turned him over to me when he come through on the stagecoach just now. Kid about 12 years old.
Whose is he?
Widow woman. Miss Bonnie. She runs a boarding house in Cottonwood. Ed says kid's always running away a little while, I guess. He flagged Ed for a ride on the road halfway between there and here. Soon as Ed seen him stand there with his bundle on his shoulder, he knowed what he was up to. So he told the kid he'd help him and then turn him over to us when he got here.
All right, we'll send a telegram to the mother to come fetch you. Well, come on in, Chester, and shut the door.
Mr. Dillon?
You're letting in every horsefly in Kansas.
Mr. Dillon, I think you better cancel the order for them notices.
What?
The Dutchman's coming up the street. and he's leading a strawberry roan, and Clay Richards is draped across his back.
Like a sack of wheat across the saddle. Last time I saw him, 2 days ago, he was standing at the bar laughing his head off. A sack of wheat across the saddle. And followed by half the saloon bums and loafers in town. All right, Chester, make him keep back.
All right, now stand back, you fellas. Come on now, back. Stand back.
Ziegler? How'd it happen, Ziegler?
My old billy goat, he pushes open the fence last night and runs away.
Forget your goat. What about Clay?
Yeah, I tell you. This morning I go to look for the goat. I walk here, there. Near the river, I see Clay. He sits there. I say, hello, Clay. Wie geht's?
You dirty Dutchman. You no good dog. Clay was your best friend. He helped you buy your farm, so you killed him for your All right, all of you. Keep back, everybody.
Clay? Me? No, my brother, he was like... We was in the war together. Peter, listen.
You killed him for the war.
Not so. I killed nobody. Not since Gettysburg. Clay is dead already when I find him. I don't even own a pistol.
Ziegler, inside, quick.
Yeah.
Chester, give me a hand with Clay.
All right, all of you. Listen. Shut up!
I will not tolerate a disturbance. You know me. I got him, Chester. Take his leg. All right, kick the door shut.
Marshal, I don't kill Clay.
On this table, Chester. What'd you do with Clay's gun? His holster's empty.
Gun? Clay's? I ain't got it. I don't even own one.
Chester, see if it slipped out.
His holster was empty coming up the street. First thing I noticed. Maybe it's over on the...
Another customer? Why, that's 3 in less than a day. Oh, bountiful harvest. My fees this month will keep me in luxury. In luxury.
Doc, I want to have an inquest as soon as possible.
Well, as soon as I finish the autopsy. Shouldn't take long with the practice I've had this week, huh? No. Late afternoon all right with you? I'll take him up to my office right now. No, thank you, Chester. I can carry him all by myself here. You just open the door there like a good fella. Yeah, Marshal, tell the city fathers I'd like to make a deal when the corpses are as famous as this one. Back in 53 in San Francisco, a fella I knew earned a fortune exhibiting the head of Joaquin Murrieta. Tell them if they'll let me keep the remains, I'll do the autopsies for nothing.
Shut the door, Chester. Ziegler, where is it you met Clay on the river?
By the fort. This side by the fort.
Ride out there, Chester, and see if you can find Clay's gun. Maybe he dropped it when he was shot.
I did not shoot Clay.
Sure.
I did not. I had no reason to. I did not.
Now, you listen to me. Maybe you think Dodge has got so big I don't know about everything that goes on here. Well, if you do, you're wrong. If you think I don't know about the bank having an overdue mortgage on your farm, you're wrong. $400 is reason enough for a struggling farmer like you.
No. Could not do such a thing. I am a human being.
To a peace officer, Ziegler, that's enough grounds for suspicion. But whether you did it or not will be decided at your trial. In the meantime, you just stop yammering about it.
Trial? Me?
Even when I shoot somebody, I stand trial. If they find it's justifiable homicide, and they probably will, Clay being a wanted man, then they'll let you off. And if not...
Please, I am permitted to go now.
Go. Are you crazy?
I found the stock. I must look after it.
You sit right down. You want to be lynched? You're trying to get yourself murdered? Have you forgotten about Clay's brother, Adam?
Adam would not believe I shot him.
What difference does it make whether he believes it or not? His brother's been killed. Everybody's looking to him to do something about it, and he knows it. You want me to guess where he is right this minute? He's in one of them saloons, lapping up courage to come in here and ask me to give you to him for a present. You want to know who's with him? Every loafer, every bum, every slob in town. Slapping him on the back and telling him what a shame it is. Taking him on to kill you so that they can have some excitement and some fun. Well, maybe you deserve killing, but it's my job to uphold the law, and I'm not letting you out of here.
What? I tell
You might
that-
spend your time trying to think up a better story. That is, if you intend to stay in this town. All right, now think back. Didn't Clay go for his gun before you shot him?
I tell you, I didn't. If I'm not under arrest, you have no right to keep me here. I got to look after my farm. I go.
All right, Chester, lock him up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on now, Ziegler. Step out, Sonny. This cage is bespoke.
Who's in there, Chester?
That little old runaway from Cottonwood?
Oh. Yeah, come over here, son. Come over here to me.
I know who you are.
You do you?
You bet. You're Matt Dillon.
I'm guilty.
I knowed you right off. You just pointed out to me one day back home. Filler says you was the fastest gun thrower in Kansas.
Wyatt Earp wouldn't be awful interested to hear that, I'm afraid.
Filler says you was faster than Older. Faster than Wild Bill Hickok in Hays City and Fat Masterson or any of them. How many fellas have you killed?
You don't keep score, son. It's something you try to forget.
Not me. Someday I'll be famous like you, and for every filler I kill, I'll put a notch on my gun. People see those notches, and they'll know they better not try.
Why'd you run away from home, Bub? Don't you know your mother's likely to worry about you?
Oh, she won't worry. She's too busy working. You ain't gonna make me go back, are you? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Well...
Because it wouldn't stop me for long. I'd only run away again.
Oh, where are you off to in such a sweat?
Oh, Texas, California, Mexico. Fella can accomplish things there, not like living in old Cottonwood. If you let me go, someday when I'm famous, you can tell people you helped get me started.
Well, that's a pretty strong inducement. I'll have to think about it for a while. And, look, while I'm making up my mind, I want you to give me your word. Word of a man who'll be famous someday that you won't try to run away from me. Otherwise, I'll have to have Chester lock you up again.
Oh, I'll shake on that.
Good. Chester, I want you to go look for Clay's gun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And on the way, stop off and send that telegram. You know?
Hmm? Oh, that telegram. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I'll do
Where's
that
Ziegler?
right.
It's all right, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's that murdering dog? Oh, there you are, you...
Not a single step further, Adam.
I want him, Dillon. He murdered Clay, shot him down without giving him a chance.
How do you know?
Because Clay wouldn't have let anyone catch him off guard except a friend. A friend. And now, Dillon, give me that Dutchman.
Try to take him.
It's like that?
It's like that.
And it's true what the fellas say. You made a deal with the Dutchman to give him the reward and protect him if he'd kill Clay for you.
That was the deal, was it?
Yeah.
The fellas say why I'd make such a deal?
Dillon, it ain't no longer a secret around town that you and Francie want each other. But Clay was in the way. You had him killed so you could get his wife. Do you deny it?
No. It'll serve as well as any other crazy story to work you up.
You think you're safe behind that star, don't you? Well, Clay had friends, lots of them. I'm coming back with them friends, and we'll get the Dutchman and you and anyone else who tries to stop us.
All right, Adam. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. You wait.
I almost seen something pretty just then, didn't I, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, almost. About another pint of whiskey ought to do it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first, many radio shows win high popularity with the prizes and cash they give away, but there's one show that's tops because the head man gives away as little as possible. What other radio program could it be but the Jack Benny Show? So be listening. Here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
son?
You say something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, open my drawer in front of you there. You'll find a small bottle of oil in there. No, the one to the right there. Yeah, that's it. Now, bring a little brush, too, huh?
Here it is.
Thanks, bub.
It's a right nice gun you have.
Yeah, it's not bad, but a little stiff. Just a little stiff.
Don't it have a trigger? I never seen no gun without a trigger before.
Oh, you remove a trigger or tie it back against a guard. And all you have to do is thumb a hammer. Yeah, like that. It's faster. Yeah, that's better now.
Remove the trigger. I remember that.
What in the world for?
Well, I remember everything you told me. About the Texas holster and the spring holster and the double roll and filing off the sight.
It's just me, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any luck, Chester?
No, sir, not any. I went to the store first and asked Mr. Denton what kind of ammunition Clay Richards used to buy, and he told me Clay had a double-action .44. I scoured that riverbank a half-mile each way from the ford, and not a sign of it.
Yeah.
I got that telegram off. You know who ought to be here pretty soon. It's only 7-8 miles from...
Is that fire in town?
Funeral services for Mr. Grinnell, the cashier.
So soon?
It's awful hot weather.
Yeah. Any of your guns need oiling, Chester?
I don't think so.
You sure? When Adam left, he said he'd be coming back with some friends.
I know. I stopped at the Oliver Gantry just now to rinse out my mouth. Adam was there talking mighty ugly and mighty big. He's got a sizable following.
When do you think?
Any minute now, Mr. Dillon. They want me to take Bob out of here to one of the hotels, maybe?
I want to see
No,
it.
I think you'll be safer here, Chester, behind stone walls and dodging about the streets rubbernecking.
You keep your head down, Sonny. You hear? There's a...
Matt, I gotta talk to you.
She ought to be in mourning. If she cared for Clay at all anymore, she ought to be in black.
Matt,
Oh, Lord, I find her more beautiful all the time.
Matt, have you heard what they're saying?
What are they saying, Francie?
That you and me, that you made Pete Ziegler kill him because
I'm sorry that got back to you, Francie.
it's all over Dodge. Adam almost strangled me before they dragged him off.
Francie, I didn't shoot Clay. Francie, I beg you, believe me. I was nicht...
Shut up, Ziegler.
Shut
Shut up or I'll pump you to death! Francie is just one of those crazy stories. They needed one and they made one up.
But, Matt, everyone believes it. On my way down here, people were pointing, whispering. Old women clucking their tongues at me. They believe it.
They'll forget it as soon as this is over. They'll remember that even if we once did go with each other, it was finished and done with even before the war ended, before you even met Clay.
No, they won't forget it. For the rest of my life, as long as I stay here,
Hold it a minute, Francie. Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh, am I interrupting?
What is it, Doc?
Topsy's finished. I examined his liver and lights his...
This is Mrs. Richards, Doc.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I'm sure I meant no disrespect for the departed.
Well,
Clay was shot all right, but from the nature of the wound and the coagulation of the blood, I'd say it happened sometime yesterday. I'd say the cashier's bullet didn't go wild after all.
how could a dead man gallop away?
Well, the wound wasn't what killed Clay. The ball hit the rib cage and bounced off. .22 caliber it was. And what did kill him was the stab in the back, right through the spine, inflicted sometime this morning. Now, near as I can judge, by a small blade, 2 or 3 inches long. It could have been a Barlow knife.
Thanks, Doc.
Please accept my condolences, Mr. Richard. You call the inquest anytime you're ready, Marshal.
Chester, close the door.
You see, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
All right,
I told
then you
that
stabbed him, maybe. You said you never carried a gun. Look, Francie, go home and give matters a chance to simmer
Matt,
down.
I'm going to ask you for something.
Yeah?
Turn Pete Ziegler out into the street.
What? Francie, they're itching to get their hands on him.
Let him have him. It'll prove that story's a lie, that you didn't make a deal with him. Please, Matt, I have to live here. Hear me, I have to live here. Matt? Matt. Don't look at me like that.
Go home, Francie. Go home or leave town or hang yourself or anything you like. Just go away. Away! Right now.
I bought me a bottle at the Alafragans, Mr. Dillon. Would you care for a drink?
No.
Guess the funeral's over.
There'll be others.
Funny. Now I miss that bell. Awful quiet, ain't it? It's
Just about on schedule. Are you ready, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd use a shotgun if I were you. It's more effective when there's a mob to be dealt with.
Oh, yes, sir, I aim to.
Ziegler, and you too, son. If trouble starts, lie down flat on the floor and keep your head down all the time. Don't gawk to see what's happening. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Dylan! Come on, Dylan! Come on!
Chester, I want you to stand here in the doorway after I go out, where you can cover the back door and me at the same time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Open the door.
Come on now.
It's my duty to warn all of you that you're in the breach of the peace. I've sworn to uphold the law. I've killed men in order to do it, and I'm prepared to do so again.
Give us a Dutchman, Dylan.
Men! I ask you to be sensible and to leave quietly. But if you refuse to listen to reason, if you insist upon being fools, if you've already decided to act like wolves instead of humans, then there's nothing I can say to make you change your minds.
A Dutchman.
All right, you want Peter Ziegler? Well, he's not more than 20 feet behind me, so come on and get him, any of you. One at a time or all at once. Come on. Which one of you wants to die first? You? You? You, Adam? Well, what do you say, Adam? You let him here. Don't let this star on my coat stop you. Come on. There, I'm not wearing it now. Well, come on, draw, Adam, draw.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Get his gun.
Man alive, I couldn't even see your hand move.
Marshal! Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell
Doc,
me.
you make one single funny remark and I'll knock you down. You just take him to your office and get to work.
Well, I never do mean to offend, Marshal. In my line of work, well, bodies, they're just so much lumber.
Make all the jokes about him you please, but not to me and not in my hearing. In my line of work, there's nothing humorous about death. Give him a hand, Chester.
No, I can handle it, Marshal. Thank you, just the same.
Can you direct me to the marshal's office?
Yes, ma'am, right here. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I left Cottonwood as soon as I got your telegram. I'm Miss Bonnie. Where's my boy?
Oh, we have him, ma'am, safe and sound. Here, let me help you down. Hitch that horse, Chester. Right this way, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry he put you to all that trouble, Marshal. The truth of the matter is he is a wild one, and no mistake. Takes after his father, one scrape after another.
He was no trouble at all. I enjoy children. I like to have them around. Bob? Bob, your ma's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, the back door's open.
He seen me and he hightailed it, the devil.
We'll round him up for you, ma'am. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know why I bother hauling him back. If he's run away once, he's run away 1,000 times. This time he ran because I wouldn't buy him a gun. He wanted a real one. That boy's just gun crazy, I swear. I got him a nice Barlow knife instead.
Barlow
I
knife?
reckon it didn't signify, and off he runs.
Barlow knife?
The kid. Chester finds that kid.
Marshal, has he done something bad with it? I told him to use it careful. He promised he'd use it careful.
No, never mind, Chester. He's got Clay's strawberry roan. We'd never catch up to him.
I try to bring him up right. I tell him to be good, but he don't listen. He just don't listen.
Now, calm yourself, ma'am. Just calm yourself.
Here's your little bundle, Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, give it to me. That's pretty heavy. Here, you're better at knots than I am. Open it, will you?
From the moment he was born, he's been nothing but tribulation to me.
Now, please, ma'am. What's he got in it, Chester?
A shirt, stockings, piece of sausage, And this?
44 double action.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. That's Clay's gun. Sonny didn't manage to keep it long, did he?
Well, if he wants a gun that bad, he's bound to get hold of another one somewhere, somehow. Chester, call Mr. Hightower over.
Hey! Hey, Mr. Hightower! Oh. Come on over. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Marshal, could I have, please, a drink of water?
What? Oh, Ziegler, I forgot all about you. Chester, where are the keys?
Yeah, right there on the desk.
There we are. It'll be safe for you to go home now.
I can go back by the farm.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send for you for the trial.
Oh, danke schön. Danke schön.
Watch where you're going, you dumb...
Excuse me.
Yes, Marshal.
Mr. Hightower, it appears that we can do business after all. Get some paper and a pencil. I want some notices printed.
Fire away.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
What's the boy's name?
Bonnie. William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
Age 12. Height about 5 feet. Hair light, eyes blue. I don't suppose he's known by any other name.
I know. Everybody just called him Billy. Or the Kid.
Also known as Billy. The Kid.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Walter Newman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, and Howard McNear, with Richard Beals, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Mary Lansing. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Those longtime favorites, Amos and Andy, are rising to new heights in their CBS radio series on Sunday nights. Heard on most of these same stations, Amos and Andy find trouble as constantly as ever and make it just as funny and as human as they have for more than 20 years. Be sure to hear Amos and Andy this Sunday, won't you? Right after the Jack Benny Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's fast, funny quizzing on The Bob Hawk Show every Monday evening. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Kellogg's Corn Pops bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Out across the frontiers of the early West came the pioneers, intent on building new, peaceful homes for their families in the land of the buffalo and the Indian. But always with them came the riffraff, gamblers, and gunmen. It was a constant fight between good and evil, a fight that often broke into open warfare. And into this conflict, always on the side of law and order, rode the greatest fighter of them all, scout, sharpshooter, United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok. Early one afternoon, on a new assignment, Wild Bill rode a trail into the fertile Bitter Creek Valley. By his side, as always, was his faithful deputy and companion, Jingles.
Well, there's the town of Bitter Creek, Jingles. Only a couple of more miles.
Well, what I want to know is what's going to happen when we get there.
You know as much as I do. Mayor Fogarty of Bitter Creek wrote the government saying there was plenty of trouble and the marshal was needed.
And, of course, they had to send you.
You still have time to turn back if you want to.
Oh, you know I can't do that. I'm hungry. It's 1:30 dinner time, and I still ain't had no breakfast.
Always thinking of your stomach, aren't you?
Well, my stomach's bigger than yours. I could eat a running steer, horns and all.
You know, just to look at it, there's nothing wrong with this valley, Jingles. Plenty of good grazing.
Hey, Bill, that sure don't sound like mine blasting.
It's not. Notice how they're cutting through that rocky hill?
Well, sure enough, blasting for a right-of-way. Hey, it means they're building a railroad spur into this valley.
Just about the best thing that could happen to the ranchers.
Look out!
Jingles, right above us.
Avalanche coming!
Look out, Jingles! Right! Hey!
Oh, that was too close, Bill. Just way too darn close.
Another second and we'd have been buried.
Oh, when I find out who set off that blast, I'm going to stomp him silly.
Hey, down there. You all right?
We lived through it.
Get down here, mister, and who do you think you are?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Just let me get my breath. I'm Ed Johnson, railroad foreman. Hope you're not hurt.
Well, we ain't, but somebody's going to be as soon as I get out of this saddle.
Hold it, Jingles. Let Johnson explain.
Well, I don't know what happened. We were clearing the right-of-way, but that blast went off way ahead of time. I can't understand it.
Oh, you can't, huh?
Let him finish, Jingles. Maybe it was an accident.
Yeah, now, who's that coming?
Oh, that's Sam Cox. He's a cattleman. Owns the Circle C over west.
Still at it, are you, Johnson?
Now, hold on, Mr. Cox. This is between me and these two men.
It's between you and every rancher in this valley. This ain't the first time it's happened.
I know that. See here, Mr. Cox, accidents are bound to happen.
Yeah, like the one yesterday and the day before. You and your railroad gang blasting and killing innocent people.
I can't account for what's happened any more than you can. But we're here to build a railroad, and that's all.
And deliberately kill everybody that gets in your way.
Yeah, and what about us?
Shut up, you.
Huh?
Well, Johnson, you've come as far as you're gonna go.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean you've done your last killing.
All right, Cox. If that's how you want it...
It's just what I want.
Stay away from that gun.
What?
I didn't even see you draw.
Hey, you never saw Nat wink its eye either, only it happens and just as fast.
I'd advise you two saddle tramps to drift out of this valley. This ain't your business. The railroad gangs had their way long enough.
Maybe. But there's going to be no more killing if I can help it.
Who are you?
James Butler Hickok, your new United States Marshal.
Only most folks call him Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill?
A name doesn't matter.
Well, Mr. Hickok, I guess I'm as surprised as Cox is, but I'm mighty glad you've come. Now maybe we can get to the bottom of this.
I intend to. Right now, Mr. Cox is taking me into Bitter Creek to see Mayor Fogarty. And if anybody's got any ideas about shooting, forget them.
Mayor Fogarty, this fella says he's the new marshal. Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? I sure didn't think they'd send you.
Glad to meet you, Mayor. And this overgrown cowpoke is my partner, Jingles.
Well, howdy, Mr. Mayor, howdy.
He got a taste of what's happening, Mayor, not an hour ago.
I'll tell it, Cox. It's about the railroad spur coming in. The ranchers are fighting mad.
Well, don't make sense.
A railroad brings law and order. Better market for the cattle, land values go up.
I know. But it's the way the railroad's going about coming in, without regard for life or property.
They already blasted the life out of 3 ranchers.
Important people, Mr. Hickok, with families. Feelings running high. There's going to be a first-class war if somebody doesn't stop it.
Mayor, just who were these men that were killed?
All big ranchers. First was Jim Turner 3 weeks ago. Rock slide caught him in a canyon. Art Wheeler got it the same way. And yesterday, a premature blast killed Matt Parker. His wife, Ma Parker's out at the MP ranch, all alone now.
We'll have a look around.
Oh, Mr. Hickok, I've had an office rigged up for the new marshal. First building past the feed store. You and your deputy can bunk there.
Well, we could camp out.
Certainly not. You'd be much better off in this office. Much better off. Come along, I'll show it to you.
All right. Come on, Jingles.
I'd rather look at a good place to eat.
Mozo, come in here.
Yeah?
We're in trouble, Mozo. We get a marshal down here, and it turns out to be Wild Bill Hickok.
That's bad?
Sure, it's bad, you chowderhead. Just when we got a war started between the ranchers and the railroad, this has to happen. We got the ranchers scared. They're starting to sell out for next to nothing. And along comes the greatest troubleshooter in the West.
What do we do now? Get out?
No, we don't get out. The boss is out to get every acre in this valley one way or another. And if Wild Bill Hickok gets in the way, he's liable to find himself in real big trouble.
Howdy, partners. This is Panhandle Jim, and we're sure getting a real lot of enjoyment out of this Wild Bill Hickok show, aren't we? Now, in my left hand, I'm holding a big box of Kellogg's Corn Pops, and with my right hand, I'm digging in. Now, you rangers who have Corn Pops in the pantry, go out and get 'em right now. I want to have a little gab fest with you young'uns who haven't tasted Kellogg's Corn Pops yet. Here's what you're missing. Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and sassy. They're crisp and crunchy, and listen to this, they're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real chow at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Your partner back with the Corn Pops yet? Good. Ask him for a handful. Now, how's that for a treat? Ever taste anything as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops? Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's sit back and see what all the shooting's about.
Now, here are Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles as they ride into the railroad construction camp, center of the war between the railroad and the ranchers.
Men are working awful late.
They'll keep at it till dark.
Hey, did you notice they're all wearing guns?
Yeah, just in case the ranchers come calling. Let's cross the tracks here.
Go on, boy. Go on now. There ain't nothing gonna hurt you. Just deal. Get over. Holy jumping wasshoppers off the track, Bill.
That engine isn't moving, Jingles.
Whoa, settle down, you hammer-headed crowbait. Now, whoa. Now, what's that whistling about?
Think we better have a look in the engine cab and find out.
Come on, boy.
Get over there, boy. Whoa.
Come on now.
Easy.
Hi there, misters.
Well, hello there, Sonny. I didn't know they grew engineers your size.
Well, I'm growed up. I'm 10 years old.
So it was you causing all that ruckus. Well, don't blow it again now.
I'm Jerry Johnson. My dad's the foreman of the railroad crew.
Him and us had an interested meeting this afternoon.
Well, hello there.
Well, evening to you, Mr. Johnson. Evening.
Jingles, Mr. Hickok.
Hi.
Jerry, this is Jingles and Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill? Gee.
We've been getting acquainted.
Easy, boy, easy.
Mr. Johnson, we had a talk with Mayor Fogarty in town. He didn't paint a pretty picture.
Well, it ain't pretty. I wish there's more I could tell you than that my crew didn't come out here to start trouble. Now, why should they?
Well, just the same, people are getting killed, and you're getting blamed.
I'd take the blame for any negligence, but there's been none. Call them accidents if you will, but there's something going on out here that none of us can understand.
You think somebody else is behind this, then?
Well, there's no use saying something I don't know.
Well, the families of the men might help. We'll be in town, Mr. Johnson, in case you need us.
Well, I can tell you this, Mr. Hickok. If the ranchers come fighting, we'll fight back. I'm here to see that this railroad goes through and on schedule.
Good luck to you. See you later, Jerry.
So long, Jerry. Now you go easy on that whistle.
Goodbye, Wild Bill. Goodbye, Jingles.
Hi, yeah, ho.
Up, boy. Up. Well, Jingles, we didn't learn anything there.
No, and what's more, I'm downright disappointed.
Why?
Well, didn't you smell that cook shack back there? Johnson could have at least invited us for supper.
Maybe you'd rather have supper with that rancher, Sam Cox.
Not on your life. Cox has got a face like a mountain goat, and what's more, I don't like him.
Wait, Jingles. There's a horse coming.
Oh,
ooh, boy.
Steady.
Ooh.
Hit that! Wild Bill!
Yeah, over here.
There's trouble coming.
What kind of trouble?
A bunch of ranchers are gunning for the railroad crew working at Stony Pass. They'll be there any minute.
Up the track?
About 3 miles. The crew ain't got a chance. Thought you ought to know.
Well, come on then.
Not me.
Forget him, Jingles. Get your guns free and come on.
Hey! Stretch, you hammerhead, stretch! Bill, there ain't nobody around here, not even a crew.
Jingles, pull up. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Whoa. Oh, what do you make of it?
Well, I'm not sure. Either the crew's gone.
Look out, bushwhackers!
Jingles, hit the dirt! Spook the horses! Hey! Behind this rock, Jingles!
Bill, that gotch-eared rider back there was nothing but a decoy. It's a trap.
Keep down.
Staying Gopher here ain't helping.
There's one that won't give us any more trouble.
Well, it's getting darker than a stack of black cats. How can you see?
A rifle shots up there help.
Well, if I get a beat on them dried gulching hoot owls, there won't be any more flashes.
Wait. Listen.
Horses, they're riding off.
We might as well round up our horses.
Well, ain't we going after them, Bill?
No, it's too dark. Besides, we've got a lot to learn.
Well, ain't that the truth?
You know, Mayor Fogarty told us the last man killed was Matt Parker. Let's look up the Parker spread and have a visit with Ma Parker.
Well, there ain't much I can tell. Matt was moving some cattle away from the railroad land, and the blast got 'em. Of course, them railroad varmints said it wasn't their fault.
That's what we're here to find out.
Well, what are you going to do now, Ma?
Well, Mr. Cox has offered to buy the ranch. Price ain't much.
You're thinking of selling to Sam Cox?
Might as well. Oh, he's such a kind man, helping all the folks that's in trouble.
Then he's buying the other ranches, too.
Yes, from the families of the men that was killed. He offered what cash he had. Oh, they'll sure be needing it.
But with the railroad, this land will be worth plenty, Ma.
With them intruders sneaking, marauding, and killing?
Looks like Sam Cox doesn't mind living with it. We're sorry to have bothered you, Ma.
Oh, no mind. Ordinarily, I'd cook you up some victuals, but I got no heart for it now.
Victuals? You would?
Forget it, Jingles.
Oh.
We understand, Ma.
Bill, somebody's at the window.
Why, it's Johnson's boys, Jerry.
Wild Bill, I've been looking all over for you.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Dad said I might find you at one of the ranches. He didn't dare come around the way folks feel.
What is it, Jerry?
Somebody stole a whole lot of boxes of blasting powder from the railroad storehouse. Blasting powder? Now, who'd have done that?
That's what I want to know, and why.
Dad thought you ought to know. I came soon as I could.
You did right, Jerry. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that powder turned up real soon.
Hurry, Cox. Shove the powder boxes up under the building. All of it.
Oh, forget you're the mayor and give me a hand.
Shut up. I'm the boss, and I'll settle Hickok for good.
I wondered why you gave Hickok this place for an office, Fogarty.
Get moving, will you?
All right. One of the powder boxes busted open when we dumped it here.
Get a hold of it. Drag it out of sight. Uncoil the fuse. Set it good.
When all that stuff goes off, there won't be nothing left of them.
Cox, Hickok and Jingles just rode up out front.
Well, fuse is set. All it takes is a match.
There. Now, come on. Let's get out of here.
I knew it, Bill. I knew that Sam Cock was behind it all the time.
You did, Jingles?
It's nothing but a land grab, and if you're asking me, which you generally
It's one
don't...
thing to suspect Cox, and another to prove his guilt. Get your boots off and let's get some shut-eye while we can.
No, all right. Just soon as I get some air in this forsaken place the mayor calls an office,
Careful, Jingles. An open window's a good target.
Hey. Seems I smell something burning.
Powder smoke. And there's a fuse along the outside of the building. We're set to go up.
Holy jumping horn flogs. Let's get out of here.
Wait, Jingles. Not yet.
Oh, what, Bill? But the fuse is going fast. Somebody wants us dead.
All right, let them have us dead.
Oh, Bill, are you plumb loco?
Hold it, I said.
But it's going off any second.
Now, Jingles, let's go.
Man, when it comes to excitement, it's tough to do better than Wild Bill. And when it comes to eating, you can't do better than tasty Kellogg's Corn Pops, the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Say, I'll bet you young'uns know how those ranch hands eat after a day on the range. They eat good and they eat plenty, 'cause they need plenty of vitamins and minerals after working hard. And vitamins and minerals in the grub you eat are mighty good for you. Make you big and strong. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, good tasting as they are, contain lots of the things you need. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. Those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and crisp. Out of the box or out of a bowl with milk, you don't use any sugar, 'cause the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. Saying, you know that silver-like bag inside the box? Well, it's pure aluminum and keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your ma can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. But best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You said it.
Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Keep back in the brush where we can watch, Jingles. We're lucky the moon's out.
My ears are still ringing from that blast back in town. You know, we didn't make it out of that office a second too soon.
Now we'll just wait for their next move.
But why here? I declare, Bill, you don't tell me nothing.
Then I'll show you. Look down the hill, coming up from town.
Merciful catbirds, a mob coming this way. Hey, they're heading for the railroad camp.
It stood to reason they'd have it out tonight.
Look, coming down the hill, the railroaders, all of them. Oh, I want to be in between them. Those two outfits get together, I swear.
Well, that's where we're going to be.
Well, what?
The only way to stop this war is to ride between them.
But that can get awful dangerous.
Some fool pulled the trigger. Let's go. Up, boy. Hey!
Well, where are we going?
Right between them.
But Bill, there's bullets flying around in there.
We'll try to stop them.
Stopping bullets ain't healthy.
Hold your fire.
You're shooting at the United States government. Now stop it.
Hold on now. All of you.
Yeah, you'd better do what Wild Bill says.
Well, it's Hickok.
Mr. Hickok, we heard you was dead.
Wild Bill Hickok.
Ma, you here too?
But we thought you was dead. The Johnson blew you up.
Who told you that?
Why, Mr. Cox and the mayor, they saw it.
Did they? Well, either I'm dead or they're lying. It was Johnson who told me about the stolen powder.
You're calling me a liar? Now, look here, Hickok.
There was a blast, all right, and Jingles and I were supposed to be in it. What's more, we know who said it.
Well, who, Hickok?
Sam Cox and Mayor Fogarty.
Why, you gun-toting Lobo, you can't prove that.
Of course they can't. We haven't even been near any blasting powder.
No, Fogarty? Let's have a close look at your fingernails.
What do you mean?
Or better yet, hold your hands out here. We'll touch a match to them and see if that black stuff under your nails doesn't explode like blasting powder.
Better show your hands, both of you.
Why, I won't stand for this.
Well, here's the match, Bill. Fogarty first.
Well, Mayor, the match is waiting.
No, it was Cox's idea, the whole thing.
Oh, he's lying. It was Fogarty.
No. Cox knocked the ranchers out, placed them under the falling rocks to make it look like the railroad crew did it.
Go on, Mayor. Now tell us why.
Freeze, Mr. Cox. You ain't going nowhere.
Tell him. The match is still burning.
Cox did it, so he could buy up all the land cheap.
Oh, you double-crossing skunk.
Pull them apart. They're all through.
I'd say they're all through. They'll be hanging from a cottonwood before morning. Get a couple ropes.
Now, just a minute. It's about time a woman had her say. Now, ain't you ashamed of yourselves? Ain't you learned your lesson the same as I have? Ain't Wild Bill Hickok taught you that mob action ain't the way?
You tell him, Ma.
Now, you let the law take care of Cox and the mayor, and then we'll elect ourselves a honest, decent mayor.
Ma's talking a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's forget those guys.
Ma, you said it a lot better than I could have. Thanks.
Well, we've got you to thank, Mr. Hickok, for everything.
Say, Ma.
As long as I'm spokesman for the valley, it's time we apologize to you, Mr. Johnson.
Well, coming from you, Miss Parker, that sounds mighty good.
Ma.
As a matter of fact, everyone's going to chip in and see to it that the railroad goes through on schedule.
Ma.
Now, what's on your mind, Jingles?
Well, Ma, I recollect you saying something about cooking up a mess of victuals, and, well, I sure am hungry.
Then come along. I'll cook you a supper you won't forget the rest of your born days. You too, Mr. Hickok.
We'll take you up on that, Mrs. Parker. Just as soon as Jingles and I put these two men where they belong.
And he don't mean where they feed him fried chicken.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
I hope you enjoyed our Wild Bill adventure today and that you'll be with us when we come around again next week. We've got a humdinger of a story, haven't we, Andy?
Have we? I'm getting plumb jittery just thinking about these fellas that we meet up with.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week, this same time, same station, when Kellogg's Corn Pops again bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Broadway's My Beats, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's My Beat
From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. It's not a street, it's a merry-go-round, where you can't tell whether that man in front of you is thinking about a milkshake or murder. Well, that's the street I'm walking. It's around 4 on a Saturday afternoon when I get to Times Square. I'm standing by the police information center there, thinking how cute the pretty kids, all dolled up and out with their boyfriends. I'm talking to the cop on duty when
Excuse me, officer.
Just a second,
a
ma'am.
nervous young doll, looks like from the 3-Eye League, a cinch she's from out of town, comes up to the duty sergeant.
What can I do for you?
Well, I know this is going to sound silly, but my husband...
Yes?
Well, I don't know what's happened to him.
You mean he's lost?
Well, I hope so.
Huh?
That is, I'd rather he was lost than run over or...
Take it, Danny.
Detective Clover, ma'am. Broadway squad. Maybe I can help you.
Well, I hate to bother you, and I know it's probably all a mistake, but...
Yeah?
Well, Andy, that's my husband.
Uh-huh.
He left the hotel just before dinner time, about noon it was, and he said he'd be right back. But now it's after 4, and he's not...
Hotel?
Yes, the Astor right across the street over there. And he's never done anything like this before. And it's our first trip to New York, so I'm scared, maybe. Oh, I know he's probably all right.
What's his name?
Andrew Jenkins. He had his billfold with him with his name in it, so if
Well, that's a help, man.
And all our money in it, too.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Hey, call the precinct. Tell them to check the hospital. Man named Andrew Jenkins.
Jenkins.
Andrew Jenkins, age...
27.
You got that?
Right, Danny. Hello? Conaghan at the information center. Line
Come on inside and sit down, Mrs. Jenkins.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm really embarrassed to come here with this story, but I don't...
Oh, that's perfectly okay. It happens all the time.
And they always show up after, don't they?
Sure. Say, where was your husband going when he left you around noon?
Well, I don't know exactly. That's the trouble.
Well, didn't he say anything that would give
Well,
you an
he
idea?
just said he was going out on a mysterious errand.
Huh?
But that was just to tease me. You see, today is our wedding anniversary, and... But I'm sure he was just going out to get me a surprise present.
Yeah, sure. Any word, Jen?
They're checking.
How long you been in town, Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, we got here yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, any friends, relatives in town?
No.
Ain't no place you can think of where he might have gone.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you do that. Nobody by that name has been received at 3 o'clock, Danny.
Oh, can't you help me?
Look, lady, the best thing for you to do is to go back to your...
No, please, don't tell me to go back to my hotel room. I've been sitting there all alone for more than 4 hours.
Yeah. Hey, Sergeant, call the Astor. Any messages for Mrs. Jenkins, you pick them up. I'm going to take her walking.
Walking?
Yeah, sure. Come on. A little outdoors is very helpful. Oh, it's maybe not so good as the outdoors in Omaha or Idaho or one of them states like where you come from.
We're from Indiana.
Well, that's just as I figured. And you get to town yesterday.
Yes.
Now, what's the first thing you do?
The first thing, we checked in at the hotel.
Uh-huh. No phone calls to anybody?
No.
Well, then what did you do?
Well, we went out to have a look at Broadway, just a couple of hicks.
Uh-huh.
No waiting for seats, seating on all floors immediately. No waiting for seats anywhere in the house.
Well, which way did you walk?
Well, from the hotel, just where we're walking now.
Good. Now, you make like I'm your husband and you try to remember everything you said to each other. You know what you looked at, the stores, the people, the movie houses, everything like that.
Yes, but...
Yeah, now he went out to buy you a present, didn't he? He's never been in town before. The only stores he sees are these stores along here. Well, which one did he go to? That's what we want to know. So think.
Well, we didn't want to go to a movie, not the first night in town.
Yeah, so?
And then, well, I remember this nut store, and he said he didn't like the smell of nuts roasting.
Yeah, well, that's 2 of us.
And there, we stopped in and looked at this window at the little turtle.
Turtles?
Yes.
10 cents a turtle. Write your name on it and send it home. Hey, would he have come back here to buy you a turtle?
No.
Now think, Mrs. Jenkins.
Yes.
Wasn't there something you told your husband you wanted? Something that gave him the idea he should sneak out and buy it?
I can't think, Lieutenant. I can't think of anything except where is Andy.
Yeah, but you've got to
I know. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's no good, Lieutenant. Everything I see reminds me of him. Yesterday, I remember how we stopped and looked at this window, all the jewelry they were auctioning off. Lieutenant, what's happened to him? Why can't you do something?
Did you look at anything particular in this window?
Well, what difference does it make? Wait, yes, there was something. An old-fashioned gold watch.
Is it still there?
Hmm?
Now, do you see it anywhere in the window?
No, it's gone.
Come on. Let's go in.
All right, $6.50 once. We'll make it $6.75. Another 2 bits for the delicate pen and pencil set. Do I hear $6.75? Going twice at $6.50. This is 18-karat gold watch, ladies and gentlemen. Guaranteed a lifetime of distinguished use. Do I hear? Sold for $6.50.
Hi, Eddie.
How's it, Lieutenant?
Hey, could I speak to you a minute?
Be right down.
Now, don't worry, miss. We'll find out if he's been in here.
I hope so.
Anything itching?
Well, it could be. Hey, tell your boy to take over a minute, will you? I want to talk to you.
Anything for you, sweetheart. Arnie, take it. Okay, Danny, follow me. What do you want I should be on the lookout for this time, sweetheart? A hot ferry boat?
It's nothing like that, Eddie. Hey, meet Mr. Jenkins.
Oh, a pleasure.
We're trying to get a line on a young guy who would have come in here about noon today, Eddie. Describe him, will you, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, he's about your height, only heavier, bigger.
He'd make him about 27, Eddie. From Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Yeah.
Yes, he has brown hair, straight, and hazel eyes.
Hazel? You had an old-fashioned gold watch in your window yesterday, Eddie. It's not there now. Well, maybe he came...
I make him.
Huh?
That did it. Sure. I make him now. A light gray suit and a green hat.
Yes, that's it.
It's a screwy thing, Danny.
What?
This guy, your husband, lady?
Yes, do you know where he is?
He come in around noon and he asks about that watch. And just 2 minutes before, a couple of guys are in asking about the same watch. 2 minutes. Less.
Yeah, so what?
Sure. I got him tapped. Indiana. Nice-looking young guy.
Oh, the watch.
Yeah. So, both these parties want I should knock the watch down. A real coincidence. So I knock it down. They're bidding against each other. They both want it real bad. Your husband? A stubborn character, lady.
Yes, well, if he wants something...
They bid this watch up.
Yeah.
I get $62 for it. It's white. I got news for you. It's white, maybe 25, the outside.
Huh? How come?
Beats me, sweetheart. The bidding's up higher than a cat's back.
Yeah, but who got it?
The young guy. Your husband, lady. He got it. Takes it away from me with a grin. If it had been any bigger, his face would have split. He goes out. The other 2 guys, the guys who's bidding against him, they go out too. Looking pretty sore at each other. They didn't have any more ready cash with him.
Then where did he go? Which way did he go?
Which way? Yeah. Who looks? I seen the 3 of them standing out on the sidewalk for a few seconds. All the time I'm trying to figure what's with this watch. They should get so grabby for it. Then all 3 of them head up Broadway together.
Together?
The young guy, your husband, lady, in the middle.
But I don't understand. Why should
Is all this around noon, Eddie?
Give or take 20 minutes.
But I know he doesn't know anybody in New York.
The watch, Eddie. Where'd it come from?
Routine, sweetheart. In a consignment from one of the upstate pawnbrokers. You want I should look it up, maybe?
You tell me. Was there nothing special?
You mean, was it hot?
Uh-huh.
I give you my word,
But
Andy.
why should Andy go with these men? Those men, maybe they killed him or kidnapped him.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'll count to 10.
But you don't do anything. Where is
Oh,
he?
look, I'll tell you how it was. He came in here to buy you this watch for your anniversary, right? Yes, he's feeling good because he got it, right? Now, like Eddie said, he's grinning. He goes out on the street. Probably he says to these other 2, come on. Come on, he says to them, I'll stand your drink. Celebrate. It's his anniversary, too, remember?
A very reasonable story.
Yes.
Yeah, but 6'2" and even, he's standing in a saloon right now having a friendly dram with his 2 new friends.
But then why didn't he at least call me?
Well, that's a question to ask him when he shows up. But don't let it louse up your holiday to New York.
Sure, and don't stay sore at him, lady. Remember, he bought it for you.
Come on. I'll walk you back to your hotel.
I just hope that you're right. But I'm scared. I'm all alone. I'm frightened.
Any phone messages from Mrs. Jenkins? Room 1526, please. No, nothing.
Oh, now just don't get rattled, Mrs. Jenkins. Look, just get used to the idea he's got this one wild oat he wants to stick in the ground, okay?
Well, you let me know if you hear anything, won't you, Lieutenant? If there's any report.
Yeah, I'll call you before 6, and that's a promise.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Are you leaving now?
Just over to get a cigar, Mrs. Jenkins, but, yeah, then I got to get back to Station House. Don't worry, I'll call you.
All right. Goodbye.
And just for now.
Lieutenant Clover, who's the lady I see you with?
Hiya, lover. A couple of perfectos. If you can stop buffing your nails long enough.
What'd you do to her? She don't look happy.
Well, you can take warning, Sally. She had a husband, but she let him get away. Hey, let me use your phone to check in, will you?
It's all yours.
This is Clover, baby. Give me the precinct. What do you know for sure, Sally?
The most exciting thing that's happened around here all day is I got a run in my stocking. Like a cemetery.
Yeah?
I take my ossified oath. Nobody's even come around to try to get 2 on the aisle for Kiss Me Kate.
Hiya, Sergeant. Lieutenant Clover.
Oh, business must be tough. Did you see the fight at the garden last night, Danny?
Hold it a second, lover. Homicide? Where'd you say, Sergeant?
Get the bloodhound.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get right over.
Did I hear you say homicide, Danny?
Some guy got the business in the hotel basement on 45th Street.
Anybody we know?
Well, if we don't, it's too late for an introduction.
Hello, Danny. You got here quick enough.
Hi, Doc. Hi, Tom.
Good to see you, Danny. Hey, you guys got all the pictures you need. I want to lug this body out of here.
Don't bust your buttons, Junior.
Hey, is this the fella?
Yeah, stab, Danny. Very sharp knife, a stiletto probably. At least 8 inches long. Very neat, professional job.
There's not much blood.
Oh, very little, eh? You just left him here, leaning back against the wall.
Who found him, Tom? Porter?
Yeah, that's right.
How long ago was he stabbed, Doc?
An hour at the outside, Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still a little warm. Hey, Doc.
What is it?
I know this guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, you remember about 10, 11 years ago, the bank messenger who was robbed right here in the district? Right here on 46th Street it was, remember?
Yeah, sure.
And we got the 2 guys who did it but never found the money. This is one of them. Wait a minute. Schultz or Schwartz or something.
Chance was his name. Clout Chance.
That's it, Chance. How about that? He gets it right back here on 45th. Hey, what was with his sidekick, the other guy? Druckman, wasn't it?
You remember. It took you fellows a week to pick them both up. They were sent up the river, and Druckman died in the pen a couple of years ago.
That's right. And this baby must have just gotten out, paroled. Am I right?
You're right.
All adds up, Danny.
What do you got on him so far, Tom?
Well, the clerk said that he and 2 other men checked in here earlier today, room 503. I've been waiting for you.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
These pass keys. Here, this is the one.
What do we got here? Hey, cut those ropes off him, will you, Tom?
All right.
Get him some water, Tom.
Oh, wait till I get my hands on those.
You talk fast, mister. Who gave it a chance, you or your pal?
Chance? Gave what? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me get to a phone.
Yeah, drink this water.
You'll get to a phone when I'm good and ready to let you. What's your name?
Just a minute.
No, just a minute, Jack. You listen to me.
Listen to me if you're a cop. I was practically kidnapped, drugged, tied up, and gagged, and I had a gold watch stolen from me. So don't you get tough with me. I'm going to make a phone call to my wife or else.
Say, is your name by any chance Jerkins from Iowa?
Jenkins from Indiana.
Well, how do you do? You go right ahead and make the phone call, Mr. Jenkins. Coffee make you feel any better, Jenkins?
Well, this is more like it.
That's good. Now, look, I'd like to let you get upstairs and see your wife as quick as possible. I know you want to go, but first...
What happened?
Yeah.
You want to know, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not too sure myself. I know I bid against those two men for the watch that Grace had said she liked.
Yeah?
And after, on the street, they suggested they buy me a drink.
Yeah, well, then what happened?
Well, we went to a bar up the street, and they started to get tough. Oh, shucks, I'd have given them the watch for what I paid for it if I knew they wanted it that bad, but they got tough with me, and I don't like that.
That I learned.
So when I said no, I guess then's when they doped one of my drinks. Next thing I know, I'm in that hotel room all tied up like you saw me.
Now think. Did you hear them talk at all?
Talk?
Yeah.
Yes, they talked. The younger one, he was laughing at something the older man said.
Uh-huh.
Something about how it had been right under their noses all along.
The younger one?
Yes, and I remember his name, too. The older man called him, Druckman.
Druckman?
What?
Never mind. Go on. What else did they say?
Well, then there was something about some gold or something. I think they were figuring on getting some money or some gold or something that had been hidden. It had something to do with the watch.
Words. Remember their words.
This gold they were looking for, somebody had scratched where the hiding place was on the inside cover of the watch.
Well, now, once they knew where that was, why didn't they take off right away?
Well, they said they couldn't right away. They said they had to wait for some reason.
Yeah, but what they said, the words, what was the reason?
I just remember the young guy laughing and saying something about gold and golden. It was ironical, he said, about the gold and the golden.
What was ironical?
I don't know, Lieutenant. I was still pretty dopey, I guess. Hey, what was this gold, do you know?
Yeah, it was the haul on a robbery. $40,000 worth of gold certificates. It was hidden somewhere. Somewhere near here, I'm sure. If only...
Anyway, they left me my money.
Here, I got the check. Skip it.
Oh, well, okay, thanks. The thing that gets me sore, though, is today's my wedding anniversary, and Grace wanted that watch.
No, I got to get along. Hey, you better get upstairs to your wife. Here, let's cut through the lobby. I'll walk you to the elevators.
Yeah, I guess I better. I phoned her I was all right, but I didn't mention all this. She worries. If only...
Yeah?
Well, it's just that I want that watch back.
If all I had to worry about was a watch.
Grace said she liked it.
Yeah. Hey, your elevators are over there.
I know. I want to get some cigarettes first.
Oh.
So, Lieutenant? Yes.
2 packs, please.
I hear it was the guy who pulled that robbery back in 38.
That's right, Sally.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Who killed him, Danny?
Well, there were these 2 guys, lover, and looks like one of them didn't want to go splits on the loot.
Greedy man.
Yeah.
Who was he?
From what Jenkins here says, it sounds like it must have been Druckman's son.
Druckman? Who's he?
Oh, Chance's original partner on the stick-up. Oh, by the way, meet Andrew Jenkins. This is Sally.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Excuse me. Hotel Astor Smoke Shop. Good evening. For tonight? 2 tickets? Well, I'll see. For which...
A cigarette, Lieutenant?
No, I never use them, thanks.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, sir. Well, if you'll just stop by on your way out, I'm sure I'll be able to arrange it for you.
You sure gave him the brush.
Big spenders. He wanted free tickets to the New Yorker Theater tonight.
Free?
Mm-hmm.
The New Yorker? Hey, there's no New Yorker Theater anymore, is there?
Oh, I know. It's one of those radio theaters now. I can't start trying to remember the new names they give those theaters. To me, the New Yorker is still the New Yorker. The Hammerstein is still the Hammerstein, and the Golden will always be the Golden, and the...
Sally.
What?
The Golden. That's on 45th Street. So was that stick-up.
So what?
You remember, kid?
Yeah, the Golden. Gold in the Golden.
No wonder they couldn't go right away. No wonder they had to wait. Today's a matinee day. The theater was full. Oh, what time is it?
Not quite 5:30.
Hey, what's with you 2 guys anyway?
The matinee crowd will just about be out. Now, you wait in your room, Jenkins, and I'll say... Hey, where do you think you're going?
With you, Lieutenant. I'm going to get my watch.
But I told you
Let's go. We haven't got all day.
Now, listen, kid. I'm letting you stick around, but don't go getting any ideas you're going to be a hero.
Don't worry, Lieutenant.
Hey, you! Where do you think you're going, mister?
Is that you, Rosie? Danny Clover.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
For a minute there, I thought maybe you were...
Hey, you've been on the stage door all afternoon, Rosie.
All afternoon, Lieutenant. You think I'm crazy? Stay on the job all the time? No, sir. When the curtain goes up, I'm downstairs taking the lid off of those stagehands at gin.
How about when the curtain comes down again?
Oh, then I'm right back here on the job, Lieutenant. $6 richer.
You see anybody you didn't recognize around here? I mean, anybody had no business being here.
Huh?
Yeah, well, where'd he go?
Well, he stood around for a while until finally his girl come out, and then they went...
Oh, Rosie, cut the routine. I'm serious. You see anybody around here who didn't belong?
Yes, I did, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Matter of fact, first I saw you, I thought it was this guy come back again. There was a young fella by here maybe 15 minutes ago, just when the house was letting out. Tried to slip by me on the stairs down to the cellar.
Cellar?
Sure. There's a basement here in the Golden. Runs right under the whole orchestra.
Lieutenant, could this guy have slipped by in the last 15 minutes?
No. Wait a minute. I had to answer the phone in the office a couple of minutes ago. He could have sneaked down.
Why, he must still be down there. How many ways to get in the cellar, Rosie?
Well, one door back here under the stage. Another door up front in the downstairs lounge, but it's locked. But why should anyone want to get down there? There's nothing but steam pipes, furnace, and all things like that.
Show me where the door is under the stage, Rosie. And quick. Is this it?
Yeah, but here, let me open the door.
Close it! Never open a door with a big light on back of you.
Yeah.
You might as well send the guy in there a special delivery telegram.
Yeah, but who...
Never mind. Turn the light off. Jenkins, get back there by the stairs. You too, Rosie.
But listen, Lieutenant,
You save it. The light. Turn it out, Rosie. Thanks.
But we can't see.
Yes, you're catching on now. And neither can he. Getting nervous in the dark, Buster? That's 4. How many you got left? That makes 6. No, you don't. All right, come back.
Lieutenant, what happened? Are you okay?
I should have remembered he had a knife. He'd used one already today. Hey, where's the light, Rosie? Come on, get up, you punk. You're not hurt bad.
Did he hurt you, Lieutenant?
Not a chance, Rosie.
What'd he do? Oh, stole that gold watch off of somebody, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Stole this gold watch off of this fella here. Hey, look. Look, have a look, Jenkins.
Huh?
Now, see? Scratched on the inside cover.
Back of steam pipes, north side of Golden.
Yeah. Here.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just getting a peek at your wallet, Junior. Oh, I'll take charge of this 40 grand, too. Yeah. Yeah, it's like we thought. Her name is Druckman.
So what?
It was your old man that died in stir.
It's no secret.
I get it now. Before we picked him up for that stick-up, your old man hid the dough and scratched where he hid it inside the watch, but he wouldn't tell Shantz, right? They wouldn't trust him.
You're telling it.
He wanted to wait till they were both out of stir. Then your old man dies, and the prison sends the watch they've been holding to your family. And you're such a bright boy. You pawned the watch. You never knew what it said there. It took Shantz to tell you.
He wasn't very grateful to Shantz. A knife in the back.
Yeah, but the state will take care of that. Here. Let's get this guy to the station house. And then get you back to your wife. I got a surprise for you, Mrs. Jenkins.
Andy, darling, where have you been?
Happy anniversary, Grace. Here's the watch you said you liked.
Andy, but where have you been? I knew you were all right.
I had a little more trouble getting the watch than I thought I would.
Lieutenant, where did you find him?
Oh, I walked into a room, and
He happened to be there.
And the man said you paid $62 for the watch, Andy. He said it wasn't worth any more than $25. No,
I know, honey, but
You're going to find out that watch is worth a lot more than $62, Mrs. Jenkins. I mean, when the insurance company cuts your husband in on the reward.
Reward? What reward? For what? Andy, where have you been?
You know, it beats me, Jenkins.
What does?
Here's the whole police force, and especially the Broadway squad, has been trying to run those 40 G's down for the last 11 years.
Yes. 40 G's?
And you should excuse the expression. An apple knocker hits town from Iowa for the first time in his life, and in 24 hours he's done the job.
Listen, Lieutenant, we're from... Oh, never mind.
Indiana, Iowa. Anyway, they're both in the 3I league. Oh, the sidewalks are really crowded now. It's 6 o'clock. For me, the day is just beginning. The bright lights reflect green and white and red on the faces of the people. The people laughing, talking, hurrying by, on their way to what, I don't know. But chances are I'll have to make it my business when it happens. On the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Columbia has brought you Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover in Broadway's My Beat. With him were Charlotte Holland as Grace, Jean Carson as Sally, Frank Butler as Andy, and John Forsythe as Tom. Others in the cast were Maurice Gottsfield and Tom Hoyer. Broadway's My Beat is written by Peter Lyon. It is produced and directed by John Dietz, and the musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Stringer. This is Vern Bennett speaking. Now stay tuned for the Family Hour of Stars, starring Gregory Peck, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl. The handle unmarked. But the gun has killed and the man has killed. People call them both the six-shooter. Presenting one of the screen's favorite stars, Mr. James Stewart as the six-shooter. Based on the timeless legend of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who brought single-handed justice to the Western Territories.
I had figured on going through Clay City. It was an hour out of my way, and I was already a day late to the Jefferson Ranch where I'd signed on for the roundup. But when Scar started limping from a loose shoe, didn't have no choice. We had to head for the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north. Howdy, mister. What's trouble? The horse losing a shoe.
Well, let's have a look. All right, raise it up, fella. Come on, boy. Split, mister. He needs a new one. Okay, boy.
Can you take care of it?
Oh, sure. Bring him over here.
Hey, what happened to Red? Fella used to own this shop.
Went to Nevada chasing silver. I bought him out.
Yeah, you don't look very much like a blacksmith, huh?
Oh, I'm stronger than I look. Heavier, too. What do you think I weigh, mister?
Oh, I don't know.
Go on. Take a guess. 120? 30?
Well, no more than that.
You a betting man, mister?
Well, sometimes.
Well, I say I weigh over 130. If I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. If I do, you pay me double. What do you say?
You got a set of scale?
Don't need no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet?
Well, don't seem to be no way of proving it.
All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say?
Okay, all right, it's a bet.
All right, mister, just heist me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free.
All right, I never tried to judge a man's weight before, but all right. There we go.
Well?
I'll be dog.
I'm packed solid, mister. Real solid.
You're packed tighter than a steer. You must weigh 150 pounds.
Yeah, you see? What did I tell you? 158. The horseshoe's going to cost you money, mister, but you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City but what he paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sore, mister?
No, that was a fair bet.
Sure it was. I told you I was heavier than I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norden. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister?
Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Fella they call the six-shooter? Well, doggone it. I've heard about you, mister. I've sure heard about you. Oh, would have recognized you if I'd have noticed your gun. Sure is fancy, ain't it? Hey, do you mind showing it to me?
No. Here, catch.
Real fancy. Just like Sheriff Schofield said. He says he's seen you fire 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off his first bullet. That time down at Eagle.
Well, the sheriff kind of likes to build up a story.
Oh, he swears it's the truth. Here's your gun, Mr. Ponsett. Thanks.
Sure.
You was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it so fast?
Well, hear about what?
The holdup at the Fargo station last night. Ain't that why you come?
No. I was headed past town. I turned off because Scar got that loose shoe.
Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, kills one man, maybe 2, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later, you ride into town.
Well, they got any idea who did it?
Nope, not a single solitary one, from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fella, Fred Wilmer, a friend of his, got shot up pretty bad. Ain't done no talking yet. Doc says maybe he never will.
Did Sheriff Schofield take out a posse?
Nope, ain't nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. Left town day before yesterday. Here, the Jefferson Ranch is paying good money this year.
Yeah. You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. Might be over to his office.
I think I'll walk down that way while you're fixing up Scar.
Sure, Mr. Ponsett. That's a darn good idea. Sheriff Schofield will be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign nailed up next to a window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there was some damp stains on the floor. The cast iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I kicked it shut. Went out in the back stoop. There was some more blood on the steps, and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof prints. They trailed off along the side of the creek. Whoever made them headed west. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other 3. A sharp rock must have cut into it sometime or another. Not enough to split it, you understand, just enough so that the print left a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
Find something, Britt?
Oh, hello, Sheriff. I was heading your way.
Yeah, I just saw Heavy. He told me you was in town. Did you find something?
I don't know. You see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't mean nothing. Trail gives out a mile or so down the creek at the fork.
Uh-huh. Has Clay City had any other trouble lately yet?
No, not a bit. I guess any town's got to expect a hold-up once in a while.
No, I heard it was a little more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Fred Wilmer able to talk yet?
Afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know first thing he'd come around. Took him out to his ranch.
You been out there to see him since last night?
Wasn't no reason.
Well, it might be a good idea to be there, just in case.
Thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Oh, I don't think anything more is going to happen here, Ed. I'll get Scar and I'll meet you out at Fred's place. Huh?
I can handle this alone, Britt.
Oh, sure. I'll just offer to keep you company, Ed.
I'll meet you there.
He's all fixed up, Mr. Ponset. Tied him up around the side so he'd be in the shade.
Thanks, Harry. Thank you.
Did you find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town.
Yeah.
You figure out anything?
Well, not so far.
Oh, you will. Sheriff's a good man. Why, you and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
No, maybe so. You're the only blacksmith round here, ain't you, Heavy?
Only one for 40 miles.
Uh-huh. You ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg?
A lot of shoes got jagged edges, Mr. Ponset.
Yeah, well, I'll show you what I mean. I ain't much of an artist. Now, here, it kind of looks a little like this.
Seems to me I seen a shoe like that just the other day. Oh, sure, I remember. Told him he ought to get a new one for it. Ben Schofield, that's who it was, just the other day.
Ben?
The sheriff's kid. You know him, don't you, Mr. Ponset?
Oh, sure. I ain't seen Ben in a couple of years, though.
Oh, you wouldn't recognize him if you did. He just sort of growed up overnight.
Yeah, I guess he has. Well, that ends the first act of the six-shooter, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show. Before we get on with it, I'd like to tell you a little bit about how I happen to be doing this program. I've been lucky enough to do quite a bit of radio acting before, but I've never had a program of my own. The right thing just didn't seem to come along, at least not until the six-shooter. You see, I've made several stories of this kind for pictures. That is, honest, legitimate stories of the West, and I hope that this series can offer the same type of enjoyment with the same integrity. We think it's the sort of program the whole family will enjoy, and we think that the character of Britt Ponset typifies some of the greatness that built America. We'd be pleased if you agreed with us.
And now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring Jimmy Stewart.
Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. Doc was inside with Fred, so I squatted down on the stoop and waited. About half an hour, the doc came out and told us we could go inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. The white cloth across his chest was stained pink, and his voice sounded like it was full of air.
We was just sitting in the express office talking, Sam and me. Didn't hear the back door open. Must have left it unlocked. Turned around, and there he was, holding his gun on us.
Did you get a look at him, Fred?
Handkerchief over his face, Sheriff. I couldn't see nothing. Just the gun. They told Sam to open the safe. There wasn't nothing else he could do.
Sure.
He took the money, walked over to the door.
Yeah?
Looked at us for a minute, and then shot. Didn't have no reason. He hit Sam in the face and hit me in the chest. He didn't have no reason.
Now, take it easy, Fred. Take it easy now.
Just like he enjoyed shooting at us. That's how it was, like he enjoyed it.
Maybe he was scared.
Oh, he wasn't scared, Sheriff. He didn't have no reason. Thought he killed us both. Then he started down the steps. I got my hand on the shotgun and let him have it.
You hit him?
I don't know. Maybe he gave a yell and rode off.
Uh-huh. What kind of a fellow was he? Was young, old?
I couldn't see his face. Young fella, I'd say, though.
How young?
17, 18, full grown.
Is he tall, short?
Medium. About the size of your kid, Ed. About that size.
Got enough for you, Ed?
Yeah, that's enough.
You think you'll get him, Brett?
Sure, Fred. Sure. Come on, Ed.
Didn't have no reason to shoot, no reason to talk.
Let's go, Ed.
We're wasting our time, Brett. He's got a day's head start. He'd be 40 miles from here.
Well, not if he's shot up.
Now, you go on if you want to.
Well, you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You ain't never been so particular before.
Well, maybe not, but this time I'm particular. You coming?
We don't even know where to start.
Oh, I thought along the creek. That's as good a place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Brett.
Oh, we got time to waste. Come on, let's go. We picked up the trail along the creek and headed west. It wasn't hard to follow, and every once in a while we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the shrub bush. About 10 minutes later, we came to a fork where Ed had said the trail gave out. Scar stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say a thing. He just followed. And about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. El built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in my roll. Oh, you ain't hungry, Ed?
It's early for supper.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Heavy before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
So?
And he said Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young fellow.
It wasn't Ben.
Where is he, Ed?
Jefferson's ranch, working on a roundup. He left Clay City day before yesterday. Couldn't be Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. Couldn't be him.
You sure?
That mark don't mean nothing. Plenty of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark. You know that, Britt.
You had enough to eat?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. Not real bright, but enough so you could follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't no blood. He must have wrapped something around the wound. Wrapped it real tight. And then we found the bandage. A piece of shirt tail sopped through. For the next mile, he'd been bleeding a lot, worse than ever. He was hit pretty bad.
Looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further because... Hold it, Scar. Ed.
Yeah.
Hold on. Over there in the gully, that cabin.
Yeah.
Whose is it?
Used to belong to Jake Levant. Died a couple of years ago. Ain't nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
Huh?
Out and back. There's a pony. Better go ahead on foot.
Britt?
Yeah?
We're going to take him alive, ain't we?
If we can.
We got to take him alive, Britt.
It's Ben.
I don't know, Britt. Not for sure.
It could be Ben?
It could be.
Where's he been the last couple of days?
I don't know that neither. Had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money. He'd been playing poker and lost a lot.
Well, 5,000's a lot.
I wouldn't give him none. He got mad, said he'd get it himself. And I hit him hard across the face. I hit him twice. He started to hit me back. Then he walked out of the house. I ain't seen him since. I wish he had hit me back.
Now, we got to get across that clearing, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
He may see us.
Yeah, we'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Sure.
I'll stay in these trees for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll rush him. Ain't gonna be easy to take him, Ed. Now that he's spotted us.
You ain't gonna kill him, Britt.
I ain't gonna let him kill me.
It ain't his fault, Britt. It's mine.
You know that ain't so.
No, it's the truth. It's my fault.
You didn't raise him to be a killer, Ed.
Maybe I did, Britt. I was the sheriff, seeing that everybody kept close to the line, seeing that everybody lived honest, especially Ben. I broke him, Britt. Broke him like you break a wild horse. I tried to take all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets tame, but the fight's still there, and someday he turns wild again.
I'll rush him alone, Ed.
No. Stay here, Britt.
Oh, Sam Norton's dead. Maybe Fred Miller, too.
Killing Ben won't bring him back. He's my son, Britt, my only son. You don't have no kids. You don't know.
I'm sorry, Ed.
No, we're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. Now, you can outdraw me, Britt, but I'll still have time to get a shot off.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
No, don't turn your back on me, Britt. Don't be a fool. Don't make me do it, Britt.
I wasn't being brave. I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just don't change overnight. You can figure a man like Ed. That's what I thought, anyway. But I hadn't figured what would happen next. I haven't figured on him running out into the clearing, standing there in the moonlight, gray against the black sky.
Ben! It's me, Ben! You damn! Can you hear me, Ben? Brett Ponson's coming after you. Throw out your gun, Ben. Brett Ponson's coming. Now listen to me, Ben. It's your Ben.
I saw him go down, real slow, like his legs had buckled under him. I couldn't tell how bad he'd been hit. He rolled down a gully out of range, and I crawled forward. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and head toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around, going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. I slid past another rock. I could run for the door or wait. The kid made up my mind for me. I slipped down fast, and the bullets nicked the rocks. The kid had good hearing. He knew I was right there. I took up my gun and waited. I knew he'd get nervous first. Young fellas always do. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It wasn't more than 5 minutes before the door started opening. His pony knew I was coming, too. He started for the horse. I aimed at his leg. For a second, he stopped moving and just hung in midair like a hawk. Then he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. I raised up a little and hunched myself along the side of the cabin. Everything was quiet now. Even his pony. The moon went behind a thick cloud, and I came around the corner of the cabin. Suddenly, the moon came out again, just in time for me to see his .45, just in time to see him coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him trying to reach for it again. He couldn't make it. I stood up and walked over to the log. The kid was lying face down, gasping for breath, little short gasps. He pulled himself up onto the flat of his hands, and then he passed out. I turned him over with my foot, and I looked at his face. Ed? Ed?
Over here.
Where'd he get you?
In the shoulder. I'm gonna be all right. Britt, is he... Did you have to...
He ain't dead.
Thanks. I guess he didn't hear me calling to him. He didn't know who I was.
Ed.
What?
Ed, it ain't Ben.
What?
It ain't Ben, Ed.
You sure, Britt?
Yeah, this kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Britt. I ain't shot up bad.
I ain't lying. I knew it wasn't Ben while I was going up after him. I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Hey, just come to me. A man don't change overnight. Neither does a boy.
If it ain't Ben...
Lots of tough kids in these parts. You said so yourself.
Where do you suppose Ben is?
Where you said, Jefferson's Ranch, working in the roundup. They pay good. No. A boy don't change overnight, Ed. You able to ride back to town?
Yeah, sure. I may have to take it a little slow.
I'll get the kid.
Britt.
Yeah?
You know something, Britt? I couldn't believe it was Ben neither. Not when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Britt?
I know it, Ed. I know it. Well, that was your first meeting with Britt Ponsett. I hope you'd like to meet him again every week. And I also hope you'll try our product. It's something I use myself, and it's never let me down. I don't think it'd let you down either. Maybe I'm not much of a salesman, but this product I don't think needs a lot of selling. As far as I'm concerned, it sells itself. So, I'd appreciate it if you'd buy it this week and give it a try. Let me know how you like it. So long, folks. We'll be seeing you.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man in nondescript uniform dropping stones into that well is a mercenary soldier. More recently, a deserter. He's testing the depth of the well, the only way he knows, since a length of rope is not immediately available, and more complicated machines are as yet undiscovered. This is the year 1778, and the deserter is named James Buchanan. Next to him is his friend, another deserter whose name is William Brooks. These men are in the employ of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner of Brookfield, Massachusetts, whose well it is. Mrs. Spooner will pay these men immediately they deposit the body of her murdered husband. Right down there. And tonight, my report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman to be tried for murder in the United States.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Brookfield, Massachusetts, the year 1778. Scene? The home of Joshua and Bathsheba Spooner, a large and respectable dwelling, 2 stories in height, situated on the north side of the road from Brookfield to Worcester. In the front of it, and nearly opposite on the south side of the road, are stately elms and a well. And in the living room, there's this.
What manner of woman are you, Bathsheba? There's no content in you and no happiness.
And what happiness have you given me? A life that dies quickly, cooking and sewing, and from you, drunken sleep.
And you've not answered me. You would like to see me dead, would you not?
Listen to me, Joshua. When you returned this morning from Worcester, my heart sank in me. I'd hoped you wouldn't come back.
That I would have an accident. That in some way I would be killed.
Yes.
That you would be free then.
Yes.
To walk the town, newly widowed with a wandering eye.
Yes.
And you listen, shrew. I am your husband, and I'm your lover, and that's the way things are.
Old man! Old man! Ezra? Ezra?
I've been waiting. Bathsheba.
Wait.
No more waiting, Bathsheba. The time I was away from you with your husband in Worcester. The thinking about you.
And there'll be more waiting. Until it's done. Until you kill him.
I tried, but I could not.
He asked me a question, my husband did. What manner of woman are you, he asked. Now I wonder. What manner of woman am I to love such as you, a youth? A boy who pretends to manhood. You without the courage to...
The poison you gave me, there was no opportunity, Bathsheba.
And a boy who lies. Opportunity. When it becomes nighttime, my husband becomes a drunkard. You know that. To empty the poison in the cup when you were with him, a simple thing like that you couldn't do.
I swear it to you, Bathsheba. He'll die.
When? Go to him now. To the tavern where he is. Empty the poison.
I threw the poison away.
With no courage.
Bathsheba.
Speak my name and bedevil yourself with it.
Just kiss me, Bathsheba.
No kisses. No secret whisperings. None of that. No more. Until my husband is dead. Laugh then. You'll see I mean it.
There's a wench, Bathsheba, at the other end of town. And she watches me when I walk by.
Then go to her.
All right.
Wait. Don't leave me.
You almost let me go.
Boy, you...
Bathsheba.
Kill him. Kill my husband.
Later.
And that was Bathsheba Spooner. You've come to know her pretty well. You've seen her hating, you've seen her loving. There's more you should know. She was the sixth child of an illustrious man, General Ruggles. The general was a man of great wealth and lived in a style of unusual luxury for that day. He kept 30 horses and had a park of 20 acres for deer and a pack of hounds for the amusement of numerous visitors. He was a man intensely loyal to the British Crown and never hid his loyalties. And so, at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, he was forced to give up his estate and to leave the country. His married life was also pretty bad, and he and his wife did not set a good example to his children in their conjugal relations. Bathsheba sprang from that kind of a household. Her loyalist background in time of war, and the very fact of the name she had, Bathsheba, were sufficient cause for the town in which she lived to view her with alarm. But keep this in mind. Bathsheba Spooner is going to murder her husband. How? Well, let's see how time and motive and circumstance conspire to get a man violently dead. The man, Joshua Spooner. Let's pick him up and see what he's doing. It's the same evening, and since it's after dark, he's drinking. And in Brookfield, there's only one public house in which to drink, Cooley's Tavern. And that's where he is.
Oh, no, Doctor.
Then what would you do?
To trap General Bygone, very simple. Hand me your tankard, Dr. King. Now, and here, this spoon, the line of march of Bygone. And your tankard and mine, 2 sections of the troops of General Washington. Now watch. And that's how we take care of General Bygone.
Yeah. Barkeep, more ale.
Joshua Spooner talks of strategies and drinks his ale. But mark this. Near the bar, another table. 2 men in nondescript uniforms, deserters from the army of General Burgoyne. Their names, James Buchanan and William Brooks. They've made known the fact that they've deserted the enemy, so their drinks are on the house and the appreciative customers. They're having a fine time.
Drink your ale, Will. Make me a toast and I'll drink with you.
And a toast you shall get. Burgoyne is a scurvy...
Louder, Will, louder, else we'll pay for our own ale.
Aye. A toast. Aye, I'll give you a toast to that scurvy, plump-bellied Burgoyne. May he rot in the wilderness.
That is, if he don't drown coming across the St. Lawrence.
Gentlemen.
And a merry evening to you.
Joshua Spooner is my name, and it would do me proud if you would permit me
Ale is what we're drinking, sir.
Ale for the patriot!
And patriots we are, indeed to goodness.
Oh, yes. We joined General Washington, sir, and his colonials. You should know that. And from here, we go to Worcester, where a column of Washington's hearties ale. To you, sir, and thanks to you.
My pleasure.
Willibach, your tankard is dry, and so is mine.
If you will permit me, gentlemen, it would be my pleasure. My pleasure indeed.
It would be Mr. Spooner's pleasure indeed to buy the lads more ale, as was the custom. True, it was 1778, but the etiquette was the same. Nothing too good for our boys. And the deserters in Cooley's bar were off to join our boys. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Spooner's pleasure to direct James Buchanan and William Brooks to Worcester to become soldiers in Washington's army. It just happened that one of the landmarks that Mr. Spooner gave the lads went something like this.
Now, mark you. A file of elms and a well. And across the road from it, my house. When you pass there, you'll be leaving Brookfield, and you will know you're on your way. We'll have another ale before you leave.
You're a gentleman if I ever met one.
Oh, a true one, James, my lad. A real gent.
So they touched tankards, the deserters and Joshua Spooner, and they made tearful farewell. And the deserters left and walked the road toward where the elms were, and a house, and a well. Let's go on ahead of them. Let's get back to the lady. Bathsheba's home. Bathsheba's fixing her hair. And the youth Ezra, he's tying into it night ribbons, a lover's tender gesture. Their talk, however, is shocking.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the best way is not to poison him.
I say shoot him.
Perhaps, in such a way as to make it appear as an accident. Will you shoot him, Ezra? Tightly with the ribbon, dear. Ezra?
I have not the courage for it.
But you know of guns and shooting. You were in the army for a year.
I marched. I shot no one. I marched upon an ambush and was wounded. Myself, I never pulled a trigger.
If not you to kill him, Ezra, then someone.
Yes. Turn from your mirror, Bathsheba, and look at me.
Oh, listen. Do you hear?
Yes. Drunkards.
Someone. Go to the window.
Drunkards. 2 of them by the moon. British deserters. I've seen them in town.
Call to them.
Bathsheba.
Call to them.
Hello! You there!
What do you want?
I'll talk to them.
A lady wants to talk to you.
A lady? At the ladies' service any time.
Let them in, Ezra.
The Bathsheba Spooner who greeted the deserters must have been quite a sight. Tall, long hair, and blue ribbons. There must have been a fire in the fireplace, and in all probability she was standing in front of it. Her manner was gracious, and she was smiling. Ezra served the liquor. All in all, it was the nicest thing that could possibly have happened to 2 fellows who had deserted General Burgoyne.
And now, gentlemen, a question.
We bow. Bow, James, my lad. Say on, my lady.
How would you gentlemen like 500 pounds to see you on your long journey?
Merchano, 'twould warm the cockles, wouldn't it, Will?
'Twould. Does that answer you, my lady?
And what would you do for it?
There is nothing that Will and I have not done, and for less handsome payment from less handsome women.
Far less.
Kill my husband.
This lad, the one you call Ezra.
Come here, lad. The next skinny ones don't take long for twisting.
Not him. Not Ezra.
Not him, Jack.
Then who?
My husband will return from his drinking. Will you wait for him? Kill him? When he returns, meet him outside at the door and greet him. Will you?
Not only for the money, dear lady, but for the pleasure of your presence to two tired soldiers. Right, Jane?
It's the truth.
You be the master of this house.
Huh? Yeah. And you are the two...
That we be.
This one was a struggler, eh, Will?
Get the woman. The one she calls Ezra.
Aye.
Mrs. Spooner, come see. It is done.
And a tidy job, if I say so myself, Mrs. Spooner.
And now he's dead.
What will you do with him?
There's a well across the road.
Aye. Give us a hand, James. And you, Ezra.
There.
I'll walk with you.
It's a deep well.
Poor little man.
And that's how Joshua Spooner died. And that's how Bathsheba Spooner killed him.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Later this evening, the Lux Summer Theater stars Fred McMurray in a full-hour adaptation of the romantic mystery comedy The Lady and the Tumblers, an odd triangle composed of a beautiful girl, a suitcase full of explosive letters, and a murdered man will make The Lady and the Tumblers' most unusual dramatic fare. Listen to it on most of these same stations later this evening when CBS Radio presents the Lux Summer Theater. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner.
Listen to this. It's awful and dread, this tale that I tell. Joshua Spooner lies dead in a well in Brookfield town in 78 from 6 stout whacks across the pate. Small poem by an anonymous contributor to the Worcester Spy, the local newspaper of the day. A change of scene now. Across the road from a cold well into a warm living room. Tableau, 4 people.
Mr. Spooner was such an elegant man. What will become of his clothes in his closet and his horse?
You may have them.
Come away from the window, Bathsheba. Here, to me, close.
The stars are dancing.
You're shivering. Are you cold?
Will is very weary, Widow Spooner. We'll not go on to Worcester tonight.
Then wait till morning. You can make a place for yourselves in the barn.
But the money we'll have now, and the clothes and yours.
Yes, all of it. Ezra.
Yes?
In the morning, you will go to Cooley's Tavern. Inquire of Joshua. Tell them he's not been home. Tell them I'm frantic for his welfare.
Yes.
Good night, gentlemen. A very good night.
Mr. Cooley.
Aye? Hot grog on a nippy morning, Mr. Ross?
I've been sent to inquire of Joshua Spooner.
Who sent you?
The wife of him, Bathsheba.
Did she now? And why?
Last night he did not return home, and Mrs. Spooner is frantic for his welfare.
Not home? Well, he's not here. Last night he sat right there, my lad, and discussed military strategies with the doctor. Then, to the best of my knowledge, he went home.
Dr. King. Doctor, wake up. Please, Doctor, wake up. It's important.
What is it? What?
Where is Joshua Spooner?
Where is he?
Mr. Cooley says he sat with you last night.
As he did, then left me.
He's not home.
What?
Mrs. Spooner sent me to fetch him. She's troubled that he's not returned.
But where else could he have gone if not to his wife?
We must find him, Doctor.
Yes, by all means.
Ezra did that very well, with the precise shading of alarm in his voice, the concern. A man on an errand for a troubled lady. Everybody was impressed. Mr. Cooley closed his bar. Dr. King appealed to the neighborliness of the other customers, and everybody went looking for Joshua Spooner. Immediately, they called on Mrs. Spooner, whom they found in the greatest apparent distress. Upon an examination of the premises, in the neighborhood of the doorstep, they observed the tracks of several persons on the snow. And on further search, they found Mr. Spooner. You know where. In the well. So far, only horror and suspicions. But now, let's pick up Willie and James. They haven't left Brookfield. Stupid of them, isn't it? But then you've got to examine it from their point of view. Why become soldiers in Washington's army, especially in the winter, and suffer the privations of the military, when they could be warm and rich as a civilian? So, imagine it. Two tatterdemalion deserters, suddenly elegant, in Mr. Spooner's clothes, which were somewhat tight-fitting. But elegance and tight-fitting are somehow akin. Now, there lived in Brookfield a certain wench whose name is lost in history. This much is known about her. She had an eye for tight elegance. This much is known about her, too, that she went riding with Willie and James on their newly acquired horse.
I'll help you down.
Now, James? No.
Give us a bus, dearie. That's a dearie.
Will?
Aye.
How is it we are riding Mr. Spooner's horse?
Why, dearie, we don't know a Mr. Spooner.
Aren't these Mr. Spooner's silver buckles?
No.
Aren't you wearing his clothes?
These are our clothes, dearie. Come, let's ride some more. It brings the pink to your pretty cheeks.
But the cat was out of the bag. The girl told her mother, and her mother her father. And it so happened that her father was at that moment on his way to look for the murderers of Joshua Spooner. So the father told some neighbors, and they located James and Willie, brought them all together. The two deserters, Ezra and Bathsheba. And this is what happened.
The jurors for the government and people of Massachusetts Bay in New England, upon their oath, present that William Brooks and James Buchanan and Ezra Ross in the county of Essex, not having God before their eyes, an assault did make upon Joshua Spooner, feloniously, willfully, and of their malice aforethought, on the 1st day of March last past, with force and arms, also by striking, beating, and kicking aforesaid Joshua Spooner, so as to inflict several mortal bruises, of which Joshua Spooner died. And that Bathsheba Spooner, widow and late wife of Joshua Spooner, being seduced by the instigation of the devil, did incite, move, abet, counsel, and procure the murder of aforesaid Joshua Spooner. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty?
Not guilty.
What statement have you, Bathsheba Spooner?
I am the wife of the deceased. If what you accuse me of be true, what end could the death of my husband serve? Were there any reasons, persuading, hopes, inviting, or advantages arising from the death of my husband? By depriving myself of husband, I would subject myself to the burdens of a widow. If I hated my husband, as such has been said, could I not have separated from him, gone to my father or to my brothers? What foolishness is this to say I've loved Ezra Ross, when one of my station might have any gallant I please? Gentlemen, if I be guilty, I was not of sound mind.
to the sheriff of our county of Essex, greetings. We command you that on Thursday, the 4th day of June next, between the hours of 12 and 4 of the clock in the afternoon, you cause William Brooks, James Buchanan, Ezra Ross, and Bathsheba Spooner to be conveyed from our jail, where they are now in your custody, to the usual place of execution, and there to be hanged by the neck until their bodies be dead.
The motive, the crime, and the sentence. Justice was simple. And quickly, too quickly for the 4 prisoners, the 4th day of June. This is a copy of the Worcester Spy dated that day that I have here. I'd like to read from it. It was about 2:30 of the clock in the afternoon when the 4 criminals were brought out of prison and conducted to the place of execution under a guard of 100 men. The 3 men went on foot. Mrs. Spooner was carried in a chaise, being then, as she had been for several days, exceedingly feeble. The procession was regular and solemn. Just before they reached the place of execution, one of the most terrific thunderstorms that had occurred within the memory of the oldest inhabitant darkened the heavens. There followed an awful time. The loud shouts of the officers amidst a crowd of 5,000 people, the horses pressing upon those in front, the shrieks of the women in the tumult and confusion, the malefactors slowly advancing to the fatal tree, preceded by the dismal coffins, the fierce coruscations of the lightning athwart the darkened horizon, quickly followed by loud peals of thunder, conspired together and produced a dreadful scene of horror. It seemed as if the author of nature had added such terrors to the punishment of the criminals as might soften the stoutest heart of the most obdurate and abandoned. At length, the place of execution having been reached, Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks ascended the ladder to the stage.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Ross made an audible prayer. The other 2 were engaged in silent devotions until they faced the noose. Mrs. Spooner, as she approached the tree, was seen to bow gracefully to many of the spectators with whom she had been acquainted. Then she crept up the ladder on her hands and knees. When the eyes of the malefactors were covered and all was ready, Mrs. Spooner took the sheriff by the hand. And for the first time, Bathsheba Spooner accepted the verdict of justice.
My dear sir, I am ready. In a little time I expect to be in bliss. And but a few years must elapse when I hope I shall see you and my other friends again.
And that's the way the newspaper recorded it. This has been my report of the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman tried and executed for murder in the United States.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The National Blood Program has been made part of the Department of Defense. That's how vital a continuing growing stockpile is against emergencies of war or peace. In the warm weather months, donations fall off. In the first week of June alone, donations drop 20%. This must be offset immediately. Before you go away, please phone the Red Cross for an appointment to give a pint of blood. You'll enjoy your vacation more for having done it. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we'll be with you at the same time, although geography and year will change. The place? Pimlico, England. The year, 1879. My report? On the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett. greengrocer. Thank you. Good night.
Bathsheba Spooner, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Bathsheba Spooner was played by Mary Jane Croft. The cast included Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, William Johnstone, Georgia Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Ben Wright. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
They have some rather strange customs in the West. There's a town in Montana Territory where it's against the law to carry a gun. The sheriff lives by this order, but other men can die because of it.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith, an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual accounts. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring Ben Wright, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
The journey had taken 98 days from St. Louis. I'd come by riverboat, up the Missouri, the little stern wheeler climbing, churning, scuttling over 2,000 miles of sandbar and rapids. Then into the lonely wastes of another, swifter stream, the Yellowstone, until we finally docked at South Sunday in Montana Territory. My ticket had cost $300, which left me about $50 in my pocket, and the slim hope that there'd be a letter at the express office with my remittance from England.
Afternoon. Just in off the boat?
Right. I wonder if there's a letter for me. J.B. Kendall?
Kendall. Any trouble on the way up? I hear the Sioux been kicking up their heels. Sitting Bull's making big medicine again. Don't sound good.
Oh, we didn't see any.
Kendall. English, ain't you?
Yes.
I figured by your talk. Don't see many of you in these parts. Nope, nothing for you, mister.
You're sure? It's rather important.
Nope, nothing. Maybe tomorrow on the Overland, though. Hey, you planning to stay a while?
I think so.
Better get and register, then.
Register?
Over to Sheriff Clanton's office. There's a notice on the wall. Maybe missed your attention. All strangers to South Sunday will, within 1 hour of arrival, register at the office of the sheriff or be prosecuted. That's Clanton's orders. Surprised you missed the signs. They're all over.
Well, thanks.
That's all right. Wouldn't want to see you in trouble. This ain't the healthiest town in the territory. Not for strangers.
Oh? Any particular reason?
sheriff's office 6 doors up, mister. Afternoon, Mr. Farley. This here's Mr. Kendall just off the boat. I was telling him about registering.
That's a good idea.
Dick Farley's one of the sheriff's deputies. Helps keep South Sunday law-abiding. It's a big job in these times.
What's your business, Mr. Kendall?
Oh, well, you might call me a jack of all trades.
I might.
I do a little writing for a London newspaper. You know, an Englishman's view of the Wild West. That sort of thing.
We don't take to strangers.
Oh, really? Well, it's a shame. I've been looking forward to my visit.
Yeah. Well, you've seen it. Now you know what it's like. Suppose you get yourself back on the boat and try up the line to Rosebud at Junction City, huh?
I don't think so. Now, if you'll pardon me, I'll register at your office.
You carrying a gun?
No.
Get your hands over your head. Higher. Now, you just hold it. Just so. All right. That's your baggage?
Yes.
Pick it up.
Well, I don't suppose you'd like to give me a hand. No. No, I didn't think so. Farley, isn't it?
That's right.
Tell me, Mr. Farley, how did your town get its name?
How should I know?
Civic pride, perhaps?
Mister, I don't like the way you talk or what you say, so you shut your mouth. Inside here. You just come in off the boat, Frank. Says he's a writer, a newspaper in London or something. He ain't carrying nothing. I searched.
You're Sheriff Clanton?
Yeah.
J.B. Kendall. I understand I have to register.
Yeah. You want to write about South Sunday?
I might.
How come?
Well, as a matter of fact, the name intrigued me.
You kidding?
No, not at all. I write about the West, and you're in the heart of it. From what I understand, there might be trouble brewing with the Sioux and the Cheyenne. I'd like to be here if it blows up.
What's the name of your paper?
The London Times.
You ever hear of a Duke?
No.
All kinds come to these parts, mister. Now, I ain't exactly calling you a liar.
Oh, well, that's quite all right. One can't be too careful. Here. My papers.
J.B. Kendall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for your subject? Yeah. London Times. That's what it says, you see, Dake?
Yeah, that's what it says. Anyone else get off the boat with you?
Not that I know of.
Well, you sound all right to me, Mr. Kendall. I just remember, I got a set of rules. You live by them while you're here, or you'll get along.
That seems fair enough.
No man except them authorized by me carries a gun in South Sunday. That way we don't get a bunch of crazy, liquored-up miners and the like shooting up the place.
It seems the usual thing for a man to be armed in most places.
Well, it ain't usual here. It's again the law.
I see.
You got yourself fixed up the hotel?
Not yet.
Now, you go over to the Empire, Mr. Kendall. Tell them Frank Clanton sent you. They'll take care of you.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Dake, take a look at his baggage.
Right.
You're going to search my luggage?
That's right, mister. No guns in South Sunday, not worn or hidden.
That's the law.
I haven't got one.
Glad to hear it. I like a peaceable man. Yes, sir. A fellow like you might think of settling down in South Sunday. The quietest little town in Montana Territory. It's an opportunity for a man.
I'll keep it in mind, Mr. Clanton.
There's nothing in his bags, Frank.
Well, now, Mr. Kendall, you enjoy your stay. Anything you want, you just ask me. And I'd appreciate it if you put my name in your paper, sir. And whatever you want to say is okay with me.
My hotel room was a palace in comparison to the cabin on the riverboat. And after cleaning up, I went downstairs to the saloon bar in the hotel and ordered a drink before dinner. The place was practically empty, but I wasn't alone for long.
Hi. You're the English fella, ain't you? Kendall?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Lila. I work here. Frank Clanton said to be nice to you. I'm being nice. Want to buy me a drink? It's on Frank.
Well, I'd be delighted to. Bartender.
Champagne, Harry.
Yep.
Frank says it's not ladylike to drink whiskey. what'd you do to that man? I ain't never seen him like this.
He thinks I'm going to write about him for my paper.
Are you?
More than likely.
You gonna write about me, too?
If you want me to.
I'm Dake Farley's girl. Dake doesn't like you. He got mad when Frank said to be nice to you.
Does everybody in South Sunday do what Clanton tells them to do?
Sure.
Why?
Your drink.
Ah, well, good luck. Look here, Lila. What about Clanton?
You seem like a nice fella. Don't ask questions.
Oh. Well, what about you then?
Me? What do you care?
Where are you from?
I was born in Ohio, got married, and came out west. 5 years back, my husband got killed in a gunfight. I don't know. I kind of drifted around, ended up here. One place is as good as the next.
Is it?
I guess. What about you? Your home's in England, huh?
It was.
You one of them lords or dukes or something?
Oh, not exactly.
Married?
No.
Must be interesting traveling around, seeing new things.
It has its advantages.
But I suppose you'd like to get back home.
Oh, let's just say that one place is as good as the next.
Oh. You can't go back, huh? Trouble?
In a way. It's a... Oh, look, your friend's just come in.
Who?
Mr. Farley.
Listen, you be careful with him. Dake can get awful mean.
Doesn't he take orders from Clanton, too? I thought my person was sacrosanct.
Don't talk smart like that to him. It riles him. He ain't an educated man.
Mr. Farley, good evening. Will you join us?
No. No, I just come to tell you not to get no ideas about Lila.
Well, now, what ideas do you think I'd have?
I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
Son, you keep your hands off my girl, you understand?
My dear fellow, I haven't touched your girl. The thought never even entered my mind.
We were just having a drink, Dake, like Clanton said.
Now, you
that's
keep
all.
out of this.
You know, I find your manner towards this young lady rather offensive.
Oh, miss, you're just asking for trouble, aren't you?
No, not at all.
Now, you think you can come in here with your fancy talk, your fancy ways, and make a fool out of me. Maybe Frank's a sucker, but not me. I don't like you, and I don't trust
now,
you.
Mr. Farley, it couldn't be of less consequence what you think of me.
He'll kill you. Just
shut up. Now, that I don't stand for. Shall we? As I imagine, it's broken.
Oh.
And now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you of these. Really, a chap of your disposition has no right running around with even one gun, let alone two.
You should have killed him.
What on earth for?
Listen, there are two more beside Dake and Clanton. They'll get you. You won't have a chance.
I think you'd better clear out before Mr. Farley stops bleeding. He's not going to be in a very nice mood.
Where are you going?
Down to Mr. Clanton's office. I've got to have a little talk to him.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. People who live in glass houses maintain a fine view of the world, but they do give up a great deal of privacy in the process. Folks who like their privacy but want to know what is happening in the world satisfy their needs another way. They make it a practice to keep their radios tuned to CBS Radio every day of the week. That way, they can enjoy their surroundings and still take advantage of our far-flung CBS News facilities. To keep an eye on the world, keep an ear on CBS Radio 7 days a week. Now, Act 2 of Frontier Gentlemen.
Mr. Kendall, wait. You can't go down there. Dake went out the back. He'll have told Clanton by now. They'll be waiting.
Well, that's all right.
What's the matter with you? You want to die?
No, of course not.
They're gunning. If you're gunning for them...
Gunning for who? I'm not gunning for anybody.
Then why are you going to see Frank?
I told you I want to talk to him.
Talk? Listen, you got to get out of town.
Oh, my dear girl.
Don't you know who they are?
Should I?
You don't know what you've done. Quick, this way.
She took my hand and ran back up the street. We ducked down a narrow alleyway, up a rickety flight of stairs, which was the back entrance of the Empire Hotel, and then along a musty corridor past my room and into hers.
I don't think they'll think of looking for you here.
Your friend Mr. Farley is going to be quite upset if they do.
His name not Farley. Clanton isn't Clanton. They're the Shelton boys.
Shelton? The New Mexico Shelton boys?
There are 4 of them, brothers.
What are they doing in South Sunday?
Hiding out from Billy the Kid. They killed one of Billy's men down south. Billy swore to get them all for it. That's why Frank won't let anybody around here carry a gun.
But how do you know all this?
It was my husband they killed.
Your husband with Billy?
We were both crazy young. Harry joined up with Billy for excitement, I guess. One time he was gone out of town 3 months. I was lonesome, and I met Dake. Harry came back. They had a fight over me. Dake outdrew him. We ran away together.
I see. And you thought I'd come after them and that Billy had sent me?
They'll think it now, too.
Who made Frank sheriff here?
Nobody. There wasn't one when we came. He just took over. Funny thing is, I guess he's a pretty good sheriff. He quit the old ways, kind of likes it here.
Why have you told me all this, Lila?
I don't know. He talked with me like I was a lady. Indian treats a squaw better than Dake treats me. Maybe I want to see you finish him.
Well, it's not going to be very pleasant for you anymore.
Pleasant? Mister, you got a funny way of saying things.
Is there anywhere that you could go? Friends?
In South Sunday?
Well, what about home? I mean, Ohio.
Home? Know what it costs to get there? I got no money.
But if you could?
If I could? I had nice folks, but I don't even know if they're alive or dead. I'd sure like to take a chance and find out.
Lila, we'll see what we can do.
Where are you going now?
To have that talk with Frank. Do you know how to use a gun?
Yes.
You take this one. Lock yourself in after I've gone.
You keep it. I've got a Derringer.
All right. Here. In case I have any trouble, it's $50.
I don't want your money.
Well, at least you'll be able to get out of town. Now, you take it.
Watch yourself, will you? Dake's got a mean draw.
I'll watch myself. The Shelton brothers and probably 2 of their chums were out looking for me now. I was pretty certain of that. I was looking for them, too. But the advantage was on their side. The town was strange to me. So I went to the one place where I was fairly sure I'd be safe from a surprise attack.
Sheriff ain't here. What do you...
Careful. Keep your hands where they are.
You're Kendall?
I'm Kendall.
Billy the Kid sent you. Now listen,
You may very slowly, carefully unbuckle your gun belt and let it drop to the floor. Now, if you try to be foolish and brave, I shall be delighted to shoot you in the stomach.
Oh, not me, Mr. Kendall. You see, just like you
Which
say...
Shelton are you?
Monroe.
Very well, Mr. Shelton. I wish you to walk to that cell in the far corner, go in and close the door behind you. You will then stand with your back to the door.
You wouldn't kill me?
Oh, yes, I would. Now, off you go. Close it, please. Good. These, I presume, are the keys to the cell?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, turn around, please. Now, I'm going to gag you. And in order to do so, I must put my guns away and use 2 hands. Now, if by any chance your friends come in and you make an outcry while I'm doing this, I shall teach you a trick I learned in India. It feels like this. Effective, you understand?
Yeah.
Right. Head close to the bars, please. By the way, how many are there looking for me?
2, 3.
3. Now we'll make ourselves comfortable and wait for your brothers. I think they're coming. I remember what I told you, Mr. Shelton. Not a sound.
Kendall, we know you're in there.
Blast.
Kendall, you hear me?
Is there a back door?
Mm-mm. Come out with your hands up, or we're coming in after you.
All right, let's get that gag off. I can see I'm going to need you.
What are you going to do?
I'll probably have to end up killing you. Nothing personal, you understand.
What do you say, Kendall?
Out you come.
Open the door and throw your guns out.
Oh, I've got a much better idea. You open the door and throw your guns in.
Monroe, you in there?
Tell him.
Yeah, I'm in here, Frank. Kendall, you come on out. Maybe we can make a deal. You can keep your gun.
I think it'd be safer if you came in without yours.
We could rush you. You couldn't get all 3 of us.
You have my permission. I don't know how your brother will feel about it. You want to tell him?
Now, don't do anything crazy, Frank. He's got a gun at my head. He'll kill me. Frank!
I hate to do this, but I'm afraid they don't believe you.
No. Hey, Frank, you do what he's saying. All right. Kendall, we open up the door. Throw down your gun. You give us your word you won't shoot?
Not unless you do. Any more?
No. We're coming in now.
Well, pleasant family reunion. The brothers Shelton. Keep your hands where I can see them, won't you?
Now, look. Billy the Kid made a mistake about what happened down south. Dake didn't mean to shoot Lila's husband. Now, did you, Dake?
I outdrew him, that's all.
Yeah, that's the way it was. Lila knows it was a fair fight. I should tell you.
Speaking of Lila, I hope she's well.
Well, she's all right. Now, we got no fight with the kid or you. Now, why don't we all go on down to the saloon, have a drink, talk it over? Now, me and my brother's been living a nice, quiet life up here. We won't make no trouble. Now, Dake!
Completely dishonorable and most unwise. Any more hidden armaments?
You going to...
That depends. Mr. Shelton, have you got $500?
Yeah, I guess so.
Lila wants to go home, and that's about what it'll cost. You have the money here?
It's in the safe. Sure, she could take the boat out when it leaves in the morning. Ain't that so, Dave? Sure.
Get it?
Yeah.
Good. That settles the account. Now, all of you get into the cell. And incidentally, until this evening, I had no idea who you were, and I've certainly never met your friend Billy the Kid. I just thought you'd like to know.
Hey, what about Jake? He's got to have a doctor. He'll bleed to death.
Yes, he probably will. Well, I'm going back to the hotel, and if Lila's all right, I'll send a doctor. If she's not, well, we'll find an undertaker.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall.
Oh, that's nothing, Lila. Good luck.
You ever come Ohio way, you look me up. You hear?
I'll remember that.
You're a gentleman. I'll never forget you. Goodbye, Mr. Kendall.
Morning, Mr. Kendall. You hear about the trouble last night?
Yes.
Sure must have been something. According to the sheriff, a whole gang rode in and tried to shoot him up. He ran them off, though.
Oh. Really? I wonder, has that letter arrived yet?
Nope. Afraid not. Mail's already come in. Won't be any more until next week.
Oh. Well, when it does come, perhaps you'd be kind enough to forward it to me.
Sure. What address?
In care of the express office, Rosebud, Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentlemen was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars Ben Wright as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Michael Ann Barrett, Stacey Harris, Vic Perrin, and Barney Phillips. Music was composed and conducted by Gerald Goldsmith. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Today I want to tell you something about the Special Branch of Scotland Yard. I expect you've heard of it. Judging from some detective novels, you'd imagine it consisted of a group of super Sherlock Holmeses who are called in when everything else has failed. But that is not true, is it, Percy?
No, Clive. The Special Branch of Scotland Yard is a unit of a couple of hundred men who specialize in political crimes. They differ from their colleagues of the Criminal Investigation Department in that they must be able to speak several languages.
In fact, the function of the Special Branch in official language is to guard the security of the state.
Or, as the boys themselves put it, to clear up political nuisances.
So today, a Special Branch man may find himself guarding the King or the Prime Minister. probing the antecedents of political refugee who seeks the protection of British nationality, tracking down the perpetrators of a bomb outrage, or sauntering among the guests at a royal garden party.
Clive, why don't you tell them the story of the absent-minded professor?
All right, Percy, I will. It's a story which shows the far-reaching significance of political crime and how, wherever an international conspiracy may start, sooner or later its tentacles will come within the reach of the long arm of the special branch of Scotland Yard. Ottawa, Canada, September 1945. One war is over, but for at least one of the great powers, another war, a secret war of information, a nerve war, has never ceased. It is late in the evening, and the offices of the Canadian Ministry of Justice are almost deserted. The last few employees are on the way home, and one of the officials is evidently trying to get rid of a late visitor.
Coming in to see us, sir, but I'm afraid there's really nothing I can do about it. Why don't you write us a letter?
But you don't understand.
But I'm very sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I have to go now.
Okay.
Thanks for calling
But
in.
please.
I'm very sorry. Phew, I thought I'd never get rid of that guy.
What do you want?
Oh, some screwball. Said he came from the Soviet embassy. Wanted to show me some secret documents.
You're kidding.
No, but I guess he was. Tried to tell me all about some fifth column. Crazy guy.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. Here's a slip he sent in. Igor G.O.U. Guzenko.
Igor Guzenko, 25-year-old cipher clerk, employed in the code room of the military section of the Soviet embassy in Ottawa. Igor Guzenko, a man whose story was to shock the world, a man whose information was to bring to justice traitors of three nations who had endeavored to betray the Allies' greatest secret, the atom bomb. But this September night, Igor Guzenko is finding it very hard to tell his story. Nobody believes him. And yet all the time he knows that at the Soviet embassy his desertion will have been discovered. Already his one-time colleagues will be moving into action against him. What can he do? To whom can he turn?
Inspector McLean. Where? Whose lad? Guzenko's. Well, who are these guys breaking in? From the Soviet embassy. Searching the place, eh? Well, listen, have you traced Guzenko? Oh, you picked him up? Oh, he wanted to be arrested. I don't blame him. Well, now, listen, hold on to Guzenko and all his papers. Get hold of his family and don't let anybody see him. Yeah. Well, move him out of town and come back to me for instructions. Now, remember, nobody must see Guzenko.
In a matter of hours, it was clearly established that not only were Guzenko's documents genuine, but that they included copies of 4 recent and secret telegrams exchanged between the British and Canadian governments on highly confidential matters.
And realizing the complete freedom which exists in Canada, and convinced that the Communist Party in democratic countries has changed long ago from a political party into an agency net for the Soviet government, a fifth column in these countries to meet a war, I decided that I could no longer serve my government, but must at last speak the truth.
The Canadian police authorities found in Guzenko's documents a fascinating story of how, in secret code, the Soviet military attaché in Ottawa had given information and received instructions from Moscow.
Message to Subaltern Ottawa. Your immediate objectives are 1. The atomic bomb, its composition and technological processes. 2. a sample of uranium-235. 3, the library and secret documents of the National Research Council. 4, latest developments of electronic fuses for shells, radar, and a super explosive known as RDX.
Reporting to Moscow. Facts are given by Alec. 1. The test of the atomic bomb was conducted in New Mexico. The bomb dropped on Japan was made of uranium-235. 2. Alec handed over to us a sample of uranium-235. 3. Alec has also reported brief data concerning electronic shells. There is in the shell a small radio transmitter with one electronic tube, and it is fed by dry batteries. The body of the shell is the antenna.
Moscow to Sabota. Work out and telegraph arrangements for the meeting and password of Alec with our man in London.
Sabota to Moscow. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Meetings October 7, 17, 27 on the street in front of the British Museum. The time 11 o'clock in the evening. Identification sign, a newspaper under the left arm. Password, best regards to Mackel.
But even Moscow realized that their boys in Britain might have rather a busy evening identifying Alec from the number of Londoners with newspapers under their arms in Museum Street at 11 o'clock in the evening. They replied, arrangements not satisfactory. Correction. Facing British Museum. Intersection Great Russell Street, Museum Street. Time, 8 o'clock, October 7, 17th, 27. Identification signs. Alec will have under his left arm the newspaper Times. The contact man will have in his left hand the magazine Picture Post. Convey instructions to Alec. Convey instructions to Alec. Who was Alec? The Canadian police authorities at once placed the facts of this alarming leakage of atomic secrets before Prime Minister Mackenzie King. Realizing the grave implications of the plot, Mr. King hastened to Washington to acquaint President Truman with the situation. 4 days later, the Canadian Prime Minister crossed the Atlantic and repeated the story to British Premier Mr. Clement Attlee. Officials of British military intelligence were called to Downing Street. The investigation was entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Burt. Burt, a pre-war yard chief, was seconded to the War Office at the beginning of the war for anti-sabotage work. Incidentally, today he's back at the yard in command of the Special Branch. The Colonel's immediate and priority mission was to identify Alec.
Well, I don't expect we shall have much trouble finding out who Alec is. Our main problem is going to be to get him, to find out how much he knows, and, even more important, how much he has told.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at those cables again. Here we are. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Give me the phone directory. Here we are, sir. Thank you. Okay. King's College, Temple Bar 5651. Well, hello, King's College. Put me through to the principal's office, will you? Thank you. Hello. This is Lieutenant Colonel Burt of the War Office. I wonder if you could help me. It's just a routine inquiry. I want to know whether you have on your staff at the moment a physicist who has recently worked in Canada. Yes, that's right. Oh, up to a few months ago? You have? Oh, good. I see, yes. Yes, that's right. He went with a research group on a project in Montreal, and he's just come back to London. Good. What's his name? Dr. Nun May. Thank you, that'll be all. Oh, sounds like our man.
And October the 7th looks like our day, sir.
4 days from now, we'll have to get busy.
As October the 7th approached, a number of well-built but unobtrusive men began renting rooms in Museum Street. Rooms with first-floor windows which looked out onto the forecourt of the British Museum. In this and many other ways, known only to MI5 and the Special Branch, every inch of the place of rendezvous was covered by one or two observers.
Inspector Burt?
Sergeant Wilson here, sir.
All right, Wilson. I know you haven't seen him.
Not a sign, sir.
That's not surprising. I've just had a report from the man who shadowed him from King's College. He left there at 6:30, went straight home, had supper, and according to his last call, he's now sitting in front of the fire, doing guess what?
Search me, sir.
Playing patience.
Playing patience. And if anybody knows how to play patience, it's the men of the Special Branch. On October the 7th, they drew a blank, but they still had 2 more chances. Dr. Nunn May was shadowed constantly, but always unobtrusively. On October the 17th and again on the 27th, the watchers by the British Museum kept their vigil. But Dr. Nunn May did not keep his appointment.
It's no use, Wilson. He must have been warned.
Do you think he's suspicious, sir?
Oh, he may know he's being watched, but I don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
What do you mean, not yet, sir?
I think it's about time Dr. Nunn May and I had a little talk. I'm going round to King's College. How do you do, Professor? My name is Burt, Inspector Burt of Military Intelligence.
How do you do? Military intelligence, did you say?
Oh, that's right. I don't want to waste your time, Professor, so I'll come straight to the point. Are you aware that there's been a leakage of confidential information in Canada relating to atomic energy?
Really, Inspector? I don't know what to say. Certainly, it's the first I've heard of it.
The first you've heard of it?
Of course, I must say, Inspector, that I don't read the papers very much.
I wasn't suggesting that you'd have read it in the papers. I was wondering whether you'd had some first-hand knowledge.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Just this. I want you to answer 1 or 2 questions for me. During the period you spent in Canada in connection with the Atomic Energy Commission, were you approached at any time or by any person to give information concerning your work?
Certainly not, and I think I should say, Inspector, that if the Department of the War Office you represent is concerned with counter-espionage or anything of that nature, I'm not prepared to answer any of your questions.
But you do say that you were not approached and did not give any information whatsoever.
That is correct.
Inspector Burt sensed that despite his answers and his bold front, the little professor was rather worried. When the Special Branch finds that a suspect is worried, they usually proceed to worry him just a little more.
All right, Wilson. There are your instructions starting tomorrow. I want the men in Stafford Street and everybody who's covering Nunn May to change their technique. So far, their aim has been to be as unobtrusive as possible. From tomorrow, I want Dr. Nunn May to know that he's being watched.
So the men of MI5, under the direction of Inspector Burt, began the next phase of the war they were conducting against the little professor. In the next few days, the shadowing was performed in a manner scarcely creditable to the reputation of Scotland Yard. Meantime, a message had been sent to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were instructed to inquire how closely Dr. May's travels had fitted into the pattern outlined for Alec in the cables which had been intercepted between Moscow and Ottawa.
Royal Canadian Mounted Police to Burt, Special Branch, Scotland Yard. Information supplied by Dr. John Douglas Cockcroft, Chief of the Atomic Energy Project at Montreal, shows Dr. May made several trips to the nuclear research laboratories of the Manhattan Project at Chicago, coinciding entirely with the reports from Alec. Dr. May left for England within a few days of his last trip to the research laboratories and is scheduled to return for a month's work next year. Everything checks up with the information in our possession concerning Alec.
And the signal goes on to say that no other scientist has followed the same schedule or is planning to return next year. Yes, everything fits. It must be Dr. Nunn May.
Meantime, officials of the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation had entered the story. The information concerning Dr. May was sent to the headquarters of the Manhattan Engineer District in Washington, D.C.
One of the fundamental principles of United States military intelligence is that personnel on secret projects are entitled to know only as much as they require to carry on their work. Thus, months before, when the National Research Council of Canada had proposed that Dr. May be allowed to visit the United States for 1 month, the application had been placed before General Groves personally.
The General had sent for the file on Dr. May. It included the information that Dr. May had already visited the Chicago Atomic Research Laboratories 3 times, and that this 3rd visit occurred between September 25 and October the 30th, 1944. He carried on extensive work in collaboration with other scientists in a highly secret and important new field. His work resulted in a research report in which he collaborated with an American scientist. To Groves, a 4th visit by May to the United States ran counter to security principles, for it would allow him to know too much of what was going on in widely separated projects. Accordingly, the answer had gone back, polite but firm, no. If vital secrets in the field of atomic energy still rest secure, credit must be given to General Groves' decision to bar Dr. May. For as the Canadian Royal Commission of Inquiry had stated,
the Soviets failed to obtain details on the structure of the atomic bomb only because there was no one in Canada who could tell them.
That all this was in the future. Back in London in September 1945, Lieutenant Colonel Burt had still to complete his case against Dr. Nunn May. After waiting for 1 more week, during which the professor must have been well aware that he was being shadowed by the Yard, the colonel went back to see the professor again.
So you see, Professor, I thought it would be a good idea if I came back to have another little talk with you.
Yes.
Yes. You see, I wanted to tell you that we know that you had an appointment to meet someone in the vicinity of the British Museum shortly after your return from Canada.
Well?
Who was that person? And why didn't you keep the appointment?
Yes, you're quite right. I didn't keep the appointment.
And who was the person?
When I came back to London, I decided to wash my hands of the whole business.
What business?
The matter this person was going to see me about.
It's no use, Professor. You see, we know too much.
I tell you, I have nothing more to say.
I think you will have something more to say. And I am quite prepared to wait until you are ready to say it.
I absolutely refuse. If you think you can persuade me into making some sort of statement...
Inspector Burt didn't think. He knew. He realized that a man like Dr. Nunn May, conscious of the fact he was being followed, nervous and frightened, would in the end have to come clean. Well, Dr. Nunn May didn't tell the whole truth, but at least he started to tell part of the truth, and at the end of this interview, he gave a long statement.
About a year ago, whilst in Canada, I was contacted by an individual whose identity I declined to divulge. He called on me at my private apartment in Swale Avenue, Montreal. He apparently knew I was employed by the Montreal laboratory, and he sought information from me concerning atomic research. I gave and had given very careful consideration to correctness of making sure that development of atomic energy was not confined to the USA. I took the very painful decision that it was necessary to convey general information on atomic energy and make sure that it was taken seriously. For this reason, I decided to entertain a proposition made to me by the individual who called on me. After this preliminary meeting, I met the individual on several subsequent occasions in Canada. He made specific requests for information which were just nonsense to me.
What do you mean by that?
I could not understand what he was talking about.
Did he ask you for samples of uranium?
Yes, and for information generally on atomic energy.
And do you admit to giving him samples?
Yes. At one meeting, I gave the man microscopic amounts of U-233 and U-235, one of each. The U-235 was a slightly enriched sample and was in a small glass tube and consisted of about 1 milligram of oxide. The U-233 was about 1/10 of a milligram and was a very thin deposit on a platinum foil and was wrapped in a piece of paper.
What else did you give him?
I also gave him a written report on atomic research as known to me. This information was mostly of a character which has since been published or is about to be published.
Anything else?
The man also asked for information about the American electronically controlled ack shells.
And what did you do?
I knew very little about these and so could only give very little information.
Anything else?
He also asked to people employed in the laboratory, including a man named Beale, but I advised him against contacting him.
And what did he give you?
He gave me some dollars.
How many?
I forget how many. Give me the whiskey bottle. I accepted these against my will.
I see. And when was your last contact?
Before I left Canada, it was arranged that on my return to London, I was to keep an appointment with somebody I did not know. I was given precise details as to making...
What were those details?
I forget them now.
Why didn't you keep the appointment?
Because I had decided that this clandestine procedure was no longer appropriate in view of the official release of information and the possibility of satisfactory international control of atomic energy.
I see. Is that the end of your statement?
Yes. The whole affair was extremely painful to me. I only embarked on it because I felt that this was a contribution I could make to the safety of mankind. I certainly did not do it for gain.
So much for the professor's statement. The special branch of Scotland Yard had already unearthed more incriminating evidence.
Here we are, sir. I've made a summary of these papers that have come in from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Thank you. Let's see. Dr. Nunn May, etc., etc. Ardent communist. Yes, just what I expected. I see they picked up 8 of his friends in Canada. And do you see this, Wilson? Definite statements. The doctor visited other atomic projects at the request of the Soviet embassy. Well, I think our case is ready now. It's about time we brought in the Director of Public Prosecutions. Bring in all the other files on the case.
And so it happened that a few days later, while Dr. Nunn May was lecturing a class of students at King's College on the subject of nuclear theory, he had a visit from the special branch.
And that, I think, brings us almost to the end of our work today. We have, of course, only touched upon one phase of the subject of nuclear theory. And I hope that tomorrow afternoon I shall have the chance of dealing with chapters 7 and 8 in the papers under discussion, and that we manage to write a lot of ground. That will be all.
Excuse me, just one moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
You are Dr. Nunn May?
Yes.
I have a warrant for your arrest. I must warn you...
Yes, I was expecting something like this.
If you'll just follow me.
And so Dr. Nunn May was not able to continue his lecture the following day, for he had a pressing appointment at Bow Street, where the following morning he was formally charged with
having, for a purpose prejudicial to the safety and interests of the state, communicated to some persons unknown certain information calculated to be directly or indirectly useful to an enemy, contrary to the Official Secrets Act of 1911.
At the Old Bailey, Mr. Justice Oliver said,
I have listened with slight surprise to some of the things learned counsel has put before me. The picture of you as a man of honor who had only done what you believed to be right. I do not take that view at all. How any man in your position could have had the crass conceit, let alone the wickedness, to arrogate to himself the decision of a matter of this sort, where you yourself had given your written understanding not to do it, and knew it was one of the country's most precious secrets, when you yourself had drawn and were drawing pay for years to keep your bargain with your country. That you could have done this is a dreadful thing. I think that you acted not as an honorable man, but as a dishonorable man. I think that you acted with degradation. Whether money was the object of what you did, in fact, you did get money for what you did. It is a very bad case indeed. The sentence upon you is one of 10 years penal servitude.
Well, that isn't quite the end of the story, because after the trial, there were many protests that the sentence was out of all proportion to the magnitude of the offense committed. The Association of Scientific Workers issued a statement in which they declared,
We do not seek to justify Dr. May's breach of the Official Secrets Act, But we are convinced, from our knowledge of Dr. May, that his action was determined only by the principle that fundamental scientific data should have been shared with a country that was not only friendly, but a fighting ally. The only work in which Dr. May was engaged, and on which he could have been in a position to give unauthorized information, concerned fundamental scientific data relating to atomic energy. Dr. May had no connection whatever with problems of the construction of the atomic bomb and could not have been able to reveal information on atomic bomb manufacture.
What about that, Bertie? Oh, and by the way, I was going to ask you, why do you call this the case of the absent-minded professor?
Because, Clive, while the professor may have been internationally minded about the secrets of atomic energy, you must remember he also gave away the secrets of electronic shells.
You've got something there, Percy. But you know what these absent-minded professors are? Which reminds me of a story.
Time's up, Clive.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. But I have to leave it until next week. Well, that's all for today. This is Clive Brooke saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, Dead Man's Hand. With winter coming on and the snow beginning to crawl down the distant mountains, there are 100 things to be done around the Bar 20 ranch. But Hopalong Cassidy knows that some of those things will have to wait, for he and California are going to have another job to do. Oh, it might be an easy job, like just giving a friend a helping hand. Then again, it might mean tangling with a treacherous gang who put gold nuggets about human life.
Harvey, how in tarnation am I going to get my work done with you snaking me in off in the range like a lame-duck dog?
No, I wouldn't have sent that rider out after you without a pretty good reason, California.
Well, my ears are up. Let's have her.
You remember Kit Kirby?
Do I remember Kit? Why, he was one of the best hands we ever had.
He's in trouble. Listen to this letter I got this morning. Dear Hoppy, I'm writing you because I think you're the only friend I got left. Gold is where you find it, they say, and my partner Joe and I found it after 3 years in these godforsaken mountains. Our first samples assayed $500 to the ton.
Gee, Willikins, that's a rich strike.
Sure is. We thought we were lucky until the day Joe left with the second batch of samples, and I found him 10 hours later in Whitewater Pass with a bullet in his back. So I'm alone now. But that's not why I'm writing you. My wife Sally is alone, too, in Indian Spring, and she needs help, Hoppy, your kind of help. That's all I can say now. Wish me luck, pal. Kit Kirby.
Sounds like the boy has got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I believe Kit's in real trouble. More than this letter tells. Because, you see, I know Kit's handwriting, and this letter is a bad imitation.
You mean it ain't?
Someone wants us to come to Indian Spring, California, and they want it badly enough to forge this letter.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. There was a 4-day ride behind them when Hoppy and California pulled into the rough, dirty little town of Indian Spring. And as they walked into the town's rickety hotel, past a poker game to the bar, Hoppy knew that only gold would bring Kit Kirby to a place like this.
Jack's the better to open. I'll raise you, Ed. I'm good for the limit.
How many?
How many what?
Well, all we got's whiskey, so I don't ask what do you want. I ask how many.
And suppose a fellow wants a room for the night.
How long are you staying?
Does that make any difference?
Well, not to me, but might to you. If I was you, I'd ride on to Saguaro in the morning.
You know, mister, offhand, I'd say you were scared of something.
Well, it ain't only me. It's everybody around here. Look, if you're smart, you'll get right back on that horse of yours.
Jerry!
Yeah, Luke.
You're around here to tend bar, ain't you, Jerry?
Sure,
Well,
Luke.
quit your shooting off your mouth and set up them there drinks.
Yeah.
You hear?
Right away, Luke.
Jerry the jackrabbit. Look at him jump. Talking. All the time talking.
Any objections?
Yeah. Talking can get a man into a heap of trouble, pal. Remember that on your way out of town tomorrow. Okay, boys, this is the money hand. I want to be in at the start. Give me 5 big ones, Ed.
Gosh, Hoppy, I wouldn't turn my back on hitch and post in this town.
Look at that poker game. $20 limit.
Fella'd feel plumb naked here without a 6-gun in his hip.
Here comes Jerry.
Look, mister, this town's no place for a cowpoke on the loose. Now, take my advice. Ride on to Saguaro. Trail's plain and you'll have a moon.
Why Saguaro?
They've got the law in Saguaro. Government marshal.
You mean there's no law around here?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's seen the sheriff since the day before yesterday. Now, that Luke Berry over there, he's a killer. Got the whole town buffaloed. Oh, there's gonna be trouble. I can smell it.
Maybe I don't smell as sharp as you, Jerry.
You dirty skunk, double-deck me, will you? I'll show you.
Get down!
I got his gun.
Take it easy. You sure got Luke. That was fast going, Doc. I saw him pull a gun on me. It was self-defense. I had to shoot.
Well, sure, Doc.
Well, I'm still a doctor, and it's my duty to see what I can do for him. Help me get him over to my office.
You can come up from behind the bar now, Jerry.
Luke? Was it Luke? Why, nobody ever pulled a gun on Luke before.
Well, I better get him over to my office fast. I'm afraid it's too late, but I'll do what I can.
I'm sure awful concerned about a fella he just shot.
Who is that, Jerry?
Oh, it's Doc Sheldon. He's got a shingle hanging out right across the street.
Come on, California. Let's take a look.
Look for what, Hoppy? Ain't we already seen enough?
This is a funny one.
Why are you looking at them cards?
Well, this is the dead man's hand, California, and I find it very interesting. This Luke fella sitting here, wasn't he?
That's right.
And the fellow who shot him was here?
Look. Well, what do you say? We just forget the cards.
Wait a minute, California. Luke said something about the other fellow double-decking him. Pulled his gun first, that right?
Well, sounded like that. It was under a table by that time.
Take a look at the cards. Luke's got a full house here. The other man held a pair of 10s. Now, why should the guy with the winning hand pull a gun first?
Well, maybe he was drunk.
Oh, not that drunk.
What's on your mind?
Oh, just something to think about, that's all. Fix us up at the room, will you? My name's, McKinney. This is California Jones. Looks like we'll be here in Indian Springs for quite a while.
Well, it's your funeral.
Maybe.
Don't you think...
And, Jerry, could you tell us where Kit Kirby's wife lives? I'd kind of like to ride out and see her tonight.
I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Cassidy.
Kit is very close to me, Mrs. Kirby.
Oh, we do need help. We're afraid. The whole town's afraid. I've wished 1,000 times Kit hadn't found that gold.
Do you think that has something to do with it?
It has everything to do with it. The night Joe brought in the first sample, someone broke into the assay office and stole the reports. That's how news of the strike got out. Joe went to Sheriff Underwood, but I guess someone else got there first.
How's that?
Well, the sheriff seemed afraid to do anything. Then Mr. Starks at Wells Fargo called a protest meeting. He was attacked on the street the next night. He left town after he got a note threatening his family.
Or didn't anyone do anything about it?
The editor of the weekly paper tried to. He wrote up the story together with what he knew about the gold strike, but the paper never came out.
Well, why not?
His office burned to the ground last week, presses and all.
That bartender fellow knew what he was talking about.
When was Kit's partner shot on the trail?
Just before the fire. That's when I knew it was more than I could handle, Mr. Cassidy. Sheriff Underwood promised me he'd do something, but...
Yeah, but he left town in a hurry, too. You got any idea who's behind this, Mrs. Kirby?
Oh, I thought it was Luke Barry until this afternoon.
You heard about the shooting?
Yes. I want to give you something, Mr. Cassidy. It's a map that'll tell you how to get to the mine after the trail leaves Whitewater Pass. I just drew it from memory. No one knows how to get there, you see. There's a maze of mountains and canyons beyond the pass.
Kit's up there now, huh?
He hasn't come out for a month. I haven't even seen him in that long.
Well, now, isn't it surprising that I got a letter from him dated less than 3 weeks ago?
I guess
I thought maybe he'd sent it out by you. But you say you hadn't seen him. You know, Mrs. Kirby, it's awfully hard to help when you just know half the story.
All right. I'll tell you. I did write that letter. But it was only because Kit needs help so desperately. And even if he could get a letter to you, you know how proud he is. He'd never ask anyone for help.
I know. He's got more spirit than Topper.
That's saying a lot, because Topper's a mighty fine bit of horseflesh.
It was wrong of me to sign Kit's name to that letter, I know. But you do understand why I did it.
Yes, I do, Mrs. Kirby. But just don't make a practice of it, or somebody else might not understand. Now about Kit. He's afraid he might get the same reception as his partner if he starts down the trail. So he's just sitting tight, huh?
Yes, but he has to come out, Mr. Cassidy. It's snowing up there already, and he's almost out of supplies.
What about the gold?
Well, that's up there, too. Over $40,000 worth of it. And it's got to come out sometime through Indian Spring, Wells Fargo.
Tell me, is there anyone in town you know you can trust?
Just Doc Sheldon. He's one of Kit's best friends. Oh, I see him coming up the walk now. He'll be
Mrs.
so...
Kirby, we'll be in the next room. Don't tell him we're here.
But he's...
Please.
Oh, all right.
Come on, California.
Right behind you.
Hello, Doc.
Sally, you heard about Luke Barry?
I heard he was shot. Is he...
Died in my office an hour ago. He drew a gun on me first. Clear-cut case of self-defense. Half a dozen witnesses. I thought you'd want to know, Sally. Luke told me everything.
What do you mean, Doc?
He was back of the whole thing. That business at the assay office. The fire, all of it. Sally, honey, I think we're out of the woods now. The reign of terror is over.
I'm not so sure.
You still think Luke was working for someone else?
Oh, I don't know, Doc. It's been such a nightmare I can't think anymore.
You've got to think, Sally. But Kit, he's got to get out of the mountains before the snow bottles him up.
Any news on the sheriff?
Haven't heard. I think he's gone to Saguaro for the marshal. Take a look out the window there.
What?
That sky. Snow could hit those mountains again tonight. It doesn't make sense, Sally. We've got to go up there and get Kit out.
I told you I arranged for the sheriff, Doc.
I tell you, this secrecy business is only hurting Kit. Winter doesn't wait for anyone.
All right, Doc. If the sheriff isn't back by tomorrow morning, I'll take you up.
That's better, Sally. Now you're being sensible. I'll be here tomorrow morning at sunup.
Yes, Doc, I'll be ready.
Good night, Sally.
Good night.
You say you can trust him?
Oh, I think so.
I hope so.
You mean I shouldn't have promised to guide him up there?
No, that part's all right. But stall him as long as you can tomorrow morning. Come on, California.
Where are we going, Hoppy?
Best place I know at the moment. To bed. California. California, wake up.
No.
California.
No, thank you, ma'am. No more meatballs. I get all the roast turkey I can eat.
Always thinking of food. California.
Hoppy, what time is it? Why,
Get your britches on.
It's dark. Why...
Get your britches on. I got an idea.
Great time to get ideas, Hoppy. Run me ragged all day, ducking lead in the barroom. And ain't got the decency
Hurry up.
Can't find my boots. Maybe my eyes are still closed.
Never mind the boots, just the britches. You ready?
Yeah, but,
Come on.
What's got into you, Hoppy? What time in the morning is it anyway?
It's 4 o'clock. Now be very quiet and follow me. Right down the stairway into the barroom.
What is this?
I want to try a little experiment.
I give up. I'm going to get me a nice, quiet job in a chuck wagon somewhere. Getting up at 4 in the morning to do experiments. When a man works as hard as I do, Hoppy, he needs his 40 winks.
Here we are. This is the table.
What table?
Where the boys were playing poker this afternoon. Now, you sit there. That's it. And I'll sit here facing you with the bar at my back. Now, you're Luke Baring, you're holding the high hand. But for some reason or other, you tell me I'm double-decking and drawing me.
What kind
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm a long-suffering critter. Why, Go ahead. Go on, Hoppy. I'm Luke Baring.
You shoot once and miss. Then we trade shots. You miss again. I don't. Then I fire 2 more and it's over.
Now we can go back to bed?
I don't get it, California. You missed me twice. What happened to your bullets? Look, not a mark on the bar. If you shot high, you'd have busted that mirror behind it into 1,000,000 pieces.
Wait a minute, Hoppy. You mean them shots were, Hoppy, where'd you run to?
Under the table. Come on down and help me look.
What you looking for?
Now, let's see now.
If it weren't so mighty dark, I'd help you find it. But, that is, if I knew what it was, of course.
Ah, here we are. I thought Doc Sheldon was pretty hasty packing Luke Berry off to his office.
What you got?
There was no killing here this afternoon. That was a put-up jump to make Santa Kirby think Luke is dead.
Before we continue with the exciting story, Dead Man's Hand, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California have been in a lot of strange places at some very odd hours. At the moment, they are under a poker table in the Indian Spring Barroom. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are just sitting and thinking, trying to make sense out of the discovery that the shooting of Luke Berry was staged, and undoubtedly for Sally Kirby's benefit.
This piece of wadding is what I found under the table, California. A piece of wadding from a blank cartridge.
Blank cartridges? What do you know about that, Hoppy? Doc Sheldon knew Mrs. Kirby would take him up to the mine if she thought Luke was out of the way. Shh, quiet. It's the dead man and Doc.
Yeah, Luke Berry is just about as dead as I thought.
Just like a charm. You better saddle up now. Right over that bluff over Whitewater Pass.
Be a long way.
We can't afford to be spotted. What we plan, still murder, you know. Best protection you got is staying dead.
They're gonna hate to miss my funeral in the morning. Now, what are the plans? What about Kirby?
We ought to hit the pass on the way down about 3 in the afternoon. Mrs. Kirby will be first. Then Kirby. Remember that. Number 2 is Kirby. I'll bring up the rear after the pack mules. You won't be able to tell who's who at that distance. So draw your bead on number 2. And don't miss.
I didn't miss before, did I?
He talked after you left him. I didn't like that.
Yeah, don't worry. Kirby won't talk.
And remember, I got to get out of this clean. Everything depends on that when the boss files for Kirby's claim.
I'll see you in 6 weeks in Santa Fe.
All right. And remember, I want you on your way to Whitewater Pass before sunup. Understand?
Suppose you leave that to me. Why, them dirty double-crossing skunks. Let's go after 'em, Hoppy.
Not so fast, California.
But, Hoppy, they'll get Kirby as he comes down that trail.
If we grab these two right now, the boss they mentioned in Santa Fe will send somebody else after Kit. The only way to settle this right is to find out who's behind it all. So we'll just have to play along.
Well, let's check in my instincts. But, doggone, Hoppy, you always seem to know best. It gets downright monotonous.
You trying to flatter me? Come on. It's almost daybreak, and we got to hurry up and spruce up a bit.
Huh?
Well, don't folks always dress up to go to a funeral?
Funeral? Hoppy, you mean...
Yes, sir. Luke Berry's last rites. And I have a hunch we're going to find it mighty interesting.
And being there's no preacher in Indian Spring, I just thought that I'd get up and take charge here. Now, as you know, we're sending Luke Berry to his reward. And at a time like this, we're supposed to say something nice about the deceased. Now, being the deceased is Luke Berry, that regulation puts me at a whopping handicap.
Hoppy,
Wanter Nation.
take it easy. I'll tell you when.
Anyone present got anything nice to say about Luke? Well, that being the case, sermon's over. Let him down easy, boys.
Just a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Let's not be too hasty putting old Luke away. I'm one of his best friends, and I'd like to see the body.
No. I'm sorry, mister. She's nailed down to stay.
Rip her up. I want to see him.
You get back down
You
there
heard what I
before
said. Take the lid off of that coffin.
Well, you'll get tough with me, will you?
And it isn't customary for the parson to pull a gun on the chief mourner. California.
Yeah?
Take the lid off.
Right, Hoppy. Ordered Murphy's. You're one of the boards is cracked. Hey, listen, stop it, will you?
I'd shut up if I were you.
Here she comes. There.
Who's in it?
I don't know. Never seen him. Good Lord. Why, it's Sheriff Underwood.
Oh, my goodness.
Just a minute, folks. Just a minute. I know I'm a stranger to all of you, but I'd like to say something.
Well, speak up, mister. Yeah, what do you got to offer there?
Since I rode into this town yesterday, I've seen nothing but fear. All of you are shaking in your boots. Now, you're only as strong as you want to be. If you want to lie down and keep taking it, there's plenty of rats who will keep walking on you. It's up to you. How much longer are you going to take it?
Well, what have you got to offer? Okay, mister, we're listening.
All right, you got a jail in town. I saw it. Put the parson here inside it, and I'll have another one for you by nightfall. Come on, California. We got a job to do and do fast.
All right. Hoppy, if we don't get ourselves in the darndest places, here we are, making our own trail up the mountainside with the wind whistling through our whiskers.
Oh, it isn't that
Not
bad.
even enough food to keep my ribs warm.
I'll buy you a nice big steak just as soon as we get back to Indian Spring.
Knowing what Barry's up in them peaks above us, I ain't too certain of ever getting back.
You aren't concerned?
No, just scared.
I think we better split up here. Now, you know what you're to do, don't you? I got to do some mighty hard riding to reach the party before they get to Whitewater Pass.
We were so afraid that you might get snowed in, Kit.
It's been a long ways up there, Sally. Seems good to be headed down this trail.
There's nothing to be afraid of now, Kit. Luke Barry is dead.
Oh, is that someone coming up? Why, it's Mr. Cassidy.
Hello there.
Hop along! Say, what are you doing here?
Oh, Topper needed a little exercise. How are you, kid?
Oh, golly, it's good to see you, Hoppy. Hey, wait till you hear about my gold strike.
We've had a fine trip, Mr. Cassidy. Doc Sheldon's been keeping a sharp lookout. Oh, have you two met? Mr. Cassidy's an old friend of Kit's, Doc.
No, we haven't met.
Howdy, Doc. Guess maybe I'll ride back to the end of the line and join you, if you don't mind. Maybe I can help you watch for any danger.
No, I don't know what...
Mrs. Kirby, when we round this next bend, we'll be in Whitewater Pass. Can you make your horse stumble and not hurt yourself?
I don't understand.
Please don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
All right.
Now, go back there behind the dock, and we'll be on our way.
All right, get on! Well, I don't know what your idea is in coming up to meet us, Cassidy. I can tell you that I'm here to protect Chip.
Then we have a lot in common, Doc.
Well, just don't try.
Sally! Sally, are you all right?
Oh, yes, Kit, my horse just stumbled.
What's the matter up there?
Sally, if your horse is tired, why don't you come back here with me and let Kit lead the way?
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, what's the matter?
That's a good idea.
There. Now we'll ride through Whitewater Pass this way. Kit first, Doc second.
No, wait.
Sally third, and I'll bring up the rear. All right, let's get going.
But Cassidy, I don't think we should ride this way. Kit's out front. He's exposed to everything. I'll change places with him.
I wouldn't if I were you, Doc. I have my gun handy in case of any emergency.
Cassidy, I can't ride here. I'm sick, I tell you.
Mountain sickness. And there's nothing like a good ride to cure mountain sickness, Doc. Especially in number 2 spot. Wouldn't be surprised if you never got sick again. After today.
Hoppy, that was a shot.
What do you know? Someone's out shooting coyotes.
Oh, what can we do?
Leave this to me, Sally. Keep your places in line.
Cassidy, please.
Who's your boss in Santa Fe, Doc?
There's no one.
He's running the whole play up here, isn't he? After Kit's mine. Bound to get it no matter who he has to kill first.
I tell you, I don't know, Cassidy. Listen, Luke Barrett's up there. He's shooting at me because I'm riding second.
Sure, you put him there, and he's going to keep shooting till you talk.
Luke Barry, but I thought he was dead.
Too bad, Doc. That was a good hat. Look at her float down the gorge.
Stop him. I'll talk, Cassidy. I'll talk. Luke, stop. Stop shooting at me.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I'll take charge of the prisoners for a while, Hoppy.
You won't have any trouble with the doc.
Yeah. And it's surprising how a tap in the head will tame a fellow like Luke Barry.
So you were in on this too, California.
It all came so suddenly, I don't even know what happened.
Well, you see, kids, California and I knew that Luke would be up on that peak above Whitewater Pass. So when I rode up the trail to meet you, California kind of sneaked up on Luke and took over the job.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Then it wasn't Luke shooting at us at all. It was...
That's right, it was California. But the doc thought it was Luke. And he has instructed Luke to kill whoever was in number 2 position.
Why, that's where I had been riding.
Oh, Kit.
And with the bullets whizzing past him, the doc, you sang like a bird. And now we know about the whole crooked mining outfit in Santa Fe.
Good old Doc. He just needed a little persuasion.
That's right. Say, by the way, there's something I forgot to compliment you on, California.
Yeah? I'm blushing already. What is it?
That shooting in Whitewater Pass. Brother, when you shoot to miss, you sure don't leave much room to spare.
Miss? Did you tell me to miss him? Lordy, Hoppy, I was trying all the time to hit him.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. Another job is done and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'd be mighty pleased if you join them again next week for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Dead Man's Hand was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence C. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Faithful friend when muscles ache and pain presents Gangbusters.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
Gangbusters brought to you by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, our regular interviewer, is now serving with the United States Army. However, the colonel is continuing his supervisory duties on Gangbusters by proxy. In a moment, we'll be ready for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina, who will relate the facts in the case of the 8th bandit, the college athlete who turned killer. But first, friends, there are 3 important qualities which have made Sloan's Liniment the world's best-known liniment for muscular aches and pains. Sloan's brings quick relief. Sloan's is the pad-on liniment. No rubbing or massaging is needed. And Sloan's eases pain whether it's caused by overexertion, accident, or cold weather. Next time your muscles seem to be tied in knots, next time your back or your shoulder is stiff and sore, try patting on Sloan's liniment. It takes but a second, and almost instantly you can feel that comforting warmth ease away the pain. If you haven't a bottle on the medicine shelf right now, it's time you made a mental note to ask your druggist for a handy bottle of Sloan's, the quick-acting liniment. Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to the Colonel by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Chief Coffey, this case of Dwight Beard certainly has many unusual angles. As I recall, Beard had a powerful physique and was a star college athlete. His cunning brain used this to make incredible escapes.
That's right, Colonel. After looting a house, Beard would leap from an upper-story window to a nearby tree, swing himself to the ground, and then disappear. But Beard was soon apprehended. And the court, believing him sincerely repentant, placed him on probation, never realizing that Beard was already scheming new criminal activity.
I knew I'd never go to jail. I knew if I put on a good crying act, the court would think I was repentant. They caught me once, but they'll never get me again. I have a new plan. All I need is money. And I'm getting that money tonight.
It was on the night of February 18th, 1932, in the little town of Valdez, North Carolina, that Beard went after this money. There, Beard and another man waited for the return of the local storekeeper.
Are you sure this storekeeper will have the money on him tonight, Beard?
I know he will. I also know he'll come up this path to his house.
Where can we hide?
This tree.
Why, you're crazy, Beard. We can't both hide back of this tree.
We won't be back of it. We'll be up it.
What?
Come on, climb.
Okay, Beard, if you say so. All right, come on. We got it?
Yes, sir.
Do you think this branch will hold both of us?
Sure. There. Now, when our friend passes under the tree, we'll drop down and grab him.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but what if
Someone's coming.
the storekeeper?
Get ready.
I'm set.
Drop.
Oh, who are you?
No noise. Hand over that money.
No, I won't.
Why, it's you. It's in that satchel, pal. Grab it.
I got it. No, help. Hey, give me my money.
I said
give me
quiet.
Beard, you killed him.
In this brutal manner did Dwight Beard commit his first murder, Colonel. Immediately, printing presses roared as thousands of police circulars were sent to all nearby police departments.
To all police chiefs, urgent, wanted for murder, Dwight Beard, 23, 175 pounds, 5 feet 11 inches, fair complexion, athletic build, reward for his arrest and conviction. Notify J.P. Coffey, Chief of Police, Valdez, North Carolina.
Thus, Dwight Beard started his life of crime, Colonel, a hunted man. He was recognized but not captured in Georgia, in Louisiana, and in Florida. But for months, nothing more was heard of Beard. He had taken on a new name. Then, in April of 1933, a significant meeting took place between two men in St. Paul, Minnesota, in an apartment house.
That's my proposition, Wilson. The police will never suspect us. I worked this plan out step by step, ever since I was in college.
I admit you have something unusual, but I don't trust you. Let's put our cards on the table. You say your name is Donald Haynes?
Well?
Let's not kid each other. I know that's not your real name.
Listen, Wilson. As far as you're concerned, my name is Donald Haynes.
Okay, Haynes. Whatever you say.
I need a partner who has the proper underworld connections. You have. You coming in with me? Yes or no?
Well, Haynes, let's put it.
I said I'll have access to every wealthy home in the city. These rich people will be my friends. It's a setup in a million.
What makes you think that you, a stranger in town, can just walk out and get to know all the ritzy people living around here? Why, it'd be like sending me to New York to crash the 400.
That's right, Wilson. You couldn't do it. But I can.
You sure hate yourself. But I still want to know, how are you going to do it?
With these. These golf sticks are going to open the doors of the wealthy to me.
What?
Yes, Wilson. These golf sticks.
Are you nuts?
It may take a week, it may take a month. But I have each step carefully planned. I start tomorrow on the golf links. And you'll see how I make out. I can't miss. All right. Tee up my ball, Caddy, and we'll see what I do in this last hole.
Yes, Mr. Haynes.
By the way, just what is my score?
Well, Mr. Haynes, I never see such golf shooting all my born days. There's 3 strokes under the course record already.
Not so bad, eh?
Well, Mr. Haynes, yours is a wizard. You're only a new member of this club, but all the other members been asking me who you is and how you shoot golf so good.
That's so? Let me have the driver.
Yes, sir. It's par 4 on this hole, sir. It's a dog's leg. The green's about 300 yards away.
All right. Here we go. Right over that pond.
Lordy me. Look at that ball go like an old eagle eye right over the pond. Mr. Haynes, you done it on the green and one. You see that? On the green and one.
Not so bad, if I do say so myself.
Oh, wait till folks back at the clubhouse hear about this golf shoot, Mr. Haynes. They'll never get over talking about it. No, sir, never.
In this way did Dwight Beard, alias Donald Haynes, worm his way into St. Paul, Minnesota society, Colonel. Within a week, he was playing golf with some of the city's wealthiest men. Within a month, he was a welcome guest in some of the city's finest homes. Then Beard and his partner Wilson had a talk in Beard's apartment.
Stage is set, Wilson. All the groundwork is laid. We're ready for action.
Well, Haynes, I've got to hand it to you. You worked this thing out just as you planned. I've read about your social life in the newspapers.
We need money now, and we're going to get it, Wilson. I bought you a chauffeur's uniform and a butler's outfit today.
What for?
It's essential that you drive the car for me.
Oh, I get it.
When I invite these people here, you serve tea or drinks, whatever's necessary.
Okay. I'll play the perfect butler or chauffeur or anything you say, Mr. Haynes, so long as we get the dough. What's our first job?
You see this invitation?
Donald Haynes, Esquire. Mr. and Mrs. G.B.F. Smythe request the pleasure of your company at a dinner dance to be held in honor of Count and Countess Ziski.
Some visiting celebrities. Can you imagine the wealthy people and all that jewelry stuff each woman will be wearing in order to impress the Count and Countess?
There'll be a fortune there. Yeah, but Haynes, are you sure you can pull a job like this alone?
Listen, Wilson. I know every inch of the Smythe's home. I know just what door to enter, so no one will see me. The whole job will take less than 5 minutes.
Sounds okay to me.
This Saturday evening, you'll drive me to the Smythe's. The guests are in for an unexpected surprise. You sure you have all my evening clothes in the back of the car, Wilson?
Sure, Haynes. Collar, shirt, tie, studs, everything.
It's 8:30. Guess they've all probably arrived at the Smythe's by now.
One thing, Haynes. You're supposed to be a guest there yourself. How are you going to rob them without their recognizing you?
That's up to me. Turn up this driver, Wilson. It's a servant's entrance.
Right.
All right, stop back of this clump of bushes.
Okay. Quite a party in there.
Yeah, French door is opening into the house on this side. I'll get in that way. You turn the car around and be ready to make a quick getaway when I come out.
Right.
Now, let's see. I think I have everything. The basket, gloves, revolver. I'll just slip on this mask.
Haynes, I don't know if you can do it. There must be at least 30 people in that house.
Don't worry, Wilson. You just be set for a quick getaway.
Okay. Watch your step.
All right, everyone. Don't make a move. Stay right where you are.
He's wearing a mask.
Quiet, quiet. I don't want to have to kill anyone. There's no heroics in you men. Now, ladies, start removing your jewelry. Drop it in this basket. You men, empty your pockets.
All right, all right.
Come on, I mean business.
This is an outrage.
Quiet.
This is my wedding ring. Do I
You
have
can keep the ring, but not that bracelet.
Thank you. Here's my bracelet.
This is the most terrible thing I've ever
Put
heard.
it in there. Thanks for the jewelry. I'll be going now, but I'm warning you. I'll kill the first person that starts after me. Good night. Take this basket, Wilson.
Okay, Haynes. Hop in.
Step on it, Wilson. Fast. Pull up on the side of the road, Wilson, while I change to these evening clothes.
Yeah.
Now I got to get dressed fast.
And then what? After you're all dolled up?
You drive me back to the Smythe's, of course. They're expecting me.
You're going back there?
Listen, stupid. 3 minutes ago, these people were held up by a masked gunman in a gray suit, light hat, and tan shoes. 5 minutes later, I arrive in evening clothes as an invited guest.
Yeah?
You think anyone would ever figure that I'm the one who just held them up? Well, when I get back there, if they haven't already called the police, I'll do it for them.
Police records show, Colonel, that Beard pulled more than 50 robberies in this manner.
Yet, Chief Coffey, for all his cunning, it's evident that luck played with him. If anyone had seen Beard in his quick change act, he would have been captured the very first time he tried the plan.
That's true, Colonel. And as you point out, his luck did change.
Chief Coffey, before you tell us how this murderer and thief was discovered, Charles Stark has a few words for us.
During this raw, wet, blustery time of year, you're going to hear many folks complain they're chilled to the bone. Too often a chill like that brings muscular aches and pains. But just so long as you have a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment handy, you needn't worry. For over 2 generations, this famous Pat-On liniment has been giving quick relief when muscles ache. Millions of people the world over use and like Sloan's liniment. They find it so easy to apply, so promptly acting and comforting. If you have a mean crick in your back or a sore leg or arm, try Sloan's liniment yourself. Just pat it on lightly, lean back and relax. Like a heat treatment, a delightful warmth penetrates to those sore and stiffened muscles, soothing away the pain in no time at all. The next few months are the Sloan months. Always have a bottle of this family friend in need ready to serve you when pain strikes. Sloan's liniment costs very little, but it's sure worth plenty when you need it in a hurry.
Now, Chief Coffee, you say Dwight Beard's luck changed.
The breaks were all going Beard's way at first, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Then, as is usual between two crooks, trouble broke out one night at Beard's apartment.
Hey, Wilson, come in here.
What's on your mind, Haynes?
I've been doing some figuring. The last 6 months, you've made pretty good money.
Well, haven't you?
Now we're going to make a new agreement. So I'm cutting down on your share. Hand it over or I'll drill you.
Here.
Thanks. This added to my pile makes quite a tidy sum.
You'll let me go now?
To tip off the police when you get outside?
I won't. I swear I won't.
Save your breath, Wilson. I don't need you any longer, and I'm getting rid of you.
All right. But don't shoot me.
I'm not going to shoot you, Wilson. That's too much noise. Back in college, I was a star wrestler. I can snap your neck with my bare hands.
No,
I don't
Haynes.
need this gun. I'll throw it on the table.
You threw your gun down. But I got one of my own.
Wilson.
Get over against that wall, Haynes. Or whatever your name is. Get over there.
Are you crazy?
I never did trust you, you crook. Now it's my turn to pick up the dough.
Put that money down. It's mine.
Shut up. Shut your pretty mouth for a change. I'm sick of hearing you blow about how smart you are. How you're the mastermind of crime.
Wilson, where you going?
Thanks for your share of the dough, Mr. Haynes. It makes quite a tidy sum. So long, pal.
With Wilson gone, Beard had to work alone, Colonel. 2 nights later, in the living room of a wealthy Minneapolis family home.
Marion, dear,
Yes, George?
what are you reading?
Oh, just one of the latest novels. Why don't you get a book and read, too, George? You seem so restless tonight.
I was down at police headquarters today.
Yes? Oh, have they traced any of the stolen jewelry?
No, it takes time. Marion, the police have a theory that this epidemic of robberies is the work of one of our friends.
One of our friends?
Yes, the police say that anyone who knew as much about the inside of our homes as the... Marion,
Yes, George?
didn't you say the servants were all out tonight?
Well, yes, they are. Since we were staying home, I
Wait.
thought that... What's the matter?
Listen.
But I'm sure there's no one in the house but us.
Hear that?
Someone's upstairs.
I'm going up. You call the police.
I'm afraid. Let me come with you.
All right, dear. Careful now. We don't want these stairs to squeak.
George.
Yes?
I'm sure I left the light on at the top of the stairs. Someone's turned it out. What's that?
Someone's in this room.
Oh.
I'll open the door.
George! Oh, George, are you all right?
There he is.
He's going to jump out that window.
Come on.
Oh,
He fell into the yard.
is he dead?
No, he's moving. Marion, you call the police. I'm going down there and grab him before he can get away.
Was that another of Beard's jobs, Chief Coffee?
Yes, Colonel. And although badly hurt after jumping from the Smythes' window, he succeeded in getting away. The police began checking all doctors and hospitals. 3 hours later, in a hospital room in Minneapolis...
Nurse.
So, you're awake at last.
Who are you?
You know very well who I am. You're under arrest.
You want me for robbery?
No, we've got your partner Wilson to answer the robbery charges. We want you for something else.
What? Why am I under arrest?
It's an easy thing to change your name from Beard to Haynes or any other name you choose. But there's one thing you can't change, Dwight Beard. Your fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
We took them while you were asleep. We know your whole record, particularly the crime you committed at Valdez, North Carolina.
No. I didn't have
You're
any...
all washed up, Beard. You're going back to North Carolina to be tried for murder.
Chief Coffey, I know that Beard was immediately returned to North Carolina. Was he convicted of murder?
Yes, Colonel, after a long court battle. Then an unexpected thing happened. Beard's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. A year passed, then one night in the prison yard at North Carolina State Prison.
Hey, Beard.
Oh, hello, Connie.
I thought your leg was broke, but I just saw you walking as good as anyone.
That was a stall. I always pretended my leg was hurt after I left the hospital. The guards figured they don't have to watch me as closely as the others.
Yeah?
After tonight, they won't have to watch me. I'm getting over that wall tonight.
Well, you got a ladder?
No. I'm jumping over.
Don't kid me, Beard. That's a 12-foot wall. Even a kangaroo couldn't hop that.
Come over here, Connie.
Okay.
See this long pole I have hidden against this wall?
Yeah?
Ever see a pole vaulter?
You mean one of those guys that jumps...
I used to pole vault when I was in college. And tonight I'm vaulting over that wall.
Over a 12-foot wall?
Yeah. May even break the world's record. But it's going to be strictly unofficial.
Attention, prison break. Dwight Beard, murderer, escaped from North Carolina State Prison at Raleigh. Beard is 5 feet 11, 175 pounds, light complexion, athletic build, extremely dangerous. May be riding freight train heading south. Watch all trains heading south.
Yeah, Beard's not hiding on this freight. You can signal the engineer to go ahead.
Okay. All clear. All clear. Pull over there.
See any white man along the roads as you came through?
No, sir, boss. I ain't seen no one but myself all the time.
All right, get going.
Meanwhile, two police officers talked in Dallas, Texas.
Officer Roberts, I'm certain that Dwight Beard is somewhere in the Southwest.
If he's here, we'll get him, Sheriff. Police departments in every town in the country have circulars on Beard with full descriptions. He can't hide out forever.
No, sooner or later, we'll get him.
Yes. I wonder what it feels like to be a hunted man every minute of the day and night.
This river's like ice. But I gotta get across. They're after me. After me with bloodhounds. Won't let me rest night and day. Everywhere, cops. Driving me crazy. They won't let me sleep. I can't sleep. I can't sleep.
It was on the night of December 23rd, 1936, that Dwight Beard arrived in Dallas, Texas, Colonel. But he was no longer the self-confident college man who had a plan for the perfect crime. Down at the heels, shifty-eyed, he slunk along a Dallas side street and walked up to a store.
Yes? You wish something?
Listen, guy, hand over your money or I'll kill you. I swear I will.
No. Don't. Here, take the money.
That's better. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
Help! Hold up! Help!
You dirty rat!
What's wrong? Officer Roberts, I've just been held up. Man in the gray sweater. He ran down that cellar. Get back, all you people. Out of the way. Get back, all of you. Officer Roberts, don't go down there. He isn't. Officer Roberts. Are you hurt bad? Somebody killed a cop. Yes, it's Officer Roberts.
Call an ambulance. Get help. Do something. Help.
Officer John Roberts was dead, Colonel.
The second murder chalked up against Dwight Beard.
Yes. From descriptions given by the storekeeper and the witnesses, Dallas police, who had memorized Beard's wanted circulars, soon knew that Dwight Beard was the murderer, and emergency squads were hurriedly ordered to converge on the area where Beard was last seen.
All right, you men. Take up your positions back of this wall. The killer's hiding in that garage. Train your machine guns on the door of that garage.
Right, Captain.
Yes, sir. You other squads over there in position?
Yes, sir.
Keep down, everyone. Hey, you in the garage. We know you're Dwight Beard. You're completely surrounded. Come out before we open fire. All right, men. Now we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Put around the machine gun bullets through the roof of the garage.
Captain?
Yes?
I'm up here in this fire escape. I can see the killer. He's climbed on the roof of the garage.
What?
And there's a truck parked in the street. He's going to try and jump in it and get away.
Come on, men. Follow me.
There's the gunman. He's going to jump past him. Grab him. Oh, I got him. I'm hurt. Let me go. Let me go.
Get up on your feet.
Put the handcuffs on. I didn't do anything. I'm hurt. I didn't do anything.
So you thought you could jump to that truck and get away? A college athlete, huh? Come on, Dwight Beard. Start walking. Your jumping days are over.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, for the second time in his life, Dwight Beard was arrested and tried for murder. But this time, the death sentence was carried out. Dwight Beard was electrocuted June 6, 1937, in the prison at Huntsville, Texas.
Thank you, Chief Coffey, for bringing us the facts in this case of Dwight Beard, the ape bandit. It's too bad that a college education, athletic ability, and social accomplishments should have been used to rob good householders and snuff out the lives of law-abiding citizens. All because he would not learn the fundamental truth that crime never pays. And now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, a few words from Charles Stark.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 109. Be on the lookout.
Thousands of boys and girls listening tonight proudly wear the Rio Grande Junior Police Badge. They have fingerprint outfits, police microscopes, sirens, G-Man guns, and other detective equipment. Rio Grande offers every boy and girl a complete police outfit absolutely free. Read all about these free gifts in the latest issue of the unique Calling All Cars News, out today. Ask for your free copy wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Rio Grande publicizes the heroic deeds of the police in their war on crime because more of the West's police and emergency cars are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. Leading cities and counties of the West specify the same Rio Grande cracked you get from your neighborhood dealer because official records prove they get faster miles and more miles for the money. And now we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Our prisons are full of young men and women who made just one misstep off the straight and narrow path of honesty and were caught. It is a pity that the lives of these young people must be ruined merely because they made one mistake. but the law cannot make exceptions. The beautiful, young blonde girl in tonight's case was a good girl at heart, but she got into bad company. A few years ago, Burma White was enjoying life. She went to parties and dances. She met a man she knew was the wrong kind. She should have hindered her association before the inevitable happened. She was drawn into a life of crime, fascinated by its cheap excitement and thrills. Soon, she was so deeply enmeshed with the underworld that she couldn't fight her way back to respectability. Today, Burma White is in prison. When a good girl gets mixed up with the wrong kind of men, they usually have to be separated by the police. So the moral of the story you will hear tonight is plain. Don't associate with those who try to beat the law. They can't succeed. They'll drag you down with them, and the only way to stay out of jail is to stay on the right side of the law.
In 1930, Tom White was sentenced to San Quentin to serve a maximum term of 10 years for grand theft. He proved to be such an incorrigible prisoner, getting into fights and fomenting trouble among fellow convicts, that he was sent to Folsom. In spite of his incarceration in that haven of the two-time losers, he was paroled in April 1933. At a nightclub, he meets Burma Adams, a young blonde who worked in a beauty shop. And then, on the night of August 16th,
you see, baby, the first thing you need in this racket is a car.
Yeah, but we ain't got one, Tom.
Sure, I know that.
We might have to stick up people in the street.
No, that's small-time stuff. We're going to operate in a big way.
Yeah, but where are you going to get a car?
Right here.
What do you mean?
You see that car stopping there?
Yeah.
Well, that's practically ours right now.
Gonna take it from him?
Sure.
Gee, you're a hard guy, Tom.
Sure I am, baby. How about you? You scared?
Me scared? No. Gee, I get a kick out of this.
That's the way I like to see him. Come on, babe.
All right, I won't forget. Good night, Leslie, and thanks for a marvelous evening.
Good night, Mary. I'll see you Tuesday.
Pick him up.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Pick him up and give me your dough.
I haven't very much on me.
All right, give me all you got. And you too.
Oh, but I tell you, I haven't a penny.
Shut up and get out of the car, the two of you. Now get in, babe, and start her up. You'll get your car back sooner or later. But if you know what's good for you, you'll not squawk to the bulls too soon. You see, babe? That's all there is to it.
Gee, Tom, you're a smart guy.
Here. Let's turn up this street. Pretty swell dumps along here. Ought to be some dough in some of them.
Gonna stick up an apartment?
Oh, I don't know yet. No. We're transferring right here. Parked right behind that car. The one that just pulled up in front of that apartment house.
Well, what are you gonna do now?
Well, we'll take that one. This heap will be hot by now. You can bet that mug has already reported to the bulls as a stolen car. Big down. This is a holdup. What? Just keep your mouth shut, mister, and hand over your dough. Look, baby. That car ahead's got to stop for that red light. Pull up close to the curb, and I'll knock him over. Right here. Now, that's swell. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hold up your hands.
Huh?
What is this, a joke?
No, it's a holdup, and I mean business. Now keep your hand off that gear shift. Lady, you're not going to pull away from this.
Well, I can assure you, Mr. Withington won't try. I'm just teaching her to drive. I don't think she knows how to start the car, unless I told her.
All right, then. But hand over your money.
Don't you think this joke has gone far
Now,
enough?
this ain't no joke. Now, give me your watch.
Yeah, but you don't have to rip it off my wrist.
Well, all right, if you don't want me to rip your coat off, hand me your pocketbook.
Yeah. There you are.
Is that all you've got?
Well, yes. You see.
Well, it ain't enough. Okay, babe. Turn up here to the right and step on it.
What was that shot I heard?
Oh, the mug's trying to get fresh, so I let him have it.
All Los Angeles is horrified the following morning to learn of the brutal and needless shooting of Cora Withington and Crombie Allen. Public sympathy wells up as Miss Withington's life hangs in the balance. The Los Angeles Police Department goes into action. Chief Davis orders his first police blockade throughout the city in an attempt to capture the car used for the bandits. More than 300 patrolmen are deployed to strategically located intersections, where from 7 o'clock in the evening until 1 a.m., every passing automobile is scrutinized, its license plates checked, its occupants interrogated.
I never heard of such a thing. Holding decent people up like this, throwing everything out of kilter. What?
Listen, Martha, do you have any idea what this is all about?
No, and I don't care. I know I want to get home. I've got a headache, and these policemen are holding me up with their silly flashlights and questions. I don't
Well,
think...
listen here. They're looking for those gangsters who shot that school teacher.
They are?
Yes. And you ought to be glad we've got such an efficient police department. Would you rather be delayed a few minutes or maybe get shot like that poor woman was?
Well, I...
6 days later, Tom White changes cars again, holding up Mr. and Mrs. Effie Bobria and taking their Chevrolet coupe from them. Furnished with the license number of this car, the police intensify their manhunt. On August 31st, C.C. Lewis is held up as he's entering his apartment house. He grapples with a thug who fires a shot at him and then runs away. Mr. Lewis's description of the bandit tallies with that of the other victim. Chain stores and drug stores are burglarized. Pedestrians held up on the street, and every time the bandit is seen, the description is the same. Usually, he's accompanied by his blonde companion. On the night of September 6th, the radio police car covering its beat sees the missing Chevrolet parked in a filling station lot.
Yeah, that's it, all right. License plates and description fits.
We've got to pull in and find out about it.
Okay.
Want some gas, boys?
Nope. Know anything about that coupe over there?
Why, no. What do you mean?
Who's it belong to?
Oh, some blonde lives up the street here.
Oh, a blonde, eh?
Yeah, she brought it in yesterday to have the battery charged.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Where does she live?
I don't know that either. What's the matter? Is it hot?
Oh, no. We thought for a minute it was a car we were looking for, but I guess we're mistaken.
Yeah, the car we want is owned by a redhead.
Well, good night, buddy.
Good night.
That's it, all right.
Got to get to a box and call headquarters.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Robbery detail, Burris speaking.
Officer Diller, Radio Car 13 speaking.
Yeah?
We just located that stolen Chevrolet, 5P389.
Where?
It's parked in the filling station at Sutton Carondelet.
Okay, we'll be right out. Stay away from that car.
We are staying away from it. We're parked on down in the dark.
That's right. But don't let anyone see you there. We don't want to scare them away.
Right.
Okay, Anderson and I will be right out. Hello, boys.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Anything happened yet?
Not a thing.
Where's the Chevy?
In the filling station at the right-hand corner down there. You can just see the hood of it by the grease rack there.
Oh, yeah. Did you talk to the station attendant?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Said the car belonged to a blonde.
Well, that fits okay.
Said she left it to have the battery charged and she'd be back for it any time.
And she probably won't. It's 1,000 to 1 that car's abandoned for good. But I'll play the long chance that she's coming back for it. It's worth trying. Right. Now, you boys better get out of here and stay away from this corner. We'll hold the stake from now on.
Okay.
Tell the boys who relieve you to stay away out of this neighborhood and tell them to tell the boys to relieve them.
Right. Good night.
Well, let's see where we better hide. We can't stand out here on the sidewalk all night.
Say, Andy, look. Right next to that filling station is a garage, see? We could get in there.
Hey, that's a swell idea. Come on.
Don't look like there's anybody home.
Yes, there is. There's a light in the back.
Ah, this will be a great spot. Those hedges hide everything. We can see right through them.
Yes?
We're from police headquarters.
Well, what's the matter? Is there some trouble?
No, nothing's wrong, but we're looking for a car thief.
A car thief, is it? Worse than horse thieves, they've got to be. Well, what do you want with me? I ain't no car thief.
Oh, we know that.
We'd like to hide in your garage.
One of the cars this man stole is parked in the filling station next door, and we want to watch it through your hedge and try to pick up the crook when he comes back for it.
I see. Well, I can't figure no reason why you shouldn't hide in the garage.
Well, that's fine.
Look here. You got a car with you?
Why, yes.
Well, I'll take my car out of the garage. You can park yours in there.
Well, that's swell.
I'll park mine on the street. That is, if you don't give me no ticket.
Don't worry about that.
All evening and past midnight, the hidden detectives watch the filling station. The attendant closes up and goes home. The stream of traffic dwindles as the city goes to sleep. Still, the guardians of the law keep their watch.
Well, it doesn't look like they're coming for this crate tonight.
Maybe not. And again, maybe they will.
If the girl comes back alone, we'll have to follow her. You realize that?
Sure, we can't let the guy get away.
Well, I've been thinking maybe we'd better get a couple more men in case we have to surround their hideout.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I'll call in for a relief so we can get some dinner. And I think it'd be a good plan to change clothes. Got any dirty old pants at home you use when you grease your car?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you'd better get them.
Detectives Maxwell and Bergeron relieve Burris and Anderson. As dawn throws her roses spread over the waking city, they return, clad in old clothes, disguised as mechanics.
Well, what's the idea of the glad rags? Do you want to wake up the neighborhood?
Hey, what is this, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Don't be funny. If that girl comes back for the car, I'm getting a good look at her. And these greasy clothes won't arouse suspicion.
Anything happen while we were away?
Not a thing. Quiet as a graveyard. Well, we ought to get some action soon. The boy's opening up at the filling station.
It's the day shift man. Maybe he'd know something more about the car.
Matter of fact.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, hello. How are you this morning?
Well, I declare I never would have recognized you with them duds on. You ready for some right pert sleuthing, ain't you?
Maybe. Hey, look here. Do you want to help us?
Anything I could do, I'd be glad to.
Good. You know that bird in the filling station?
Bob? Sure I know it.
Well, mosey down there and find out what you can about this car here. Ask him who left it and what they said, will you?
Yes, indeedy. I'll be glad to.
But don't let on about us.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. I got better sense than that.
Well, here he comes back.
Took him long enough to find out anything.
He's a great old character. Probably had to settle the international debt situation while he was at it. Well, it's people like him that are a big help sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Dad, what'd you find out?
Well, not very much. It seems that this blonde girl left the car to have the battery charged. That was 2 days ago, and she ain't been for it since.
Bob said she lives up on Coronado somewheres, and that she's got two other cars, a Ford and Essex.
Two others, eh?
Well, is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I don't think so.
The missus is getting some breakfast. I might be able to get her to warm up some coffee for you.
Well, that'd be all right. I could do with a little coffee.
Throughout the long, hot morning, the four detectives remain on watch. Then at 3 in the afternoon, just as they're beginning to feel that their vigil is in vain, a blonde girl arrives at the filling station.
Hey, there she is.
Who?
The blonde. Yeah, that's her. She's gone over to the Chevrolet.
Well, we'll have to follow her and get the guy, too.
Well, I'm going to get a good look.
Weaving unsteadily, apparently a drunken hobo, Burris, clad in his greasy old clothes, wanders down 3rd Street past the filling station. As the blonde girl fills her tank with gas and chats with the station attendant, Burris has plenty of time to look her over and check her appearance against the description given by the many hold-up victims. As she pulls out of the filling station, Bergeron and Maxwell follow her in their car. Burris staggers up Carondelet until he's out of sight and then breaks into a run. Joined by Anderson, he streaks between houses to Coronado. They watch as the blonde turns into an alley and parks the car in a garage behind an apartment house, where she is joined by a man in a blue sweater. Bergeron and Maxwell drive by them as they are locking the garage. After the two suspects have entered the apartment house, Bergeron and Maxwell join Burris and Anderson.
That's the girl, all right.
Yeah, that's the guy, too. He fits the description to a T.
All right. Maxwell, you and Andy guard that alley entrance to the apartment. Come on, Bergeron. You and I are going to talk to the landlady.
Yes?
How do you do, ma'am? We're police officers, and we'd like you to help us.
Why, come in. Is anything wrong? What can I do?
We're looking for a blonde who lives in this building.
A blonde? Well, there are several blondes here.
And who are they?
Well, there's Miss Arnold.
What's she look like?
I wouldn't want her to go any further, for she is heavy. In fact, she's very fat.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Who else?
Then there's Mrs. Gilman. She's 40 if she's a day, though she's tries to tell people she's only 32.
No, that's not the one.
And then, oh, yes, there's young Miss Adams. She hasn't been here long.
What's she like?
Well, she's a child about 19 or maybe 20. She's thin and foot in a way.
That's the one we're looking for.
What apartment is she in?
She's in 218. Now, look here, I don't want any trouble in my face.
Don't worry, ma'am. There won't be any trouble. You just stay right here in your apartment.
Burris and Bergeron call Anderson and Maxwell in from the alley, and the four, guns drawn, climb the stairs to apartment 218. They find the door unlocked.
Just her. Grab her, Burris.
Okay.
Hey, that's the guy down the hall. Hey, come that guy coming. We're police officers. Get him out. Come that guy. Get him up for what? Hey!
What are they doing? Shut us out.
Now, just sit still until we find out what this is all about. I don't know what's the matter myself yet. We'll be as good to you as you let us.
What are you, police officer?
Yes, ma'am. We're police officers.
Oh, mercy. I thought you were hold-up men.
And just who are you?
I'm Burma's mother.
Well, boys, what happened?
That guy in the blue sweater opened up on us, so we let him have it.
Is he dead?
I don't know. Where's the phone?
Over there on the wall.
Who's Violet?
Well, that's his sister.
What's she doing here?
Came down here to see him. Tom's out on parole, you know.
Hello, Phil. Anderson.
Send the ambulance out to 2nd and Coronado. Yeah. And man shot. I don't know. Make it snappy, though.
Don't let my mother know what I'm into.
You'll find out from the papers.
Well, I guess you found out that way to know.
All right. Anderson, place these two women in technical custody. I want to talk to the girl. Come on in the kitchen, Burma. Now, let's find out all about this. What's your name?
Burma Adams.
What's the boyfriend's name?
Tom White.
Where's his gun?
Where's what gun?
The one that blinded Miss Withington, that 32.
Oh, that's him. That's in his room, I guess.
What room?
327.
Maxwell. Yeah. Get up to that guy's room, number 327, and see if you can find that 32. Right. Now, where's your car?
What car?
The Chevrolet.
I haven't got any Chevrolet.
Oh, yes, you have. I saw you drive it away from the filling station.
Well, then you ought to know where it is.
Where's the key to it?
In my pocketbook. Oh, please, mister. Don't let my mother know about this.
I won't tell her a thing. How many jobs have you and Tom pulled, Verma?
Oh, not so many.
Did you hold up that drugstore on Western Avenue?
Yes?
Those chain grocery stores?
Yes?
About how many?
5. I can tell you all that later, can't I? I don't want my mother to hear about this.
All right, Burma. Oh, by the way, why did you hang on to that Chevrolet? Didn't you know we had the license number?
Oh, I don't know. Tom wanted to get rid of it. But gee, I fell in love with it. I knew it was a honey. Had a rattling in it. Oh, boy, what a pickup. Gee, it was a swell car. It was a kid driving it.
Pardon me, boys. Ambulance just arrived. The guy's dead.
Hey, Boris, let me get a statement from the girl, will you? What's your name, kid?
Shall I tell him, or do you want to?
Her name's Burma White from now on.
Burma White. What do you mean?
I married him on Friday.
Hey, why didn't you bump her off, too? Look, she's all hopped up.
If that's what they're going to say, I'm through talking.
Get out of here, you.
But I got to get a statement.
Get out.
Okay.
The pig. I want you to sit right with me.
Oh, don't worry, kid. I will. Come on, we'll get you out of here. This kitchen door lead into the hall?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'd better go out the front way.
So, that's all right. I guess I can step over his body.
And on November 6th, Burma White, tool of the parole convict Tom White, was sentenced to serve from 30 years to life on 7 counts of first-degree robbery, 1 count of attempted robbery, and 3 counts of assault with deadly weapon with intent to commit murder. This series of crimes in which Burma White participated would never have entered a career of crime had the parole system been stringent enough to prevent desperados from having their freedom. It is my sincere hope that you, the citizens, will demand a proper parole system so that you and yours will not be in constant danger from the ruthless viciousness of men of the stripe of Tom White.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, you are almost certain to see a Rio Grande service station tomorrow, and we hope you'll drive in to ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, to read about the free gifts for your boys and girls, or to fill up with Rio Grande cracked, the gasoline that gives you so much more and costs you no more. And remember, more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked wherever it is sold than any other gasoline. And if you'll take the advice of America's most expert oil buyers, you'll take your car into a Rio Grande station every time you need oil. Sinclair motor oils are featured at all Rio Grande stations. The same Sinclair oils that are specified by 150 leading railroads and by the leading airplane lines. Sinclair oils are de-waxed and de-jellied so that all the useless filler you get in other oils is removed, and you get more real lubrication for your money than ever before.
all cars. Cancellation broadcast 109. Regarding a man wanted.
Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. During the course of tonight's opening broadcast, you will hear from Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight's the story of a crime against the nation, espionage.
Spying is just like any other business. A spy gets paid so much a week to do so much work. And in most cases, that salary is small because most spies gather only small bits of information. But when these bits are pieced together in Berlin or Tokyo, the result is a stolen invention or a sunken convoy. That's why spies are ordinary people working in ordinary places. Places like a waterfront where ships can be watched. Places like a factory where parts for new planes can be copied. Places like a bar where people talk, and talk too much.
Oh, brother, you should have seen. Yeah? She was steaming right into that bay when, boom, out from no place come a zero. Zero? Bang. Oh.
Bang is right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get any on you?
No, but it's all over you, Junior.
Willie. Gee, I'm sorry. 1,000 apologies, fair lady. 1,000,000.
Oh, look at that. Will you wipe it up, Willie, and get him another drink?
Sure.
Excuse me, young man.
You're awfully cute, Junior, but you're getting a little messy.
Poor battle wagon. She's sunk now.
Sunk off Guam?
Yeah, but they got a new one. The biggest, best. Well, it's a heck of a battle wagon.
It must be, Junior.
You're pretty.
You hear that, George?
Shit. Where's my drink?
I'll get it right away, sir.
Where was I?
You were talking about that battle wagon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see. Say, I'll tell you what. Friday morning, you walk up to the top of the street here, and you'll see the newest battle wagon and the best maybe in the world come steaming down the bay. She's just been commissioned.
Excuse me, sir. It's still zipping on you.
Yes. Then you'll see a real ship.
Well, then let's drink to her.
No, let's drink to you. To the most beautiful girl. Oh.
What's the matter, baby?
I don't feel so good.
Junior, now you've gone and
I
done
think
it.
I better...
Here you are, son. You go right back there.
Thanks. Excuse me. Be right back.
Poor Junior.
Oh, it's a shame. What is, Willie? Those kids, they want to enjoy themselves, or they sit with people and drink too much. They talk too much.
Talk too much.
Say, do you think we... I don't say you did anything. I just think it's a shame, that's all.
Let's get out of here, George. I'm sick of this dump.
Okay. Here you are. Thank you. What about your friend?
Tell him we'll wait for him outside. That was in January 1943. Early in February, 3 letters were brought to the attention of the FBI. 3 pleasant letters typewritten in English. 3 innocent letters intercepted on their way to Switzerland. 3 friendly letters containing, among other bits of information, a report and description of the newest battleship launched by our Navy.
Come in. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
I've been waiting for you. Pull up a chair.
Thanks, Ross.
You look bushed.
Yeah, I am, kind of.
Why don't you try hitting the hay early?
Are you kidding? I was in bed at 11:30 last night. But starting at midnight, the phone rang every hour on the hour. My wife says she wishes she'd married a doctor instead of an FBI agent.
My wife's been wishing that for 15 years. Did you read those letters from Switzerland, Danny?
Yes. Very dull if you don't happen to catch the parts printed in secret ink on the back. Have they been sent to the laboratory yet?
No, they just got here.
Oh, we'll send them through. Check the printing on the back. It's in German, isn't it?
Yes. Not in code, though.
That's a help. Let's see. We'll have the ink checked, typewriter, paper. They're all signed Henry Brown.
Yes, and all postmarked New York City.
Well, there must be a slew of Henry Browns in a small town like New York. And it's probably an alias anyway.
That's my guess, too.
We'll check up on him anyway and see what the laboratory has to say. A spy doesn't usually know exactly how much information he'll be able to pick up or exactly when or where he will get it. He knows, of course, that convoy movements in general are valuable, and he knows, too, that he may get this information from Navy or waterfront personnel. He knows he may be able to pick it up around the dock, but he's never sure just how much information will fall into his eager lap, just when, and from just whom. Sometimes it may come accidentally at an odd moment, such as during a practice air raid, a blackout, say, near the harbor in New York City. Lights out! All lights out! Mrs. Johnson, turn out that bathroom light!
Quiet, listen. This is a blackout.
Mrs. Johnson! Turn out that bathroom light! Lights out! All lights out! That's you, Mr. Searing?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Gordon.
Having trouble?
Just with Mrs. Johnson, as usual.
She's dark now.
Yeah, now, but I always have to yell my head off. She's a fine one. And my wife tells me she's always complaining about racing, too, and how she can't get enough coal. Quiet, listen, quiet.
Is Blitzen sick?
Hey, just had distemper. People like Mrs. Johnson ought to wake up and learn there's a war going on. Blackouts are very important.
If I weren't a warden, you wouldn't find me out tonight.
Aren't you feeling too good, Mr. Gordon?
My kid's home on liberty, and this is his last night.
Well, he'll be back soon.
Not this time. He says he's going on a convoy run to Russia.
Russia? Right at this.
Yeah.
And he's leaving tomorrow?
Or the day after.
Can you imagine? Just came back, too, from... Where was it?
Italy. But that was a short run. They just dumped some machinery there.
Airplane parts, probably.
No. But tanks, I think he said it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, how's business at the bar, Mr. Sebring?
Well, it's pretty good, thanks. Well, I think this will be a short blackout tonight.
I hope so.
Me, too. I got to write a letter before I go to bed.
Business?
No, it's to a friend in Switzerland.
Oh, you were over there in 41, weren't you?
Yeah, fine country. Well, Good night, Mr. Stern.
Good night, Mr. Seaburn.
A spy, you see, can be a very ordinary man. He doesn't have to live in a penthouse and drive a low-slung car. He doesn't have to work with a bulging wallet and an exotic woman. He doesn't have to employ gunmen disguised as chauffeurs or secretaries or waiters. He can be a waiter himself. A waiter in a waterfront bar. A waiter with a sick dog. A waiter named Willie Sebring. As a matter of fact, it's better for the enemy if he is, because ordinary men like Willie Sebring are hard to track down.
Well, Ross, we know what kind of a typewriter our friend used, and we've had every agent in New York checking on them.
What angle are you working on?
We're taking the chance that a good percentage of the drivel he writes in English to his Swiss friend is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So we've drawn up a list of what the man's like, and we're checking that. Want to see it?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks. Can speak and write both English and German fluently.
You can get that, of course, just from the languages used in the letters.
He's married, has a dog that had distemper recently, and lives near the New York harbor.
That's just a guess.
This is a good one. He probably poses as a great patriot, inasmuch as he is an air raid warden. He asked his friend in Switzerland to address him as Dear Willie in his letters. He came back from Europe in the spring of 1941. He was...
Wait a minute.
Get something?
I don't know. I'm looking over this letter you just brought in. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to wander through Lisbon again, particularly at this time of the year.
Lisbon, eh?
Yes. He came back from Lisbon in the spring of 41, Ross.
If he's writing the truth.
Well, we've got to take a chance on that.
What are you going to do?
Check on everybody who came into this country from Lisbon in the spring of 41.
We don't even know the name he came in under.
No, but we know what his handwriting's like. And if he came in from Lisbon, he had baggage. And if he had baggage, he had to declare it in his real name. And if he declared it, he had to declare it in handwriting.
Sure, but there must be hundreds of those baggage declarations.
There are thousands of air raid wardens, and with dogs.
Okay. Ever look for a needle in a haystack before?
Yep, I have. But this time, we're going to find it.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the case of Willie Sebring. We will return to this case in just a moment. It is now my privilege to present the President of the Equitable Society of the United States, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You deserve a clear and forthright statement of the reason why the Equitable has undertaken the sponsorship of these radio broadcasts. For 86 years, this mutual society has shielded the financial welfare of millions of American families. And whenever there has been an opportunity for the Equitable to serve the public interest, we have gladly undertaken that privilege. We believe that no medium more vital than this official FBI broadcast could be used to bring the society closer to its members and those who may become members in the future. Our business, too, is the business of safeguarding the security of the American family. Whether it be through the provision of life insurance protection for your loved ones, or the protection of your homes and property, or the financing of industry to make more and better jobs, or the participation in war bond subscriptions and other war activities. In fact, in nearly every form of security other than the services rendered by your FBI, the Equitable considers itself your partner and your friend. Through the medium of these radio programs, we hope to let you know of the manifold ways in which the Equitable can serve and is serving you and your community. Our business is carrying on into the next generation the benefits of savings in this generation. Public service and human relationships, the preservation of homes for widows and children, the education of sons and daughters, the security and comfort of thousands of elderly men and women living in retirement, and finally, the peace of mind of the American citizen is the mission of our society. And after all, there could be no closer parallel to the objectives of your Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. And now we continue with the file on the case of Willie Sebring, spy.
Being a special agent of the FBI is a business, too, but a business unlike any other. An FBI agent, for example, must be a college graduate or have a degree in law or accounting. He must go to school all over again when he enters the Bureau. He must be intelligent, observant, and thorough. So thorough that the notion of examining hundreds and hundreds of baggage declarations will not faze him. Actually, special agents of the FBI discovered that from February 1st to May 5th, 1941, boats sailing from Lisbon brought 3,095 aliens and 1,786 citizens to the port of New York. Approximately 5,000 people. Approximately 5,000 baggage declarations to check. Approximately 5,000 samples of handwriting to check against the handwriting on the letters to Switzerland. To match, to examine, to scrutinize, to sweat over, pore over, work over.
Wait a minute. I think he's got it. Yeah. Here, look. You see that M? See that German F? Get the slant of the print here. Here. I think we've got it. I think the laboratory will back us up that Mr. William Sebring is our boy.
William Sebring, eh?
I'd almost swear to it, Ross.
What's the report on him?
He was born in Germany, but he became a citizen here in 1925.
That takes in the languages.
He's married, and he's an air raid warden.
Has he got a dog?
Well, the ASPCA has 3 dogs registered in his wife's name.
I see.
It follows all the way down the line, Ross. He lives near the harbor. He works in a bar near the harbor.
Come in.
This just came over the teletype.
Thanks.
Ross, if Willie Sebring isn't the man, no one is.
Sit down, Dan.
Huh? What's the matter?
Sit down. Mr. Hoover sent this over the teletype exactly 7 minutes ago. Concluded question script writing on intercepts this case, written by William Sebring. Baggage declaration and letter to bank written by Sebring. However, insufficient samples to ascertain whether Sebring hand-printed German messages in secret ink. Also, no typewriting specimens available for comparison.
Not enough proof.
I'm afraid not, Dan.
Okay. Now what?
I think Sebring's the man. I think Mr. Hoover does, too.
So we need more proof.
Yes. More samples of his handwriting. And his printing, if we can get it.
And typewriter specimens.
That's right. Get them, and we get Sebring.
I'm going to pay a call on Mr. Willie Sebring.
You may scare him.
Not this way. His wife rents rooms in their house. I've been instructed to be a roomer. I'll be a welder working in the Navy Yard. That ought to interest Willie.
Quiet, Preston. Quiet.
Hello.
Hello? Well?
Can I rent a room here?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. My wife takes care of that, and she's out now.
Oh, gee, that's tough. I wanted to get a room right away.
Why don't you try across the street? They've got a room there.
Oh, thanks. I guess it doesn't matter. Same distance from the Navy Yard.
Be quiet, Preston. Quiet.
Well, hello there, old sport.
Oh, you like dogs?
Sure.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. My wife will probably bite my head off, but we have a room on the top floor.
Oh, thanks. I don't want to get you and your wife.
No, it's all right. Come on in.
Well, thanks, Mr.
Sebring. Willie Sebring.
Dan Braddock.
Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
You know why I'm really giving you this room?
No, why?
The Navy Yard.
I don't get you.
Any man who works for the war effort, I do what I can for.
Say, you're a real patriot, Mr. Sebring.
100%. Fight this way.
For $6 a week, the special agent posing as Dan Braddock, welder, rented a room from Willie Sebring, spy. And at the end of the week, that room was worth exactly $6 and no more. The agent found that Sebring left the house each day at 3 p.m., went to the bar, came home for supper at 8:30, and went to the bar until midnight. He found that there were 2 roomers in the house beside himself. He found that Sebring spent most of his time in the attic, which had a view of the harbor. Beyond that, he found nothing. And the letters to Switzerland had stopped. So on the afternoon of the 21st of May, Mr. Willie Sebring's hand was forced.
No, Blitzen, no. No, I said no. If you eat too much, you'll get sick again. Now, be quiet.
Excuse me, Mr. Sebring.
Oh, hello, Mr. Braddock. Come on in. Thanks. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, still on the night shift, huh?
Yeah.
Well, those new ships probably need very careful work.
Oh, they do, but they're honeys.
Oh, I'm sure.
I sneaked a picture of one I want to send to my kid brother. He's in the Pacific.
A picture, huh?
Yeah. Say, Mr. Sebring, I wonder, could you do me a favor?
Well, I'd be only too glad to, sure.
I want to send this package to the kid, but I can't address it. You see, I burnt my hand last night.
Oh, my, that's a shame.
Oh, it's not too bad. It doesn't bother me, except I can't hold a pen in it.
That's tough.
I was wondering if you had a typewriter in the house. You know, I could type up a label.
A typewriter?
Yeah.
No, there's no typewriter here. I'll tell you what, though, my handwriting isn't so good, but I could print the address for you in ink.
Swell. I'd appreciate
Well,
that.
it's no trouble at all. Listen, be quiet. That dog will be the death of me one of these days. Now, who does this go to?
Sergeant Fred Braddock.
S-E-R-D.
Once again, a handwriting specimen comes to the FBI laboratory. In all, 5,376 specimens were checked in this one case. But this is the last. This is it. This is proof, neatly signed by Willie Sebring himself. Only one thing more remains. One missing piece of evidence. One last final proof. A typewriter. Hiya, Blitzen, old boy. What's the matter with you tonight, huh? Lonely for your master? Well, he'll be back later. But in the meantime, we'll have a little look around without him, huh? We'll see where he... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you done scared me out of my wits.
I really am sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. My name is...
I know. You're Mr. Braddock.
How do you know?
Mrs. Sebring told me.
Well, I didn't know you lived here.
Well, I board here, but I've been away on a 2-week vacation.
Oh. Did you take your typewriter with you?
Why, yes. Why?
Oh, I was looking for one the other day.
Well, you can borrow this anytime you want. Everybody else in the house does.
From Mr. Sebring down, huh?
Mainly Mr. Sebring. At 2:30 p.m. on the 5th of May, Willie Sebring left his house, walked to the corner, and waited for a bus. He never caught that bus because 2 special agents of the FBI came up, identified themselves, and asked him to go with them to their New York office to answer some questions. Willie Sebring smiled. He was a patriot, so he went willingly. At 3:15 that afternoon, he sat in conference room C on the 6th floor of the FBI office in New York.
Mr. Sebring, I want to tell you frankly that you don't have to answer any questions if you don't want to.
Oh, I consider it my duty as a citizen to answer questions. Don't you, Mr. Braddock?
We all do. But you understand, Mr. Sebring, that anything you say can be used against you later on.
Against me? Sure, of course I understand that, but if there's anything I've done, it certainly was done innocently.
Okay. Mr. Sebring, were you in Lisbon in the spring of 1941?
Why, yes, as a tourist.
Where were you born?
In Europe?
Germany?
Yes, but now I'm a citizen of the United States, of course. And I'm an air raid warden.
I know that. Mr. Sebring, look at this baggage declaration. Did you write it?
Yes, when I came back from Lisbon.
Okay. Look at this package. Did you address it?
Well, yes, Mr. Braddock said it was for his brother. But I guess...
Mr. Sebring, look at this letter, please. No. Look at the back, where the secret ink has been developed. Did you write that?
Yeah. Could I have a cigarette?
Spying is just like any other business. Its market is the enemy. Its merchandise is talk, gossip, conversation in a bar, on a street, on a train. In times like this, in wartime, the FBI is more alert, more watchful than ever. It has a tremendous job to perform. In this country, espionage is under control. But remember, talk is the merchandise of spying, and its market is the enemy. What you talk about in a public place may seem unimportant to you. But if it's anything connected with the war, you may be helping spies. You may be writing a letter to Tokyo or Berlin.
Before we close tonight's file, it is our special privilege and pleasure to introduce the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is in Washington, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your FBI hopes that these broadcasts will help you to know more about the organization which is dedicated to the safeguarding of your welfare and that of your family. Perhaps through these radio broadcasts, you will not only be entertained by the stories of your FBI in action, but you may also gain a better appreciation of your own personal responsibility to your family and to the community in which you live. And I want both you and Mr. Parkinson to know that, speaking for myself and for the whole Bureau, I am especially pleased that these messages are being brought to you under the sponsorship of another institution which likewise is dedicated to the security of the family, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Every man, woman, and child in this nation should be alert and ever watchful for the slightest information which might lead to prevention of a crime by our enemies within and without the United States. While our fighting men all over the world are tonight meeting the enemy on land, in the air, and on the sea, it is the duty of every one of us to protect them by guarding the homeland they have left in our trust. It is my sincere hope that these broadcasts will enable you to know more about how to cooperate with your local police officials and every branch of law enforcement in your community. I also hope that you will come to know your FBI as a group of men and women who seek no personal glory and who are part of a great team serving you, your family, and the nation.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, the part of Sebring was played by James Van Dyke, Dan by Carl Swenson, and Ross by Jeffrey Bryant. Others in the cast were Francis Cheney, Helen Lewis, Will Hare, Chuck Webster, Jack McBride, and Brad Barker. The music for tonight's performance was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Challenge of the Yukon.
I'm king of you
King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the Challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region. And the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. It was early afternoon, and Sergeant Preston was on patrol duty in the Yukon with his lead dog, the Great King. The snow was swept clean from much of the land, and Preston had left his sled and team in town.
What is it, King? All right, King, you lead the way. Going after something, but I can't make out what it is. He's following a scent. It'll be a good idea to see what it leads to. All right, boy, I'm coming. Yes, I see, King. Footprints, huh? Oh, that's strange. Snow's partially covered those tracks. But it's worth investigating. The wind swept this land clean. The tracks stop. King, old fellow, you'll have to lead from here on. That cave over there? Is that where you're going, King? Well, King, you've never been wrong before. Whatever's in that cave must be pretty important. This is one place we've missed on our patrols, King. Here's some wood. Someone uses this cave. But what for? Now look at these pelts. Fox, lynx, beaver. Why, they're beautiful. Trapper who uses this cave for a storeroom has certainly got a fortune in furs. One man couldn't have... Well, this cave is full of pelts. Yes, King? What's over there now? Oh, I see. So this is what had you so excited, boy. Now, what would any trapper with these rich skins be doing with dog and wolf pelts? They have no value. I can understand a trapper building up a supply of high-grade pelts, but why would he keep so many of these worthless ones? What is it, Boyden? Someone coming? Yes, King. There's something wrong here. We can't get out without being discovered. We'll get back at the far end of the cave. Here. You should be safe here. Now play dead, King. Play dead, boy.
another bunch we'll catch, you know.
That's the last of them, thank heaven. I'm so tired hauling these pelts.
Hauling's almost over now. We take one more load of dog and wolf skins to the storehouse, and then the whole thing can go up in smoke.
Yeah. Those trappers, they'll take it mighty hard. It's a good thing you made them sign those contracts.
Our agreements will make us rich. We don't pay till a shipment is made.
That contract was the smartest thing you ever put together, Vance.
I'm jack of all trades, and it pays to know a little about them all. I didn't have much to do with any law, but I can draw up a watertight contract. And there's not a thing any of those trappers can do to break their agreements.
Just look at that beaver skin. It's a beauty.
Yeah, it's a beauty, all right. We're sitting mighty pretty. Look at those fox pelts.
These skins will bring a fortune.
Yeah? We have a gold mine in the fur business.
All them trappers need is to hear the prices we pay for the skins, and they're bringing the best ones to us in carloads.
The best part of it is we pay when shipment's made, and we never ship.
We can't tote these wolf and dog skins to the warehouse till dark, Vance.
No, we might as well stay right here till sundown.
I'll start a fire.
Wait a minute. Leave that firewood alone. Let me listen.
What's eating you, Vance?
There's someone in this cave.
Oh, who could be?
There's someone in here, I tell you.
Listen, Vance, there ain't a soul knows about this cave. Well, we can look around just to make sure if it'll make you feel any better.
It's no joke, Duval. I know there's someone in here.
You got a sixth sense, Vance.
You go along that wall. I'll take this side.
Well, there's so many parts of this cave we can look all night and still not be anywhere.
Shut up.
I don't know what's got into you lately, Vance. You was never so edgy before.
Come out with your hands up. It'll go a lot easier with you.
I ain't gonna walk into our arms, Vance. If there is somebody in here, you know that.
And we'll search this cave till we find him. Come on.
I don't know where he gets these ideas. Someone in the cave. He's taking this thing pretty serious.
That's a warning. Come out with your hands up.
You shot loose in some rocks.
Oh.
Hey, what the...
I told you there was somebody in here. Now bring that light over. I've got a gun and I'm going to use it.
Maybe some of that rock hit him, Vance.
Hurry up with that light.
Jumping horn toad's a mountie.
Well, I never expected to meet Sergeant Preston knocked out by a couple of falling rocks. Come on, Duval. We'll tie him up before he regains consciousness.
Here's some of that rope we used to tie the pelts together.
That'll be all right. If that mutt moves, shoot him. There, that does it. You had a hard time getting free of these ropes.
Oh, my head.
Shut up, you mutt.
King, old fella. We gotta do something about this mountie, Vance. He heard us talking.
Don't worry, we'll take care of him. Shoot that mutt, Duval.
Quiet, King.
Call him out here.
All right, King. Come on out, boy.
Shoot him, Duval.
Oh, now, Vance.
You heard me. Are you going to shoot him or will I?
Make a break for it, King. Go on, boy.
Well, get him.
No, you won't, Vance. You're not going to kill King.
Go ahead. Shoot, Duval.
No use, Vance. He's clean away.
If you'd have shot him when I told you.
King. Hey, King, is that the dog?
Yeah, that's the smartest lead dog in the Yukon. And now he's going to bring help, thanks to you.
Oh, we better get rid of this mountie fast then, Vance.
Sure. Fine. Have you got any ideas?
I'll put a couple of bullets in him right now.
You should have thought of that when the dog was here. No, it's suicide to kill a Mountie.
You'll never get away with this.
Listen, Preston. This is one time you're not holding the gun. You'll die all right, but without bullet marks on you.
You can't win, Vance. Sometime and soon the inspector will send one of the other Mounties to see what's happened.
Let him. By that time, Duval and me will be so far out of the Yukon, your law will never catch up with us. Now, don't worry. When you're found, Preston, it's not going to look like murder.
What do you aim to do with him, Vance?
We'll gag him and take him for a walk.
You mean...
Yes. We'll have to go ahead with our plans tonight. We can't waste any time. That dog will have someone back here in a few hours.
You're right. Let's pack up these furs and get moving.
Late that night, with heavy packs on their shoulders, Vance and Duval sneaked into Machete and forced Preston at the point of a gun to go ahead of them.
We'll go right to the warehouse.
Yeah. sooner we get there, the better. I don't like going through the town carrying this stuff.
Don't worry, no one will stop us.
I'm thinking about that dog.
Once Preston's out of the way, our troubles are over. Of course, it'd be different if that mutt could talk. Here we are.
I never was so glad to see any place in all my life. This Mountie was downright obedient.
Throw him down on top of some of those worthless pelts, then tie his feet.
All right, Mountie. He won't be able to move when I finish tying this.
We'll put a lot of these dog skins around him.
You figure
we want Sergeant Preston's death in the fire to look real. We want to be sure there's not a chance for him to get out alive.
I get you, Vance. That way you can say he was caught trying to save someone from the burning warehouse, huh? Good idea.
Someone in this outfit has got to get ideas. Come on, Duval. We'll put some of this oil around.
That ought to be enough, Vance.
Yeah, that'll do it. Now I'll take this lamp.
Those skins burn plenty fast.
This place will be an inferno in 5 minutes.
Less than that. Come on, let's get out of here.
You don't want to be too close to this place when the fire is discovered.
Attracted first by the red glow of the flames against the darkness of the night, men poured from ramshackle buildings surrounding the warehouse and watched the fire. They knew the furs inside were lost. They knew that the cost of the damage would break many a trapper's heart. But they didn't know that inside the building, Sergeant Preston lay bound and gagged, helpless in the face of certain death. A tall, lanky trapper came from Mashiti City's cafe. The expression on his face told the story more eloquently than words.
Hey, all my furs are in there.
Yeah, look at them flames.
I'm going in there.
You're loco if you do. You'll never get out alive.
My warehouse. We're ruined.
Ain't a chance in the world of saving anything.
Duval, if that building caves in, we haven't a chance.
Yes, and it's gone. My furs.
Man, listen to me.
You better make good on them furs, Vance.
What are you going to do about it, Vance?
Boys, I'm sorry.
What about us?
Vance, we won't lose everything, will we?
What about
a minute. Listen to me. You men all signed agreements with us. We agreed to pay when we ship the furs. If the furs aren't shipped, we don't pay.
You mean I've lost a whole year's trap in that fire and I get nothing to show for it?
I'm sorry, Hankins, but there's not a thing we can do about it.
We lost the warehouse.
There goes the building.
Does it, Duval? Preston's covered with red-hot embers by now.
I gotta hand it to you, Vance.
Well, Hankins, what was in that warehouse is just a hopeless loss now.
You ought to give us at least a quarter of what our furs were worth, Vance. If we'd have taken them to Hudson Bay Company, we'd have gotten...
didn't take them to the Hudson Bay Company. Why do you suppose you pay such high prices? We got competition to meet. We meet it the best way we know how, that's with highest prices. We don't allow a cent for any losses.
You don't have to take a loss, Hank.
Preston.
No, wait, I'm seeing things.
How did that
You're
Mountie...
not seeing things, Duval, but you soon will be. The inside of a jail.
That mutt, he must...
Yes, Vance, thanks to King here, I got out of that burning warehouse. He chewed through the ropes.
What did you mean, Sergeant? You said I don't have to take no loss.
I meant just what I said, Hankins. Your furs, together with the furs of the other trappers, are all safe in a cave about 2 miles from here.
Well, how be... Vance said...
Vance and Duval are under arrest.
You'll have to prove your story first, Mountie.
I'll prove it. Hankins, I'll take you to that cave where you'll find your furs.
Well, it ain't no crime to put furs in the cave. And as for yourself, Mountie, you can't prove...
Maybe I can't prove you tried to kill me, Duval.
You have no charge, Preston. You know it. You can't prove we burned down our own warehouse. We didn't know the furs had been transferred to the cave. Someone else did it.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't know nothing about it.
You have agreements with these trappers to pay them high prices when you ship. You agreed to those high prices because you didn't expect to pay them. But we'll make sure you ship now, and the law will see you stand by every word of your agreement.
Sergeant, that contract gives them 30 days to ship.
Don't worry, Hankins. They'll ship in 30 days, all right. And you'll have your money. Yes, King, the case is closed. Upholding the motto of the Northwest Mounted Police, Sergeant Preston and the Great Dog King maintain the right and get their man. Don't miss their next thrilling adventure when they meet the challenge of the Yukon once again on Saturday at 6:30.
On King! On you husky!
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant." Inspector who? Oh, yes, sir, Inspector. The detail is assembling here. I don't know, sir. Lieutenant King of the 21st Squad is in charge.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct. The nerve setter. An important case is about to break. Superior officers have been notified. They're assembling from their homes, from social functions, from all over the city. You will follow the action taken pursuant to these notifications from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir. The brass has all been notified. They can start out any time. Yes, sir, any time now.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their persons, their homes, and their property is my job. My job and the job of 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I'd been off duty since 6 o'clock. I was not due back at the station house until 4 p.m. the next afternoon, when I would work straight through until 8 the following morning. At 6:30, I met my wife at Frank and Norman's, a steakhouse on 54th Street near Broadway. We had dinner and took a cab to the 46th Street Theater to see the hit musical Guys and Dolls, an occasion we had both looked forward to for a year. The first act was fine.
Wonderful, Frank. This is wonderful. I love it.
Well, it's certainly been worth waiting for. You want a cigarette? We go down to the lounge.
All right.
I want to call in anyway. Oh, excuse us, please.
I'm sorry.
Pardon us, please. I beg your pardon. Thank you. Watch your step now, Ellen.
I feel like dancing up the aisle. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-da. I can hardly wait for the second act.
Well, 10 minutes isn't such a long time. According to the Manual of Procedure, a precinct commander, although off duty, is never relieved of the responsibility of his command. Consequently, he's obliged to keep the desk officer informed regarding his whereabouts. If he's beyond the reach of a telephone, he's required to call in at frequent intervals to be notified of any matter that would require his attention. Ellen and I went downstairs to the theater lounge. I offered her a cigarette, lit one for myself. Then I stepped into the phone booth.
First Precinct, Sergeant.
This is Captain Kennelly, Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Captain. Good you called.
What have we got?
Well, you know those 3 guys who escaped from the federal penitentiary in Pennsylvania and robbed a bank in the Bronx?
Yeah?
Well, I think they got them spotted.
In the precinct?
Yes, sir. 611 East 67th Street. The information came to one of our men walking a post over there. Farrell.
Good. Are they sure it's them?
Well, they must be. getting ready to hit the place.
I want you to notify division on it.
Yes, sir.
And put me through to Lieutenant King.
You got a couple of messages here, Captain.
Well, hold them till I get in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Hold on. I'll connect you upstairs. 21st Squad. Detective DeFeo.
Well, let me talk to Lieutenant King, please.
Lieutenant King's busy right now. Can I help you?
This is Captain Kennelly.
Oh, hold on, Captain. Lieutenant, Captain Kennelly on 2. He's coming, Captain.
Okay.
Lieutenant King,
Hello, Matt. What do we got?
3 bank robbers, escaped convicts, holed up on East 67th Street.
Oh, how does it look?
It's them, Captain. Information came to one of your men, Johnny Farrell.
Yeah, I know. What time are you going to hit the place?
As late as possible, 4 or 5 a.m. probably.
All right, I'm coming in. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
I'll see you.
So long, man.
Frank, that took long enough.
Did it?
What happened? Did the roof fall in, as you always say?
Well, I got to go in, Helen.
Oh, Frank.
Now, you stay and see the rest of the show.
But it'll be over at 11 o'clock. Can't you stop by on your way home?
No, this is important. Here's the car check, honey. You know the garage is parked in on 53rd.
And what time do you think you'll be home?
Oh, I don't know. Haven't any idea. I'm sorry, honey. Sorry to have to ruin your evening.
Why can't it ever happen when we're not having a good time?
Beats me, honey. I'll see you at home.
Good night, Frank.
After 16 years in the job, Ellen was used to that sort of thing. She didn't complain. She just made the best of it. I went up to the street and flagged a cab to take me to the station house. Traffic across town was light. Cab had me in front of the station house in less than 10 minutes. I saw 2 patrol cars parked at the curb. One was ours, the other belonged to ESD. The street was quiet. I walked up the worn granite steps of the station house and into the muster room. At the desk, Lieutenant Gorman was booking a prisoner in the custody of a detective I didn't know. Suspect looked like an addict. The detective must have been from the narcotics squad. A half-dozen patrolmen were gathered in a group at the far end of the muster room, talking quietly. I walked over to the far end of the desk where Sergeant Klein was on the boxes.
Hello, Captain.
Who are those men, Sergeant?
Oh, them? They were sent in here from the 19th and 23rd on special detail. You know, for the raid. Excuse me, Captain.
Yeah.
21st Precinct, Sergeant. Yeah, where are you? Well, listen, walk around the corner to 331 and see the super. He's called in here twice about a couple on the 3rd floor fighting and breaking the furniture. Yeah, okay, let me know.
Those men know what they're here for?
No, sir, not yet. That's what they're probably trying to figure out.
No, I don't want them standing around in here jabbering. Tell them to go into the back room.
Yes, sir. Listen, you men.
Yes, Sergeant.
Go on in the back room there and make yourselves comfortable. You'll be here a while yet.
Thanks a lot. You notify the division?
Yes, sir. I spoke to the division lieutenant. He'll get in touch with Chief Andrea. Those are the guys holed up there. That'll be a pretty good collar.
Yeah, it should be. What else is doing around here?
Oh, nothing much. Pretty quiet tour otherwise. You got a couple of messages.
What?
One from CB over the teletype. A meeting of all precinct commanders in the lineup room at 2:40, Wednesday, 9 a.m. I left the communication on your desk.
Okay.
A fellow named Fox called twice. He wouldn't give his first name. He wanted your home number. I asked him what it was about. He said it was personal. I didn't give him your number. I told him you were due back on at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He'll call in.
All right, I'm going upstairs.
Captain.
Yeah?
It was Johnny Farrell who got the information.
Yeah, you told me that.
Did I? Oh, yeah.
Where is Farrell? On post?
No, sir. Lieutenant King said that since it was his line, he could come along when they hit the place. He changed to civilian clothes and he's upstairs. I put Melito on his post.
All right, I'll check with you later.
Yes, sir.
I left the muster room and headed toward the stairs to the 21st Squad on the 2nd floor. In the back room, the special details from the 19th and 23rd were gathered around in little groups whispering, wondering what their job for the night would be. On the way upstairs, I grinned at the way everyone was so careful to point out that the information on the 3 bank robber escapees came to Patrolman Johnny Farrell. Johnny Farrell had been caught smoking on post by his sergeant the night before. The report was on my desk for disciplinary action. Inside the 21st Squad, 9 or 10 detectives were standing around in small groups. I recognized a few of them as men who worked out of the 21st. The others had been brought in from Detective District Headquarters and from the main office. In a corner near the fingerprint stand, sitting all by himself, was Patrolman Johnny Farrell.
Hi, Captain.
Hi. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Captain.
Well, looks like a big night.
Yes, sir.
How'd you happen to get a line on these boys?
No way in particular. Just threw a kid on the block there, a kid named Wano.
Yeah? Smoke, Johnny?
Thanks. You know, I was going to give him up after last night.
You should.
Thanks. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, it is.
Well, this kid, he's kind of little for his age, 13 or 14. He's not so good with the English. I pulled him out of a scrape last week with two bigger boys. They were about to tear him apart. So I've been his best friend on the block since.
Yeah.
Anyway, tonight about 7:30, I saw one on the street. And he said, "Hey, police here. You, my friend, I got $2 you hold for me, huh? So they don't take it away from me, the big fellas?"
Yeah.
That's waving $2 bills at me. I said, "Where'd you get it, Wano?" He said, "Oh, I don't steal it, Policia. I don't steal it. I earn it from the mans." I said, "What men?" Told me about the three men who were staying in the flat across the hall from him.
Mm-hmm.
Said one of them opened the door when he came out in the hall, asked him how he'd like to make some money. The guy gave him $3, sent him over to Times Square to buy some Philadelphia papers, last week's papers. Well, he brought the papers back. They cost less than $1, and the man told him to keep the rest. I put two and two together. I saw the alarms, read about the bank robbery up in the Bronx yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I knew the same three guys had been made in a couple of jobs in Philadelphia, and I knew they broke out of a federal penitentiary. I started asking one a few questions about the man. Looked pretty good to me, so I called in. Told Sergeant Klein about it. He connected me with Lieutenant King up here. Guess it looked pretty good to him, too. He told me to come in and bring Wano, and that's it.
Where's this kid, Wano?
Oh, well, Lieutenant King didn't want him on the block tonight. The lieutenant was going up to the stadium with his brother. His brother works for Con Ed.
Yeah.
When this came up, he couldn't go. So he had his brother take the kid on the other ticket. Wano thought that was a great idea.
I do, too. How'd they make sure it's the right three?
Well, after Lieutenant King talked to Wano for a while, he sent one of his men over and got the super of the building and somebody else, another neighbor in here. Super had gotten a good look at one of them, so it's definite.
Good. Good work, Johnny. I understand you're going along when we hit the place.
You bet.
Okay, I'm going in to talk to Lieutenant King. Who's that in there with him?
That's the super captain. I think he's getting a layout of the building, you know.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you. And, do your smoking at the right time, will you?
Yeah, Captain. Sure.
Oh, Matt.
Oh, hello, Captain. Come in. Want to shut the door?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Albert Acosta, Captain Tonelli.
All right, glad to know you. How are you?
Mr. Acosta's the super for both 609 and 611.
Yeah, that's right.
We're just going over the layout of the buildings in that flat.
They're in 611?
Yeah, that's right, on the top floor. Fourth floor rear. Let's see if I got this straight now. Both 609 and 611 are four-story buildings. The building to the east, 613, is 5 stories.
Yeah, that's right, but that's not my building, 613. Does the fire escape, do all the fire escapes go all the way up to the roof, Mr. Acosta?
Oh, yeah, that's right, up to the roof and down to the ground. And from the window of the flat they're in?
Yeah, that's right.
Your roofs are on the same level?
The same level, yeah. They're both 4 stories.
What separates the two buildings on the roof?
Oh, a little brick wall, this high.
3 feet high?
Oh, 3 feet, 3.5 feet, something. And the roof to 613?
That's not my building.
But it's 5 stories high.
Yeah, 613. Then in other words, from the roof of 611, you can't get to the roof of 613. There's a wall 10 or 12 feet high.
Yeah, that's right. 10, 12, 14 feet, something. No windows in that wall?
Let's see. No windows. Anything on your roof?
Oh, nothing. Television area.
All right, Mr. Costa. I want to talk to you again later. You hungry? You want something to eat?
Could I get a can of beer?
Well, the luncheonette we take from doesn't have beer.
Oh. All right, coffee. Coffee and a Danish.
Whitey, take care of Mr. Costa, will you? Send down for what he wants to eat.
Right.
That detective over there will take care of you, Mr. Costa.
Okay, glad to know you, Captain. Yeah, same here. Well, how does it look, man?
Sam, there's no doubt about it. In addition to the kid and the super, we found 3 people who made the pictures.
All of them?
No, just one. Just one goes out in the street, but one's good enough for me. This one. Carl Ross. If he's identified and there's 2 more guys in the flat, it's got to be the others.
Whose flat is it? Did they rent it?
No, it belongs to a couple of sisters, Marie and Lois Dunny. Acosta says they've been living there for 3 or 4 years. The one sister, Marie, has been in Bellevue Hospital for months, 6 weeks. Alcoholic ward.
Oh.
They're young, too, in their 20s. The other sister, Lois, is still living there. Acosta said he thinks she works as a waitress someplace, doesn't know where.
Is she up in the flat now?
Beats me, Captain. Nobody has gone out or come in since we got onto this thing. Got the place staked out. 2 neighbors that know her with the officers. They haven't seen her.
Oh, how about Bellevue? Is she down visiting her sister?
Oh, we checked that out, too. Got a man there.
Well, how are you going to hit him?
There's 3 rooms in that flat. It's in the back of the building and on the top floor.
These boys are tough. There's no question about that. They had 2 guns apiece when they hit that bank. They roughed up a lot of people around Philadelphia. They were doing 25 years each when they broke. They're not going to sit still for a collar. It's going to be a hot one.
If they're on the top floor, you can't put anyone on the roof at 611. They'll be heard walking around.
I know. We'll have men on the roofs of 609 and 613 in case they come up the fire escape.
Well, that's the way they'll probably go when they hear the law at the front door. Who's going to hit the door?
Myself, Johnny Farrell, if he wants to.
He'll want to.
And 1 or 2 others.
Including me?
Yes, sir. I've got 2 men from the emergency squad detailed. They'll be there with access to working the door if they give it a fight.
All right. What time?
I figure 4 a.m. There'll be less people on the street and less people up and around in the building. Also, these guys might be sound asleep by then. If we can nail them when they're asleep, or at least sleepy, there's not so much chance of fireworks.
How about your notifications?
They're all made. The brass will start streaming in here about midnight.
There's 6 or 8 cops from the 19th and 23rd down in the back room now.
Yeah, I know. How much of the show did you get to see? It's a shame. Come in.
Lieutenant, Whitey says the sale is on 3. He wants to talk to you?
Okay, thanks. Yep. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Chief.
We got the girl at Lois Denny. We got her as she was walking into the house.
Good, Chief. Fine.
It's not so fine, Lieutenant. She told me they were expecting her home at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock at the latest. Shall I bring her in, Lieutenant?
No. Where are you?
I'm using the phone in Mix's funeral chapel around the corner.
Who's there?
Just Mixon. Mrs. Slum.
Okay, Chief. Stay there. We'll be right over. We've got trouble, Captain.
Oh?
They've got the girl. Ross and them expect her back in the flat no later than 11.
You can't wait until 4 a.m., Matt. You'll have to hit right away, as soon as possible.
What about all the brass? They've been notified for 4 a.m.
We can't wait, Matt. We'll notify them again. That's all. It's been moved up.
Okay. Whitey, Ben, Al. Come in here, huh? All right, now listen. We're making a change. We've got to move and move quick. Got to hit them as soon as possible. Ben, get hold of ESD.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city. A new... Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
Although we knew hardly more than her name, Lois Dunny had become the key to the situation. The fugitives expected her to return by 11 p.m. If she didn't show up, they might suspect she'd been apprehended. Lieutenant King got his detectives ready to spring immediately. I gave final instructions to the uniformed officers who were going to assist. And then together we drove up 2nd Avenue to Mix's funeral chapel.
Okay, this is good. Captain?
Go ahead, man.
Find a place to park and walk on back here.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, great place to start out from, an undertaker.
Better to start out from there, man.
He's got a point.
Go ahead.
At least it's air conditioned.
There they are, back in the office.
Not a bad-looking head.
No, not too bad.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Lieutenant. Captain. Hi, Dave. This is Lois Dunny.
How are you?
Hello.
You're in a big jam, you know that, don't you, miss?
Yes, I suppose so.
No supposing about it, you are. That's Carl Ross up in your apartment, isn't it?
Yes.
And the others?
I showed her the pictures of all of them, Lieutenant. She identified them.
I wasn't doing anything wrong. I just rented out some rooms to those boys for a little money. Anybody's entitled to make a little money.
Not that much.
How much?
They've been there 3 days. They've already given her $275. Didn't you know who they were?
No.
Now, don't lie to us. You knew who they were. They knew you, or at least one of them did. Which one?
I didn't know them.
Now, look, come off it. I told you were in a jam. If you don't start telling us the truth, you'll be in a bigger jam. I'm not kidding. Now, how about it?
Who are you anyway? I gotta know who I'm talking
My
to.
name is Lieutenant King. This is Captain Kennelly. That good enough for you?
I've been telling you the truth.
Listen, you're a pretty bad liar. I'm going to tell this officer to take you downtown. Dee, float her in the car.
Matt, wait a minute. Look, miss, you're not doing yourself a bit of good. All we want is the truth. You tell us the truth, and I'll see that you get every break you're entitled to. Which one did you know, Lois?
Carl. I knew Carl.
For how long?
I worked in Pittsburgh for a while. A couple of years ago, I knew him then. But I didn't know he was anything like what he is. Honest, I didn't. Not then.
When did you hear it?
After he got in trouble, I was back in New York. Somebody wrote me. One of my friends.
If you have time to wait, the facts eventually will develop. But we had neither time to wait nor time to waste.
There are two ways to get information quickly. One is to be stern, the other is to be full of sympathy. Most often, a lying witness will turn to the friendly officer and tell him exactly what he wants to know.
Haven't heard from him in years, but one day there he is. He just turns up in the cafe where I work. There he is.
By himself?
Yeah, by himself then.
When was that?
Last Tuesday. I read about him and about how he and those others broke out of jail and what they did in Philadelphia and all that.
Weren't you scared?
No, not too. I told you, when I knew him in Pittsburgh, he seemed like a very nice boy. He was very nice to me.
Did you ask him anything about that?
Yeah, sure. Naturally. And he said that everybody had him and his friends wrong. They didn't mean any harm. Well, I mean, he's good looking. He likes to spend money.
How'd they come to stay in your flat?
That was the first thing he asked me. Did I know where he and his friends could get a place? Well, my sister's been in the hospital, and I had a big place all by myself. So I told Carl, if you want to, I've got a big place with an extra bedroom and all that, and a sofa in the living room. So they said okay, and that was that.
How'd they know you wouldn't go to the police?
I don't know. Carl vouched for me with the others, I guess. They paid me all this money, and they promised to give me 500 more when they left. I guess they figured I wanted the 500.
You did, too, didn't you?
Well, I mean, my sister was in the hospital. I didn't have a nickel except what I made, sure.
They expect you home at 11 o'clock?
Around 11, yeah.
Why 11?
Well, this is my late night on. I work until 10. Carl knows that.
You ever see any guns up there?
Well...
Did you, Lois?
Yes, they've got guns.
How many?
I don't know, honest, plenty. But I never counted them. I was too scared to get near them. I don't like guns.
Have you got your key to the place?
Yeah, I got it, but it won't do you any good. They keep the door bolted from the inside all the time. Listen, Carl told me, he said no matter what, he wasn't going back. The others, too. They said they'd die on the spot first and kill anybody who wants to argue with them about it. Cops, they meant.
Yeah, I figured that's who they meant. In another few minutes of interrogation, we had all the information we needed about the interior of Lois Dunny's flat and what we could expect to find there. Lois Dunning was taken to the precinct house in the custody of a detective. Meanwhile, nearly 50 uniformed officers and detectives assigned to the detail were given their posts and told of their duties. 4 men were assigned to the roofs of 609 and 613. 8 men were posted in various places in front of and across the street from 611. 4 men were assigned to the rear courtyard behind 611. Men from the Emergency Service Division set up a portable generator floodlight on the roof directly across the rear courtyard of 611 so that the entire fire escape could be spotlighted. Another such unit was held in readiness for use in front of the house. Besides their service revolvers, these men were issued such additional arms as their particular situation called for. Submachine guns, riot guns, and tear gas. Lieutenant King, myself, Johnny Farrell, 2 other detectives from the 21st Squad, 3 men from ESD, 2 carrying axes, another a submachine gun, led the way into 611. Behind us followed a half dozen or so other officers. As we walked up the dim-lit stairs, 2 men dropped off on each floor to block any attempted escape and to keep curious tenants out of harm's way. 2 more were left at the top of the stairs in the 4th floor hallway. The rest of us walked to the 4th floor rear. We stopped at the door. We listened. The radio was on inside. Okay.
Who is it, Lois?
We're police officers. Open up.
Cops to the east. Hold on,
Open up, police officers. Knock it in. Use those axes.
Right, come on.
The lock. Hit the lock. Let go. Push it in. Come on, let's go. In the living room. There they are.
Give up. We're through.
Hold it. All right, so let's stop.
Give it up.
There they are. Nail them, Johnny.
Here we are, Tom.
Chief. Yeah, Lieutenant. How about it? I'm set. Let's go.
There you are. Get him. Hold him. Out. You lousy.
Chief, bring that brownie up here. Get him. You hit 2. Let's go. There's the other one. Out the window. Come on. Hold up. Hold up, Ross. Up the fire escape, Captain. Let's go. Watch it, Matt.
Clear away, Tom.
You okay, Matt? Yeah, I'm okay. Come on. Watch it up there, men. One's on his way up. Just one. I see him. That duck. He's on the roof. Come on.
There he goes. He's on the roof. I see him. He's going for the ventilator.
Where? Beats me.
There he is. Behind the ventilator. Behind the ventilator.
Let's get him. What do you say, Ross? What do you say?
All right. Too many of you. Too many of you.
Throw that gun out here. All right, you men. Put your light on the ventilator. That's fine. That's it. Throw it out here, Ross.
All right. Here it comes.
Okay, let's go. Watch him. We should have another one. Stand there, Ross. Get up again.
All right. Take it easy.
Nothing on him.
Too many of you. There's too many of you.
Maybe. But now at least there's three less like you. The toll was heavy. Two of the three fugitives were dead on the floor of the living room. Ross had a bullet through his shoulder. They weren't the only ones. Detective Carmine DeFeo, 21st Squad, dead. Patrolman John Farrell, 21st Precinct, wounded. 45 slug in the left hip. Patrolman Ezra Davis, Emergency Service Squad number 4, wounded. 38 slug through the left hand. The medical examiner and ambulances were summoned. The top command of both the uniformed and detective divisions came to the scene. At 2:15 a.m., I arrived back at the station house. There, I approved the unusual occurrence report and checked on the notification of the relatives of the wounded personnel under my command. At 2:35 a.m., conferences were held in my office with the top commanders of the department in connection with a special report concerning the incident. Subsequently, the press sought additional material and photographs. At 3:50, I signed the blotter and left the precinct house. Deputy Chief Inspector DeAndrea gave me a ride as far as Kew Gardens. There, I got a cab and went home. At 4:40 a.m., I unlocked the front door of the house as quietly as I could manage. I walked through the living room into the bedroom.
Frank?
Yeah, honey?
Oh, what time is it?
Late.
Are you tired?
Yep, kind of.
You know what?
What?
You missed a very exciting show.
Yeah, honey. I bet I did. "21st Precinct, Sergeant. Where do you need an ambulance? 822? Is that in the building or on the street? What apartment number? What's the trouble there? How was he hurt? Was he stabbed?"
Incidents portrayed tonight on 21st Precinct occurred last year. Names were changed to protect the interests of persons involved. 21st Precinct is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association of the City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Joan Loring and Barbara Weeks, Lawson Zerby, Bill Lipton, Wendell Holmes, and Mandel Kramer. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.